Chapter 576. With just a glance, the Longhu sovereign had killed an ancient beast at the level of an antique, completely shocking the other ancient beasts. The ancient beast's body fell from the sky after its death. However, before its huge body could land on the ground, the ancient beast's body suddenly exploded. A strong life force emerged from the exploded corpse, forming a torrent of life force that surged towards the dying old tortoise. The first thing the Longhu sovereign did when he appeared was to save the old tortoise. The old tortoise's injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye when all the life force of an ancient beast entered its body. In just a few breaths, all the wounds on its body were completely healed. Such a scene stunned everyone. However, it wasn't over yet. The Longhu sovereign's gaze fell on the second ancient beast. This time, he didn't use his eyes to kill. Instead, he roared, "Soul deprivation!" The power of laws appeared once again as his voice sounded. The eyes of the ancient beast instantly slackened as a pure soul consciousness flew out from its body. This soul consciousness was still in the form of an ancient beast, but it was forcibly extracted by the Longhu sovereign. Furthermore, the Longhu sovereign's soul deprivation had directly obliterated the consciousness within the soul, turning it into the purest soul power. The old tortoise's injuries had already completely healed, but its soul flame was still very weak due to the heavy injuries it had suffered. Now that it had a complete ancient beast soul, the old tortoise's soul flame quickly burned fiercely. After a few breaths, the old tortoise, which had been on the verge of death, was brimming with vitality. Its eyes were filled with disbelief as it respectfully said to the Longhu sovereign in the sky, "Thank you for saving me, Longhu sovereign. No need to thank me. I saved you because you saved me." This was the first time the Longhu sovereign had spoken. Although his voice was a little immature, the majesty of a supreme beast didn't diminish. From the moment the Longhu sovereign had appeared to the other party killing two ancient beasts with a single glance and a single word, Zichen hadn't spoken to him yet. His eyes were wide open and his face was filled with shock. His heart was incomparably excited. "Heh, we're rich. We're really rich." Monk, who was far away in the horizon, instantly flew over when he saw that the situation was settled. He put his arm around Zichen's shoulder and pretended to be very familiar with him. He looked at Longhu's sovereign and said excitedly, "Did you see that? Did you see that? He killed two ancient beasts in an instant and can even control the laws of heaven and earth here. We've really picked up a treasure. My previous investment has paid off." It was indeed a great harvest. With Longhu's sovereign around, they could do whatever they wanted in the ancient battlefield. They could kill any ancient beast they wanted without any fear. Previously, in order to hatch the Longhu supreme beast, he had used up all of his harvest from the ancient battlefield. However, those were only small losses. The complete ancient beast that had lost its soul was more than enough to make up for all of his losses. This was a true supreme treasure. The value of a single drop of blood far exceeded that of a single drop of essence liquid. "We're really rich." Zichun nodded with an excited expression. He seemed to be imagining himself leading a real blood ancient beast to every corner of the ancient battlefield. However, Zichun looked at Monk and said indifferently, "Even if we're rich, I'm the one who's rich. What does it have to do with you?" "You." Monk was furious when he heard that. He glared and shouted in a low voice, "How dare you burn the bridge after crossing the river?" Zichun rolled his eyes. Wang Shan and the rest also rushed over quickly. However, compared to Monk's excitement, they were more shocked in their hearts. "Longhu sovereign. I didn't expect the first real blood ancient beast to appear in the ancient battlefield to be Longhu sovereign." Old Tortoise had already recovered. His original body was hidden in the void and the old man's clone was revealed. His expression was still excited and his eyes were filled with disbelief. "Senior, what's Longhu sovereign? Is he very strong?" Zichen asked doubtfully. When the others heard that, they also looked at the old man. "Longhu sovereign is known as the king of the ancient beasts. How can he not be strong?" The old man's eyes were still filled with shock. There's only one pure-blood ancient beast, and it's unique. Its combat strength is unbelievably strong. Just like the lightning snake, the horned hound, and the golden lion, They represent the strongest combat strength. However, there's also a king and a ruler among the pure-blood ancient beasts. The ruler is Longhu Sovereign. When Ziqian and the rest heard that, they instantly understood and were stunned. Pure-blood ancient beasts were already extremely powerful existences. Every single one of them was unique in the world and represented extraordinary combat strength. However, no one expected that there would be a ruler among the pure-blood ancient beasts. And this ruler was right in front of them. It was just like in a place where countless super experts existed, there would always be a ruler who would appear and rule over them. Bring him out. We must bring him out. Monk became even more excited after hearing everything about Longhu Sovereign. Bring a king sovereign, an extremely powerful ancient beast, and a thieving rat that's born to seek treasures. Our plan to establish a force won't have to worry about it anymore. The sixth force of Chaos City will belong to us in the future. Monk transmitted his voice excitedly. Ziqian's heart was no longer calm. The appearance of Longhu Sovereign, who could control the laws, meant that everything had come to an end. The group of ancient beasts were only ancient beasts and didn't have the strength to resist the laws. They had no combat strength in front of Longhu Sovereign. Therefore, they began to beg for mercy. Longhu Sovereign, we know our mistakes. Please let us go. We were too greedy. We hope that Longhu Sovereign will spare our lives. We have eyes but fail to see. I hope that Longhu Sovereign can give us a way out. The four ancient beasts displayed the lowest attitude and continued to beg for mercy. Longhu Sovereign stood in the air, surrounded by the power of the laws. His eyes were cold as he replied with a single word, strip. The souls of the four ancient beasts instantly left their bodies, and their life force vanished. Their enormous corpses slammed into the ground, emitting muffled booms. As for the pure soul power that had left their bodies, it was directly devoured by Longhu Sovereign. In the distance, all the ancient beasts were shocked when they saw this scene. This was especially so for the other king-level ancient beasts. They were terrified to the extreme. Longhu Sovereign turned his head and glanced at the ancient beasts in the sky. Then, he spat out another word, strip. He was stripping their lives. In the next moment, apart from Old Tortoise and Spirit-Devouring Rat, the other ancient beast souls were destroyed and they died. Clearly, this supreme being beast was a decisive existence. Its ice-cold eyes swept over the rest of the humans once again. The faces of the humans changed drastically. Clearly, this supreme beast king wanted to kill them all. Forget it. These are humans, not ancient beasts. They're useless to us. Ziqian finally spoke. Longhu Sovereign nodded and withdrew his cold eyes. At the same time, he shouted, "Scram!" As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules appeared. All the humans were transported to another area. Wow, wow, wow. Supreme Beast. Good job. A simple word could destroy the enemy. The power of the rules was at its fingertips. Tyrant was extremely excited and called out as if he was familiar with it. Unexpectedly, as soon as Tyrant finished speaking, the supreme beast in the sky blacked out and fell to the ground. The old man shot out a ray of energy at the right time and supported the supreme beast. Senior, what's going on? It's not dead, right? Tyrant was even more nervous than Ziqian. The old man shook his head and chuckled. It's fine. The supreme beast has just been born and is still very weak. It's just exhausted from constantly using the power of the rules. Ziqian also nodded. He had already sensed the abnormality of Longhu Sovereign. It has just been born and is still very weak. Everyone was speechless at the old man's evaluation. If a weak Longhu Sovereign could kill an ancient beast, what would happen if it wasn't weak? Longhu Sovereign had just consumed a lot of energy and needed to recuperate. This area had been completely sealed. If they wanted to open it, they would need Longhu Sovereign to wake up. Hence, Tyrant, Wang Shan, Wang Qiong, Lu Pong, and the others flew in all directions and began to collect the corpses of the ancient beasts. Only their souls were destroyed. Their bodies were intact. They were like ancient beasts that had fallen into a deep slumber. Their value was even higher. These ancient beasts were enough to make up for their previous losses. As for the 5 ancient beasts, they were still not counted. Tyrant was grinning from ear to ear as he collected the ancient beasts' corpses. These things were enough for them to undergo several baptisms and increase their strength. The biggest winner in the ancient battlefield this time was none other than them. Zichun had been guarding in front of Longhu Sovereign. He didn't pick up the ancient beast corpses, nor did he have any intention of taking them away. After staying here for more than a year, it was obvious that the opening of this place was not far away. Next, they just had to wait to leave this area. However, Zichun would have to fight against the power of the rules again if he wanted to bring the old man and the spirit-devouring rats out. Therefore, he wouldn't bring anything valuable with him. He wouldn't even participate in the upcoming baptisms. 2 hours later, Longhu Sovereign woke up. Compared to the existence that killed the ancient beasts with a single sentence, Longhu Sovereign, who had withdrawn his aura, now looked more like an ancient beast. Zichun called everyone back and introduced them to Longhu Sovereign Beast. "Right. What's your name?" Zichun suddenly asked. He still didn't know Longhu Sovereign Beast's name. Longhu Sovereign Beast shook his head, indicating that he didn't have a name. "Haha, I'll give you one since you don't have a name. Why don't we call you Evil Good Dragon?" Tyrant was the first to speak. It was quite impressive to give Longhu Sovereign a name. "No, it should be Wang Dalong or Wang Dahu. Look, it's not small at all," Wang Shan said. Following that, everyone gave their suggestions and chattered nonstop. Longhu Sovereign Beast, who was still a little unfamiliar with them, soon became familiar with them. "Forget it. Let's call it Longhu like the demonic ape. It's simpler and more direct." Zichun made the final decision. Longhu Sovereign Beast had no objection to it and gladly accepted it. Chapter 577. This Longhu, can you open a path to the outside world? The old tortoise asked after a slight hesitation. The suppression of a supreme beast was too strong. Even though Longhu's voice sounded like a child's, the old tortoise was still hesitant. The old tortoise could clearly feel the suppression coming from the soul. Following the words, everyone's gaze landed on Longhu with excitement, anticipation, and various expressions. This was a very important question. Even Zichun's expression was extremely serious. If Longhu could open a path, there was no need for him to go against the rules. Besides, Zichun had a bold and crazy idea in his mind. If Longhu could really open a path to the outside world, he would bring a bunch of ancient beasts with him. The ancient beasts here were stronger than humans in terms of overall strength. The Emperor-level ancient beasts could even slay a late-stage primal core existence. As for the ancient beasts, they could easily dominate the Chaos City. Moreover, Zichun didn't believe that there were only 8 ancient creatures in the fringe. He believed that there must be more. If he were to bring all of them out, the thought of how the fringe would be swept clean by the myriad of beasts. Hee. The corners of Zichun's mouth curled into a smile. "Hey, wake up, you're dreaming." The monk's words woke Zichun up from his dream. "I'm not sure about the details. I need to investigate further." Longhu's voice was immature. He did not give a definite answer. "There's no rush. Let's leave this place first," Zichun said. This time, Longhu did not say a word. The path ahead was opened, and the group left the place. In the ancient battlefield, the news about the ancient beasts being slain had long spread. Besides, many ancient beasts had sensed the presence of their emperor. Thus, the ancient battlefield was no longer peaceful. "Longhu, do you think it's easy for us? We've spent so much effort to come here to search for treasures, ancient herbs, successions, and ancient beasts, but until now, we've found nothing. Once we leave this place, we won't be able to move a single step without any resources." The monk went up to Longhu and complained while touching his dragon head. "This damned monk. He never changes his greedy nature." Zichun cursed in his heart, but he did not stop the monk. Whether or not he would be able to leave this place alive was still a question. If he gave his friends more resources, their achievements would be higher and they would naturally live better lives. "Oh, I devoured all of your gains earlier." There was a hint of guilt in Longhu's tender voice. He was indeed very innocent. "Sai, let's not talk about this anymore. We're willing to do this because we're friends. This has nothing to do with you. It's all our fault for not being able to kill more beasts." The monk patted Longhu's head and shook his head with a sigh. What should we do now? Longhu lowered his head and said softly, Didn't many ancient beasts die before? Didn't you collect them? Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. The more we talk about it, the more tears we will shed. When the monk heard those words, he shook his head and sighed again. Then let's just kill a few more ancient beasts. They're all nutrients anyway, Longhu finally said. Clearly, he did not care about the ancient beasts here. Isn't this too embarrassing? Making a supreme being like you hunt down an ancient beast? The monk raised his head, his eyes shining. Do I have to kill them as well? Longhu stared at the monk in confusion. Sigh, let's not talk about it anymore. The more we talk about it, the more tears we will shed. Before the monk could finish his words, Longhu nodded his head. All right then, I'll do it. The excited monk suppressed the wild joy that was about to erupt out in his heart and retreated back bitterly. As for the others, they looked at the monk with weird expressions. It was as though they were saying, Why do you look so heartless no matter how I look at you? The gains this time around were almost enough to break the heavens. Even the overlord factions would be envious and want to start a war. However, this damned and greedy monk claimed that he did not have any gains at all. He even said that the more he talked about it, the more tears he would shed. Everyone had an urge to rush up and slap this heartless monk to death. Following that, spring arrived for the monk. Longhu hunted down the ancient beasts in a simple, direct, and violent manner. Under the might of a supreme being, the ancient beasts were killed before they could even put up any resistance. At the back, the monk collected the ancient beasts until his hands were cramping. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is a real supreme beast. The ancient beasts just stood there and let him kill them without any resistance. The monk exclaimed in a boastful manner. Compared to the spirit-devouring rats, Longhu, who had mastered the rules of cultivation, was more sensitive to the ancient battlefield. Apart from killing the ancient beasts with ease, Longhu could clearly sense the ancient ruins and ancient herbs through the force of the rules of cultivation. As a result, spring arrived for everyone. In the following journey, Longhu led the group and discovered at least 3 powerful successions. They also discovered a few powerful ancient battle skills. After a few days of exploration, the group had a great harvest. Wang Xian'er, Wang Qiong, and the others had also benefited a lot. There was nothing left for them to stay. Following this, the group began to make their way back. On their way back, when they passed by the place where they discovered the sword steel, Zichun signaled the group to stop. He then took out the sword steel and showed it to Longhu. At the same time, he asked Longhu to check if there were still any sword steels in the area. He had a feeling that the sword steels were a bunch of powerful sword skill successions that represented the pinnacle of the sword arts. Thus, they were quite extraordinary. The group stayed at the place for 2 days. During this period, Longhu continuously unleashed the force of the rules to sense the surroundings. In the end, they found another sword steel buried deep in the ground 1,000 meters away. Previously, they had found 4 sword steels, and now they found another one. There were a total of 5 sword steels, all of which were kept by the monk. The group had obtained an unbelievable amount of loot. If they were to sell everything they found after leaving the place, their wealth would be comparable to any faction below the ruler faction. That being said, the wealth of the sect might even surpass the ruler faction. As such, before they left the place, Longhu tore open a rift and discovered a small pool of primary liquid. The group was slightly surprised. The pool contained more than 2,000 drops of primary liquid. If it were before, the group would be extremely excited, but now, they were only slightly surprised. This was the 3rd pool of primary liquid that Longhu had discovered, and it was the one with the least amount of primary liquid. This time, the primary liquid was directly devoured by the demonic ape. In addition to that, Longhu also discovered quite a number of crystal ores, which contained pure qi, which could be used to refine extraordinary weapons of high quality. Besides, they were useful for the spirit-devouring rats too. Considering that the group had obtained a great amount of loot, the crystal ores were given to the spirit-devouring rats. The latter was extremely excited and expressed its gratitude continuously. It was obvious that even after a few days, it still could not relax in front of Longhu. 5 days later, they returned to the outer area and arrived at the Black Pool. A year ago, Ziqian and Tyrant were still being hunted down. They were extremely excited after discovering a groundhog rat and slaying it. Tyrant even held onto the excrement of the spirit-devouring rat and gnawed on it. Now, a year had passed, and the group's loot had multiplied by a few thousand times, causing Ziqian and Tyrant to exclaim in astonishment. It seemed like the only thing left for them were the baptisms and transformations. Apart from Shangguan Bingxi and Wang Xian'er, the others had joined in the process of dissecting the ancient beasts and retrieved their blood for the baptisms. During this period, Ziqian did not waste his time either. He was even more diligent in dissecting the ancient beasts. In his spare time, he would bring Wang Xian'er around the place, enjoying the rare time they had together. Longhu had thoroughly familiarized himself with the place and gave Ziqian an affirmative answer. It could open up a path to the outside world, but the condition was that it could only leave on its own. It could not force other ancient beasts to pass through. Despite being excited, Ziqian felt helpless at the same time. Wang Xian'er was not in a good mood after learning the news. Every time she went out with Ziqian, she would hesitate to say something. "You don't have to say anything. Senior has saved my life a few times. I have to bring him away." Ziqian had made up his mind. "I'm not stopping you. I just want you to stay alive." Wang Xian'er's eyes were already red. The two of them hugged each other, their shadows elongated until the sun set. The process of dissecting the ancient beasts lasted for a few days. Apart from the first day, Ziqian was chased away by Tyrant and the others for the next few days. It was obvious that they wanted Ziqian to spend more time with Wang Xian'er. Wang Qiong turned a blind eye to it, as he had already approved of Ziqian. Every time Ziqian returned with Wang Xian'er, everyone would look at him with strange gazes, which left Ziqian speechless. What made him even more speechless was that Tyrant was the first one to find him. "Kid, you won't get another chance like this. If you were to die under the rules, Miss Xian'er would be..." Before Tyrant could finish his sentence, he was sent flying with a kick from Ziqian. How indecent. Shangguan Bingxi, who was passing by, happened to hear Tyrant's words. She glanced at Ziqian and snorted softly. She had a good relationship with Zhang Haoyan recently. When Ziqian returned, Wang Xian'er, who was chatting with Shangguan Bingxi, blushed. LV Peng looked at him and laughed. Zhang Haoyan's cold expression was also holding back his laughter. As for Wang Qiong, who was not far away, his face was dark. "Brother-in-law, your choice this time is very dangerous. You should at least leave yourself a legacy." Wang Shan quietly came up and whispered. Ziqian's face also darkened. After 5 days of dissecting, they had dissected many ancient beasts and placed all kinds of materials neatly in front of them. With so many materials, if we hand them over to some factions that know how to refine weapons and armor, we can create a legion. "Brother-in-law, you will be the legion commander then." Looking at the materials on the ground, Wang Shan, who knew that Ziqian was going to create a faction, said, "Of course, all of this was on the condition that Ziqian was alive." The baptism was imminent. Everyone stopped joking about Ziqian and started to choose the items for the baptism. This time, everyone was well prepared. Other than the ancient herb king, they even had spiritual items. There was no choice. With Longhu around, they had to get spiritual items even if they didn't want to. These things were rarely seen, but with Longhu, spiritual items in the ancient battlefield were like cabbages. P.S. I suddenly realized that this book has almost sold for 2 million, but it still hasn't pushed down the female lead. This makes me reflect. Could it be that the book's results are not good because these factors are not included? Compared to other books that have 3 to 5 chapters of pushing down a woman, and it's not even the female lead, this book is simply too weak in terms of pushing down. So, I hope everyone can give an honest opinion on whether to push down the female lead or not. Chapter 578. The baptism was around the corner, thus everyone began to prepare themselves. On a fine day, a whirlpool appeared in the black pool. The whirlpool expanded all the way to the bottom of the pool. Stalks of precious herbs and drops of blood emitted brilliant glows and colorful auras as they fell to the bottom of the pond, followed by the spiritual objects. All the materials for the baptism were prepared. Everyone sat with their legs crossed and went to the bottom of the pond to begin the baptism. Apart from Tyrant, it was the first time for the others to be baptized. Thus, they did not use too much of their blood. For example, they only used a single drop of blood from ancient beasts, not because they were reluctant, but because they were worried that their willpower would not be able to endure it. As for Tyrant, after the baptism, his physique, willpower, and experience had all increased greatly. This time, the baptism had increased the quantity. It could be said that he was the biggest winner this time. He had enjoyed all the resources. After everyone entered the pool one after another, Old Tortoise, Zichun, and Long Hu gathered beside the black pool and began to discuss how to leave. The only thing they could rely on was the purple golden gourd to resist the rules. They were putting their lives on the line, thus they had to discuss and plan carefully. Long Hu had already made his stance clear a few days ago. He would surely leave with Zichun to explore the outside world. The first question that everyone was considering was how Long Hu was going to leave. Should he open a path on his own, or leave with Zichun? I can't control the rules of this ancient battlefield, thus I'm immune to them. For safety reasons, and to be able to find you after we leave, I think it's better for me to enter the purple golden gourd and leave together. Long Hu's tender voice was heard after a slight ponder. Long Hu's choice obviously had more disadvantages than advantages, and the losses outweighed the gains. All of this was purely for the sake of Old Tortoise and the spirit-devouring rat. Old Tortoise's eyes were filled with gratitude. It was flattered that a supreme beast would lower itself to consider for it. That's fine too, but if something happens, I'm afraid none of us will survive. Zichun frowned slightly. Not necessarily. I was more than 50% confident in the past, but now I'm more than 70% confident. However, before that, Zichun, you have to refine the purple golden gourd again. Old Tortoise said in a serious tone. Zichun nodded. The discussion finally came to an end. Zichun started to refine the purple gold gourd. In his sea of consciousness, the purple gold gourd emitted a brilliant purple light. Runes flowed on the surface of the gourd. Inside the gourd, there were complex and mysterious runes. These runes formed mysterious purple gold spaces, like small worlds. Zichun's soul fire burned fiercely, incinerating these runes. His soul kept trying to invade the interior of the purple gold gourd. After the baptism, the refinement, and the metamorphosis, the region fell into a short period of silence. But very soon, waves of ferocious might came from the black pool. The roars of ferocious beasts kept coming from the bottom of the pool. A terrifying and oppressive aura filled this area. This was a change that occurred when everyone began to refine the old antique's essence blood. Their wills needed to resist the will within the essence blood. Clearly, this was a long process of confrontation, killing, and devouring. After absorbing the spiritual energy of so many crystals, as well as the 2 spirit items, the spirit-devouring rat also fell into a deep slumber, undergoing another metamorphosis. In just over a year, it had undergone 2 metamorphoses. The spirit-devouring rat's gains were not small. All the survivors in the ancient battlefield sensed that this trial was nearing its end. So they took advantage of the last bit of time to crazily hunt ancient beasts. However, what they hunted were just some groundhogs and gray mice. As for the pure-blooded ancient beast descendants, there were very few of them who were strong enough to kill them. It could be said that because of Zichun's participation, this trip to the ancient battlefield had become the most disastrous one in history. On Chaos City's side, the Shangguan family's people had been annihilated because of him. The 8 great powers had been annihilated because of him. The demon beasts in the wasteland had been annihilated because of him. The Martial Heaven Alliance's Heaven Empyrean experts and other experts had been annihilated because of him. The Heavenly Slaughter Alliance's assassins had suffered disastrous losses because of him. There were only a few survivors. Even more terrifying was that in the ancient battlefield, 8 of the nearly undefeatable ancient beasts had died because of him. As for the ancient beast kings, they had lost dozens of them. As for the ordinary pure-blooded ancient beast descendants, they numbered over 100. While all the humans and beasts were terrified of Zichun, they were also envious of his gains. His harvest from this trip alone was far more than the sum total of all the forces in the fringe over the years. As his spiritual flame continued to refine the violet gourd, the light within it grew even more resplendent. Furthermore, the small worlds within it gave off an even more mysterious feeling. As his spiritual flame continued to invade, Zichun felt like he was seeing a vast starry sky. He saw mysterious Xing-Chun stars revolving around him. Each one of those Xing-Chan stars was like a world on its own. Boom! Zichun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Immediately after, a purple gold gourd rushed out from between his eyebrows. The gourd's surface was covered in mysterious runes, and it continuously rotated in the sky, releasing a mysterious and powerful aura. Buzz. At the same time, there were waves of vibration coming from the purple golden gourd, forming waves of vibration ripples that spread in all directions. Old Tortoise and Longhu were alerted by the sudden change of the violet golden gourd. They fixed their gazes on the gourd. The gourd was vibrating, emitting waves of vibrations. There was a mysterious energy within the vibrations. The two stared at the violet gourd in astonishment. Zichun opened his eyes and rose to his feet. He glanced at the violet gourd. Meanwhile, with a thought, the violet gourd stopped vibrating and descended from the sky into Zichun's hand. Following this, the violet glow on the violet gourd dimmed. The violet gourd became simple like an ordinary object. It no longer had the mysterious aura from before. However, Zichun, who was holding the purple gold gourd, could clearly sense that there was a mysterious energy being absorbed by the purple gold gourd. This energy was mysterious, powerful, and very pure. Only he could sense it. How is it? Did the space in the violet gourd change? The old tortoise asked impatiently. Before Zichun could sense anything, he immediately probed into the violet gourd with his spiritual thoughts. At this moment, the violet gourd looked simple like an ordinary object. However, its interior was shining brightly. More mysterious runes appeared and formed characters. They rotated around the space like a mysterious seal. Moreover, Zichun could clearly sense that the space had undergone a huge change. It seemed to have become more like a world with more vitality. After sensing for a while, Zichun nodded. Immediately, joy appeared in Old Tortoise's eyes. Clearly, Zichun's nod had increased his 70% success rate by another 10%. With an 80% success rate, it was worth a try. Zichun spent 7 days refining the violet gourd. However, the monk and the others were not done with their baptism yet. The ferocious aura in the black pool had weakened significantly. Apparently, their baptism was coming to an end. Buzz. Before they finished their baptism, the spirit-devouring rat had completed its transformation. Its white fur was spotless and shiny like silk. It emitted a dazzling light. This transformation not only strengthened the spirit-devouring rat's speed and defense, but also sharpened its senses. After several transformations, the spirit-devouring rat was becoming more like a treasure-seeking thief rat. One day, the spirit-devouring rat would become a pure treasure-seeking rat. Bang! A few days later, there was a sudden vibration at the bottom of the pool. Then, a black figure flew out. The first one to complete the baptism was Zhang Haoyan. There was a faint smile on his cold face. Apparently, he had gained a lot this time. Then, the devil ape appeared. There was a hint of frustration on its face. It seemed that it was just as everyone had guessed. The human baptism method was not suitable for the sky-splitting battle ape. Then, Wang Shan and Wang Qiong appeared one after another. Both of them had undergone a huge transformation. Their physiques were dozens of times stronger than before. Brother-in-law, the body tempering technique you taught me is really good. It's very powerful. I can destroy a spiritual weapon with my bare hands without using any elemental energy, Wang Shan said excitedly. During the baptism, Zichun taught them a set of body tempering technique. It was the perfect physique recorded in the one-word heavenly book. This time, Zichun was not stingy. He taught the perfect physique to everyone. Lu Peng also rushed out with a face full of joy. However, when he landed, he didn't control his strength and directly smashed into the ground. The others were a little better than him. They were only a little deeper and weren't as bad as Lu Peng, who was directly smashed into the ground. Then, Shangguan Bingshi also flew out. She had become radiant and valiant. She had undergone a transformation from head to toe. When Wang Xian'er appeared, everyone saw a dazzling light. She was like a fairy. Her white robe fluttered as she descended from the sky and landed on the ground. The ground trembled, setting off a wave of air. Then, the ground cracked open. Wang Xian'er was clearly better at controlling her strength. She did not appear in a sorry state. After the baptism, her physique had undergone a transformation. Her entire body was glowing. Her straight and smooth legs were filled with strength. A day later, Monk's baptism ended. He flew out from the bottom of the lake. His gains were the greatest among the group. The degree of transformation from the two baptisms surpassed each other's. As soon as he appeared, his body emitted a dazzling golden light. He struck at Zichun. Boom! Powerful energy surged. Zichun was forced to take 7 to 8 steps back. He staggered. Haha, Lord Zheng's combat strength has also become stronger. Zichun, you won't be able to suppress me in the future. Monk laughed. After the baptism, it was not long before the passage opened. During this last period of time, everyone was familiarizing themselves with the powerful strength that they had suddenly obtained. 7 days later, there was a fluctuation in the sky. A pitch-black passage descended from the sky and extended in front of everyone. It's time to go out. Everyone looked at Zichun. The latter nodded at them. Be careful. Take care. Chapter 579. Outside of Chaos City, the tunnel formed by the stone token had been there for a year and a half. During this time, many forces had been guarding this place. In recent days, the stone token had begun to tremble and ripple. It was no longer stable. This was a sign that the ancient battlefield was about to close. All of a sudden, many forces received the news and rushed over. Apart from those major forces, there were also many cultivators who came to join in the fun. They stood in the distance and filled the sky. Among these large forces, other than the people from the 5 overlords who were full of confidence, the rest of the forces were more or less uneasy. It was especially so for the 8 major forces who only had 1 token. Each of them only sent 5 people. It was obviously unrealistic for 5 flight users to cause a stir in the ancient battlefield. Therefore, they were not very confident. It's best if 3 of them survive. They were hoping that only 1 or 2 people from their clans would come back alive. Sometimes, all of them would be wiped out. The 5 overlords had made ample preparations this time. All of them appeared calm and collected, waiting for their clans to appear in the sky and share the great harvest with them. However, Shangguan Feixiong's expression was a bit unnatural. Shangguan Feixiong, which of the 5 forces do you think will gain more? Someone from the Zhou clan asked. We'll know when they come out, Shangguan Feixiong said indifferently. He was a bit distracted. In the past year, the Shangguan clan leader had been very cold to him. Before, he would purposely suppress his hostility, but now, he was no longer hiding it. This gave him a bad feeling. As a direct descendant of the Shangguan clan leader naturally wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Right now, Shangguan Feixiong was worried about his daughter. He knew very well what kind of person Shangguan Qixiang was. Shangguan Qixiang was usually cautious in his clan, but in the ancient battlefield, where no one could control him, he would become unrestrained. Shangguan Feilin, if you dare to do anything to my daughter, I won't let you go. A cold light flashed in Shangguan Feixiong's eyes. The Zhou clan leader didn't seem to notice Shangguan Feixiong's annoyance. He continued, how about we make a bet on who will gain the most? Boring. Shangguan Feixiong snorted and stared at the tunnel on the stone token. That's enough, old Zhou. Can't you see that Feixiong is vexed right now? He's worried about his daughter, the Wu family said. The expert from the Zhou clan chuckled and did not say anything else. Suddenly, the passage surrounded by the stone medallions trembled and ripples spread out. Following this, the passage leading to the depths opened and human figures appeared. The passageway opened and human trial takers appeared one after another. Swish, 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 swish. With a flash of brilliance, the human cultivators landed on the ground. After a year and a half, They had come out of the ancient battlefield alive. Their eyes were filled with joy. It's Zheng Feng, a member of the Zheng clan. Seeing their own family members come out first, the Zheng family members all breathed a sigh of relief. Moreover, looking at Zheng Feng's joyful expression, it was obvious that he had gained a lot. Zheng Feng's harvest was indeed not small. Not only did he kill several groundhogs, but he also killed a pure-blooded ancient beast's descendant in the outer region. His harvest could be said to be great. Anyone who survived the ancient battlefield would be protected. This was another unwritten rule in the lawless, chaotic lands. Therefore, no one would make a move here. After Zheng Feng came out, he shouted to his family members, "Uncle, we have gained a lot this time." Zheng Feng did not care as he led his family members back to his own faction. With his head held high, he was like a general who had returned victorious, enjoying the envious gazes from all around. After the Zheng clan came out, a few other factions came out one after another. From the smiles on their faces, it could be seen that they had gained a lot. All of them have gained a lot. Looks like our family won't be too bad either. The 8 factions all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The brilliance continued to flash. This time, it was the Overlord factions that appeared. Moreover, it was 4 factions that appeared together. The Overlord factions of Wei, Wu, Qian, and Zhou had all appeared together. This shocked many people. Turning to look at the gloomy faces of the leaders, the Elixir Realm Masters of the 4 factions felt their hearts skip a beat. How is this possible? There should be more people who haven't come out. More than 100 people went, but less than 10 came back. Looking at the 8 lonely people under the Stone Order, many people widened their eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief, and let out cries of surprise. When the 5 Overlord factions entered, they had a lot of people. That scene made the other factions envious. But now, only 8 people from the 4 factions appeared. Moreover, these 8 people belonged to the 4 factions, so each faction had 2 people. The 8 of them were very depressed and unwilling. This time, they were the real foils in the depths of the ancient battlefield. All the glory was taken by Zichun. Moreover, the 8 of them only managed to survive. As for their gains, they were not much better than the other factions. The 8 of them walked out of the range of the Stone Order and returned to their own factions. During this time, no one else appeared. It could be seen that there were only 8 of them left. How can this be? The Elixir Realm Masters of the 4 factions were completely dumbfounded. Humph! Wu family's Wu Bo snorted and said unwillingly, "This is nothing. The Shangguan family's people have been wiped out. Even Shangguan Qixiang is dead." Wu Bo's words made the Shangguan family's Elixir Realm Master's expression change instantly. Shangguan Feixiong's heart also skipped a beat, and his face turned pale. Behind him, another Elixir Realm Master's expression was extremely ugly. He turned and left quickly. Wu Bo didn't deliberately suppress his words, and they instantly spread throughout the entire battlefield. This caused many powers to be shocked. The small powers had gained quite a bit, but the large powers had actually been completely annihilated. While they were shocked, they were also somewhat delighted. Wu Bo glanced at the 8 factions and said coldly, "You bunch of old things, don't be too happy. None of the 40 people from your families are still alive. They were all killed by the barbarians." What? The faces of the primal core experts from the 8 major powers who were gloating over their misfortune suddenly changed. Their ruddy faces were completely drained of blood. They had paid a huge price just to enter the ancient battlefield. Now, they were completely annihilated. This result was hard for them to accept. "Young Master Wu, what did you say?" One of the elders asked with a trembling voice. "I said that all of your people were killed by the barbarians. That's all. None of them are alive." Wu Bo snorted again. He then glanced at the Shangguan family and said, "Oh right, the Shangguan family's people were also killed by the barbarians. Even Shangguan Qixiang was killed by the barbarians." Once these words were spoken, it naturally caused an uproar. The barbarians were weak. How could there be such powerful barbarians in the barbarian land that could kill Shangguan Qixiang? However, when some people mentioned the barbarians, they remembered that cold figure from that day. He had said that the barbarian land had once made the entire southern region tremble, and that the barbarian land would rise again in the future. Could it be that the barbarians of this generation had really risen? Just as Wu Bo had said, the passage in the stone token had not been opened for a long time. The hearts of the Danyuan of the 8 major forces suddenly turned cold, and the coldness around them also turned into killing intent as time passed. Just when their killing intent was at its peak, a group of barbarians appeared from the tunnel. Wang Qiong, the monk, Wang Shan, LV Peng, Zhang Haoyan, Wang Xian Shangguan Bingxi, and the rest landed below the stone tablet. This was the first time that so many people had appeared in the sky other than the 4 factions. Everyone's attention was on them. Then, they saw 2 familiar faces in the group. It was the monk from the barbarians and Shangguan Bingxi from the Shangguan family. Just when everyone was wondering if these people were the ones who had massacred the 8 forces, Wu Bo pointed at the group of people and said coldly, "They are the barbarians. They are the ones who killed the Shangguan clan's people and your 8 forces people. Damn barbarians. I want all of you to die." Seeing the monk and the rest, the eyes of the Elixir Realm Masters from the 8 factions turned red. They were furious. Crazy killing intent surged from their bodies and swept towards the barbarians. Then, 8 Elixir Realm Masters rushed out from the 8 factions. Each of them held an elixir weapon and rushed towards the barbarians. Hearing Wu Bo's words, Shangguan Feixiong, who had already lost all hope, suddenly brightened up when he saw Shangguan being among the barbarians. The excitement in his heart was indescribable, but at that moment, he guessed what had happened with his extraordinary intelligence. The barbarians would not attack the Shangguan family for no reason. Moreover, Zichen had a close relationship with Shangguan Yu. Now that he saw his daughter among the barbarians, he immediately guessed that it was the damned Shangguan Feilin who had ordered Shangguan Qixiang to kill his daughter. The barbarians must have killed the Shangguan family to save his daughter. After guessing what had happened, Shangguan Feixiong was furious. However, when he saw that his daughter was fine, his heart was filled with excitement and joy. Therefore, he, who was extremely conflicted, was a little slower in stopping Danyuan from stopping the 8 factions. Therefore, the 8 Elixir Realm Masters and the barbarians started a fierce battle. Immediately after, a series of muffled and earth-shaking explosions reverberated between heaven and earth. Surging and berserk energy spread out from the battlefield in all directions. Blood splattered everywhere. Pieces of flesh and bones were splattered everywhere. A bloody scene appeared on the battlefield as soon as the battle started. The battle that started in an instant was over in the next moment. The bloody stone head was right in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned, and their faces were filled with horror. 4 of the 8 Elixir Realm Masters were killed in an instant. There were no complete corpses. Although the other 4 were still alive, they were all severely injured. This was the shocking result of the 8 Elixir Realm Masters from the 8 factions attacking with their elixir weapons. As for the barbarians, none of them were injured. Chapter 580. Everyone's attention was on the barbarians. They could clearly see the barbarians' attacks. The barbarian wielding the stone sword split a primordial core cultivator in 2 at lightning speed. Blood splattered all over the ground. The tall demonic figure even smashed another primordial core cultivator with a club, leaving nothing behind. As for the other 2 primordial core cultivators, they were hammered to death by the bald monk with 2 punches. Other than that, the last 4 experts who were severely injured were also injured by the 4 barbarians in an instant. One should know that these barbarians were all flying. It was already terrifying if 1 or 2 of them could fight above their level. However, from the combat power displayed by the barbarians, it seemed like all of them could fight above their level. Could it be that the barbarians had really risen? All of the primordial core experts were shocked. How dare you attack us? You are courting death. Just when all of the primordial core experts were still in shock, Zhang Haoyan, who was holding the stone sword, spoke coldly. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Then, the stone sword in his hand turned into a ray of light and flew towards the primordial core experts. A monstrous killing intent swept across the area. The inheritance of killing appeared again. However, it was used to kill 4 severely injured primordial core experts. Obviously, there was no need to hide. Therefore, under the extremely fast sword gleam, The 4 primordial core experts did not even have time to scream before their heads were separated from their bodies and flew up high. Fresh blood spurted out from the headless corpses. The 4 injured primordial core experts died instantly, killing 4 primordial core experts with one sword. Even if they were injured, was enough to prove Zhang Haoyin's strength. The surroundings suddenly became dead silent. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Everyone looked at the cold-looking young man with the stone sword in shock. After a long time, there was a sound of people taking in cold air. Killing primordial core experts so easily. Are they really barbarians? Are they really from the land of barbarians? Barbarians, a land of barbarians that is lacking in resources. Why are the barbarians so strong this time? All the experts were stunned by the quick end of the battle. Their expressions were truly shocked to the extreme. So much so that they did not have any reaction when they saw the monk stooping down to collect the spirit rings of the 8 Dan primary realm experts. The powerful combat power of the barbarians had shocked and intimidated everyone. Watching this scene from afar, Wu Bo's expression changed drastically. However, this was the Bedlam lands, an overlord force, his territory. As the saying goes, in his territory, he is the one who calls the shots. Hence, Wu Bo was only startled for a moment, but did not lose his wits. Therefore, after recovering from his shock, he quickly sent a spiritual thought transmission to the experts beside him. At the same time, Qinliang, Zhou Sun, and Wei Zheng also sent a spiritual thought transmission to their own primal core experts. The content of their voice transmission was naturally related to the harvest from the ancient battlefield. When the group of Origin Dan experts heard this, their eyes instantly widened as disbelief surfaced on their faces, after which their eyes were filled with intense greed. As their expressions changed, they instantly made their choice. Stop! How dare you start a fight here? Don't you know the rules? Immediately, a Dan Origin expert from one of the overlords shouted, You dare to kill people in broad daylight? Do you still have any respect for the overlords? Said the second overlord. Apart from the Shangguan family, the other 4 overlords also spoke out one after another, reprimanding the barbarians. After that, for early primal core, experts also rushed towards Tyrant and the others. Tyrant was bending down to pick up the elixir weapons and spirit rings. He did not pay any attention to the 4 primordial elixir realm masters from the overlords. Instead, it was Wang Shan who glanced at the 4 of them indifferently. He shouted, Are you all blind? Can't you see that we are just defending ourselves? Facing the overlords of the Bedlam lands, Wang Shan did not give them any face. Bastard! How dare you speak to us like this when you know who we are? How dare you break the rules in broad daylight and speak rudely to the overlords? Are you courting death? The 4 primal core experts were enraged. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they rushed towards Wang Shan. Not knowing right from wrong and framing others, King Shur are the overlords. Glancing at Wu Bo and the others, a cold light flashed in Wang Shan's eyes as he shouted at the 4 primal core experts. Courting death. Barbarians, die. The 4 primal core experts were enraged. They emitted a strong aura, ready to attack. Previously, the other party had killed 8 primal core experts in an instant. Now, these 4 primal core experts still dared to attack. Clearly, they thought that these barbarians would not dare to attack in their territory. At this moment, Tyrant had just collected all the pill weapons and spiritual rings. Then, he slowly stood up. As a monk, he clearly had no relationship with the orthodox monk C.I. Bei. At this moment, he frowned and showed extreme dissatisfaction. Then, he attacked. Simple and direct. In a flash of golden light, Tyrant's fist landed on the 4 primal core experts. In an instant, they felt as if a huge mountain had smashed into their heads. Their bodies trembled in the air, and then they vomited blood and flew back. 1 against 4, Tyrant won. He ended the battle quickly. On account of the fact that you are the overlords, I will let you off for being unreasonable. But if there is a next time, I will kill you without mercy, Tyrant said viciously. His voice was very cold. Around them, the experts from the other forces were all dumbfounded. Daring to scold the primal core experts of the overlords, daring to attack the primal core experts of the overlords, and even daring to threaten them after the incident. While they were dumbfounded, they also felt a sense of confusion. Were they really barbarians who came from a barbarian land with no power, influence, resources, or powerful inheritance? Why were they so unscrupulous? It was as if they had a super force behind them. The experts from the other forces were confused, but the experts from the four overlords were furious. In an instant, a few mid-stage primal core experts in the lead appeared. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they suppressed the barbarians. "Stop! What are you doing?" Shangguan Feixiong finally reacted in time. Before they could attack, he stopped the four mid-stage primal core experts. "Shangguan Feixiong, what do you think we are doing? Didn't you hear what these barbarians said?" "Shangguan Feixiong, get out of the way. This is between us and the barbarians." The four mid-stage primal core experts stared at Shangguan Feixiong coldly. They are the ones who went overboard in this matter. The great primal core experts actually disregarded the rules of this place and attacked a few U-Sky experts. These 8 forces all deserve to die. "What now? Are you guys going to bully the weak?" Shangguan Feixiong asked coldly. Beside him, Shangguan Bingshi had already briefly explained the ultimate goal of the 4 forces. Daring to attack and threaten the overlords? Shangguan Feixiong, this is no longer a matter of bullying the weak. This concerns the face of the overlords. One of the mid-stage primal core experts said coldly, "Get out of the way. Today, I will show these ignorant barbarians what an overlord is." Shangguan Feixiong, for the sake of the overlord's dignity, you should join me to fight against these ignorant barbarians. The few primal core experts did not give up, and killing intent surged around them. Not far away, Wu Bo and the rest sneered at Wang Shan's group. "Humph! Weren't you guys strong in the ancient battlefield? Now that you are in our territory, show me how strong you can be. You 4 idiots who kneel down and lick the demon race's boots. I really regret not killing you guys in the ancient battlefield back then. Damn it! What the hell are you guys? Seeing the demon race from the wasteland in the ancient battlefield, you guys are like grandsons meeting their grandfathers. You guys don't even care about your face. Today, you guys are acting like wolves." Wang Shan glanced at the 4 coldly. He did not hide the anger in his heart as he scolded. Suddenly, the 4 demonic geniuses' faces turned green as they scolded Wang Shan for talking nonsense. "Damn it! You guys know best if you guys are shameless or not. Why do you need me to talk nonsense?" Wang Shan scolded again. Every time he opened his mouth, it was filled with curses. Everyone was speechless towards Wang Shan. On the other hand, the 4 overlord forces were fuming with anger. "Our Shangguan clan is indebted to them. If you guys attack them, it is the same as attacking our Shangguan clan." Helplessly, Shangguan Feixiong could only threaten them with the name of the Shangguan clan to protect them. When the 4 heard this, their faces changed as they stared at Shangguan Feixiong. "Shangguan Feixiong, are you really going to protect them? Our Shangguan clan is indebted to them. Even if we have to use all our resources, our Shangguan clan will protect them." Shangguan Feixiong said firmly. "Indebted to them? Killing all the people from the Shangguan clan in the ancient battlefield? I wonder where this debt came from. Our Shangguan clan will protect them with all our resources." "Shangguan Feixiong, who gave you the right to boast like that?" At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the horizon. Immediately after, powerful auras appeared from the horizon. It was the people from the Shangguan clan. The one leading them was the current clan master of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Feilin. Shangguan Feilin wore a luxurious purple-gold robe. His handsome face turned gloomy after hearing about Shangguan Qixiang's death. Behind him, there were 4 primordial core realm experts. Each of them was emitting powerful auras at the mid-primordial core realm. In addition, there were many early primordial core realm experts. Shangguan Feilin. Shangguan Feixiong turned around and saw Shangguan Feilin. His eyes were burning with anger, and he did not hide his murderous intent at all. "How dare you? Not only did you not call me clan master, you even forgot to call me elder brother," Shangguan Feilin said coldly. Before Shangguan Feixiong could say anything, Shangguan Feilin glanced at the barbarians and said coldly, "People of the Shangguan clan, listen up. As the clan master, I order you to take down these barbarians who dare to attack the Shangguan clan." When the group of Shangguan family experts heard this, they shouted, "Yes," and immediately attacked. "Stop! Let me see who dares to move." Shangguan Feixiong gave up on scolding Shangguan Feilin and shouted at the primordial core realm experts. However, other than a few people who were slightly stunned, the rest of the primordial core realm experts rushed toward the barbarians without hesitation. "All of you stop! I killed Shangguan Qixiang, and the thing you want is also with me." All of a sudden, an indifferent voice sounded out. "P.S. I apologize to everyone for the unstable updates. Now, every chapter is edited and released on the spot. I would like to give you a punctual update time so that you can read it when the time is right, but I can't give you a specific time without a draft. When I have a draft, even if there are only 2 chapters, I will update you on time." Chapter 581. Under the Stone Order, Zichen, who was ready to fight against the rules, had appeared for a long time. However, Tyrant and the others were too powerful and attracted everyone's attention. As a result, the real main character was ignored. Fortunately, Zichen spoke at the crucial moment and successfully attracted everyone's attention. The group of Elixir Realm experts did not listen to Shangguan Feixiong. Instead, they stopped after hearing Zichen's calm words. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen instantly. Then, many experts' expressions changed. This was because many of the people present knew Zichen or had seen him before. Zichen's great reputation had already been known by many forces before he had even entered the ancient battlefield. The barbarian Zichen. This was a name that made many forces feel humiliated. "I killed that bastard Shangguan Qixiang with my own hands," Zichen said calmly as he glanced at Shangguan Feilin. Then, he looked at the 4 overlords again and said calmly, "Aren't you acting all righteous just for the ancient beast corpses? I have all the rewards this time." Then, his gaze fell on the 8 forces, and a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "As for the trash Zephyr that you sent out, they were all slaughtered by me." His calm expression and calm words brought about an unimaginable shock. Everyone's mind was shaken, and their faces were filled with disbelief. His frankness made Zichen, who was already the center of attention, become the focus of attention in an instant. There were other experts on the 8 forces side. When they saw Zichen and heard Zichen's words, their eyes were burning with anger and killing intent surged around them. As for the 4 overlords, the expressions of the Elixir Realm experts kept changing. At the same time, they were communicating with Wu Bo and the others through telepathy. Obviously, they were verifying the credibility of Zichen's words. The facts proved that as the leader of the barbarians, it was very likely that Lin Fan had all the rewards. Seeing that his son's murderer was right in front of him, the corners of Shangguan Feilin's mouth twitched with anger. He wished he could swallow Zichen whole, chew him into pieces, and swallow him whole. The primal core experts of the Shangguan family all looked at Shangguan Feilin. Obviously, they were listening to his orders and arrangements. "Bring him here." Shangguan Feilin gritted his teeth. "Do it. Kill." At the same time, the 4 overlords and the 8 cardinal forces also issued orders. Therefore, after giving the order, more than a dozen primordial Dan experts rushed towards Zichen. From the moment Zichen had appeared until now, he had not moved at all. Even when he was facing the attack of a group of experts, he did not move at all. Even the energy in his body did not surge. He just stood there like a mortal. In the eyes of the crowd, Zichen, who remained motionless and calm, was obviously too arrogant. He was courting death. Thus, the group of Dan Origin Realm experts rushed forward, preparing to kill Zichen in close combat. Buzz. His Gene Dan essence rushed up. The attack was close at hand. Zichen still did not move, but the stone medallions above him moved. The 5 stone medallions trembled in an instant. The simple and unadorned stone medallions flashed with brilliance. Then, they emitted rays of light, forming a large net of light in the air and falling from the sky. The light that appeared on the stone tokens was naturally the rules of the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the net formed by the stone tokens fell, which was equivalent to the power of rules falling. Swoosh, swoosh. Like a sharp blade, All the primordial Dan experts who were enveloped by the net of rules were instantly cut open. As blood splattered, neat and smooth cuts appeared in front of the crowd. As for their spiritual thoughts, they were instantly destroyed by the rules. Red blood instantly covered the ground. The bodies that had been cut into pieces also spilled on the ground. Zichun still did not move. Even his expression did not change. However, the primordial Dan experts who were lucky enough to stay outside of the net looked at Zichun as if they had seen a ghost. In their eyes, the net formed by the stone tokens should have been controlled by Zichun. Controlling the stone tokens to fight shocked the crowd. It was far more shocking than Zhang Haoyin, the monk, and the others. Moreover, nearly 10 of the primordial Dan experts were killed in an instant. Such a terrifying number of casualties was extremely shocking. Seeing the scattered corpses on the ground, the expressions of the 5 overlords instantly changed. That was because the stone tokens that were supposed to be collected by them had suddenly lost control at this moment. Compared to Zichun, the stone tokens were obviously more important. Therefore, the experts of the 5 overlords all looked at Zichun, asking him what he was doing to control the stone tokens. "I want the stone tokens." Zichun gazed at the 5 overlords and a mocking smile appeared on his face as he said, "If you still want the stone order, then let my friends leave first." Zichun's words were a threat. However, the stone tokens were too important. They naturally could not lose them. Therefore, they did not even hesitate for a second and nodded in agreement. "You can leave." Zichun looked at the monk and the others and said calmly. During this period, he still did not move. In the sky, ever since the stone tokens shone, the light had not been retracted. Moreover, there were still streaks of rules descending and circling around Zichun. "Let's go." The group of people took one last look at Zichun and then turned to leave. Wang Xian's eyes were red, but she did not want to cry. After taking one last look at Zichun, she left. This one last look might be an eternal farewell. This was because they knew that Zichun's fight against the rules had just begun. Other than Shangwan Bingxi, Wang Qiong and the others all left. Many people's eyes flashed and had different thoughts in their hearts. However, after looking at Zichun and thinking about the barbarians, they finally gave up on chasing after them. "They have left. You should return the stone tokens." A Dan origin realm expert from one of the overlords asked coldly. Zichun smiled faintly and said, "Let's wait for a while. There's no hurry." Another long time passed. This period of time was enough for the barbarians to run 100,000 miles away. The stone tokens were too important. The patience of the overlords was finally worn out. One of the Dan origin realm experts shouted coldly at Zichun. "Zichun, quickly hand over the stone tokens." Zichun's calm expression had a tinge of sarcasm. He then asked, "Can't you see that I'm not the one controlling the stone tokens? It's the stone tokens that are trapping me." Zichun's question made everyone speechless. When they took a closer look at the light and saw it clearly, they did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, the light from the stone medallion kept circling around Zichun. However, after seeing it clearly, they knew that the light wasn't protecting Zichun. It was more like it was probing his body. As for the Dan origin realm expert who was killed by the light, it was because he accidentally entered the range of the light. He was clearly restrained by the stone tokens, but he still dared to use it to threaten others, save his friends, and play with the overlords. While everyone was speechless, they also admired Zichun's courage and meticulousness. At the same time, they were also very puzzled. Why did the stone tokens only restrain Zichun and even circle around him to probe him? Could it be that there was something special on him? However, it was a pity that no one could answer this question. Strands of rule power probed around Zichun, but after failing to find anything, they seemed to be extremely unwilling to give up. The light around Shirling's body flashed again, and then even more rule power fell. These rule power were densely packed, like thousands of threads, and filled the area where Zichun was. However, there was no destructive power in them, and they seemed to be purely probing for rule power before landing on Zichun's body. At this moment, Zichun felt like he was being spied on, and it was from all directions. This was even scarier than being naked, because his soul was also exposed. These power of the rules were probing from all directions, from every drop of blood to every bone in his body. Zichen's forehead was already covered in sweat. This was caused by nervousness. Obviously, he did not expect the stone tokens to be so difficult to deal with. Around them, the curiosity in the eyes of the crowd was even stronger. What was the stone tokens trying to find on Zichen's body? The moment the stone tokens came into contact with the thunder element in Zichen's body, the stone tokens in Zichen's heart, the stone tokens immediately retreated and came to an end. However, before Zichen could heave a sigh of relief, the law that had finished probing his body entered Zichen's soul and discovered the purple gold gourd. Buzz. With a tremor, the power of the rules forcibly pulled out the purple gold gourd from Zichen's sea of consciousness. This scene caused Zichen's heart to jump to his throat. After being refined again, the purple gold gourd had become simple and unadorned. It was like an ordinary object in the sea of consciousness, but it was still forcibly pulled out. However, just as the power of the rules was about to probe the purple gold gourd, the simple and unadorned purple gold gourd suddenly flashed with a bright purple gold light. The bright purple gold runes flowed on the surface of its body, and a mysterious and powerful aura emerged from the purple gold gourd. Without Zichen's control, the purple gold gourd was actually resisting the probing power of the rules on its own. Such a strange scene not only stunned Zichen, but also the people around them. They did not expect that the stone tokens would actually find something on Zichen's body. Then, their eyes became eager. Obviously, the thing that the stone tokens were looking for was the purple gold gourd. Something that the stone tokens were interested in was naturally not ordinary. For a time, many people were greedy. Buzz. The purple gold gourd kept trembling, releasing a mysterious and powerful aura, constantly urging the runes on its surface to prevent the power of the rules from invading. In midair, the stone tokens kept glowing, and more power of the rules emerged, forming thousands of rays of light that tried to break through the defense of the purple gold gourd. For a time, the two kinds of energy were in a stalemate, touching, and silently confronting each other. Around them, the people did not know what was going on and did not dare to breathe loudly. As the stone tokens emitted more and more destructive rays of light, they had to retreat far away. Chapter 582. The purple gold gourd defended itself like an iron wall. It was impregnable, like a purple gold lump. There were no flaws on its body. Shirling was not to be outdone. As it trembled continuously, the power of the rules fell. It represented the strongest destruction rules of the ancient battlefield and slashed the purple gold gourd. This was a silent confrontation, but the energy contained in it was unimaginably powerful. If it was in the ancient battlefield, even a group of ancient beasts would die in an instant. Unfortunately, the purple gold gourd was not a product of the ancient battlefield and was not controlled by this rule. Hence, when the strongest destruction rules fell on it, its power was greatly reduced. Cold sweat kept falling from Zichen's forehead. Obviously, he was extremely nervous. This was a matter of life and death. Once Shirlington found out that there was an existence that violated the rules in the purple gold gourd, the strongest destructive force would land on him in the next moment. Although he wasn't a product of the ancient world and the power of the rules would be discounted when it landed on him, there was no mistake that he would instantly die under the power of the rules. In the purple gold gourd, Old Tortoise and Spirit Devouring Rat were extremely nervous when they saw that the purple gold runes in the internal space were flowing faster, and there were rumbling thunders coming from the purple gold gourd from time to time. The supreme beast Longhu was also surrounded by the power of the rules. It was ready to let the power of the rules rush up to block the gap in the purple gold gourd and confuse Shirling at any time. However, judging from the current situation, Shirling was obviously not that easy to confuse. Time passed by minute. The group of experts in the distance held their breaths and watched the silent confrontation quietly. A quarter of an hour passed. The silent confrontation continued and became more intense. Some energy fluctuations were faintly surging. Zichen was so nervous that he broke out in cold sweat. Once the energy fluctuations surged with hostility towards Zichen would definitely die. In the distance, the other experts retreated again. The power of the rules was not hostile towards Zichen, but it was hostile towards them. Half an hour passed, then half an hour passed. The silent battle finally came to an end after an hour. The final result was that the purple gold gourd had won. The power of the natural order was completely retracted and surged into the stone order. The 5 stone orders that were protecting the sky also disintegrated in an instant. Then, they flew towards the 5 overlords. The strange change in the stone token was a major event in the Bedlam lands. Therefore, the 5 overlords had already sent out late primal core experts. When the stone token flew back, it fell into their hands. The silent confrontation ended. Zichun, who had fought against the rules, was finally victorious. He heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if a huge mountain had been lifted from his chest. He sat down on the ground and felt completely exhausted. There was not a trace of strength left in his body. Previously, when he stood motionless for an hour, it was as if he had been in a fierce battle for several days and nights. The purple gold gourd fell from the sky and became simple and unadorned again. It was stored in Zichen's sea of consciousness. In the sky, the passageway slowly recovered after the stone order left. At this moment, the ancient battlefield that only opened once every 1,000 years was closed. The next time it opened would be another 1,000 years. With the stone order back in place, the crisis was resolved. The overlords no longer had any scruples. In an instant, a crazy killing intent swept towards Zichun. Killing intent was everywhere. It was densely packed and filled the sky. Whether it was those who had a grudge against Zichun or those who did not, they released their crazy killing intent without any scruples. They released their killing intent for a reason. Some wanted to avenge their sons. Some wanted to avenge their clansmen. Some wanted to avenge the ancient beasts' corpses. And some wanted the purple gold gourd that had fought against the stone order. They all had different reasons, but they all had the same goal, which was to kill Zichun. Therefore, everyone released their killing intent towards Zichun. At this moment, it was as if Zichun had provoked the wrath of the entire world. Sensing the dense killing intent, Shangguan Feixiong was furious. He clearly could not stand it anymore and wanted to stand up for Zichun. He was the only one who was willing to stand up for Zichun. However, he was stopped by Shangguan Bingshi. She then whispered to her father, "Father, there is nothing for us to do here. We should leave. Let's go." Shangguan Feixiong's eyes widened when he heard that. He then turned around and criticized Shangguan Bingshi. "There are so many enemies who want to kill Zichun. How can we leave? Moreover, he saved you. We cannot be ungrateful." Enemies. Shangguan Bingshi swept his gaze over the people who were emitting killing intent, and his eyes suddenly turned cold as he said, "These people are not Zichun's enemies, and they are not worthy of being Zichun's enemies, because they will soon be dead." Right then, everyone's attention was focused on Zichun. Naturally, no one cared about the two from the Shangguan clan. Therefore, no one listened to their conversation. Even if they did, they would only laugh coldly. He was only at the mid-stage of the Zephyr realm. How could he kill more than 100 core realm warriors? What? Shangguan Feixiong, who knew that his daughter rarely joked, was shocked. Even if they don't all die, most of them will die. Let's go. Zichun can take care of this. There were so many powerful warriors here. They could even attack a powerful force. Shangguan Feixiong did not believe that Zichun could kill more than half of them by himself. However, he still listened to his daughter. He turned around and looked at Zichun. Then, he saw something that made him speechless. He saw Zichun, who was facing so many killing intents, pick up the spirit rings of the dead core realm warriors on the ground calmly. Although Shangguan Feixiong had no idea where Zichun's confidence came from, he had to believe that Zichun would have a way to deal with so many powerful experts. Afterward, Shangguan Feixiong did not hesitate anymore. He took a few of his trusted subordinates and followed Shangguan Bingshi back to the Shangguan clan. As soon as they left, a group of powerful warriors surrounded Zichun. They surrounded Zichun until not even a drop of water could get through. Naturally, the overlords were at the front. They looked down at Zichun with murderous intents. One of them yelled, "Zichun, let's see where you can run to today." Zichun took all the spirit rings. Then, he stood up and said regretfully, "What a pity. The elixir weapon is broken. It's useless now." The group of powerful warriors was furious. How dare he ignore them when he was surrounded like this? Therefore, many of them yelled again. Only then did Zichen look at them. His expression was calm, and there was a faint smile on his face. Run? Why should I run? Humph. You can't run even if you want to. Shangguan Feilin snorted. As the head of the Shangguan clan, he had a noble status. Even though every inch of land around Zichen was worth gold, he still had to leave an empty space in front of him. Shangguan Qixiang's death made him not care about his status as the head of the Shangguan clan. He said coldly, "Even if I die, I'll torture you to death." Zichen looked at Shangguan Feilin and said indifferently, "You're that scumbag young Master Xiang's father, right? Brother Feilin, are you sure you want to go against me?" As soon as Zichen finished speaking, Shangguan Feilin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The people of the Shangguan clan were even more furious. They wanted nothing more than to tear Zichen apart on the spot. The others also had a strange look on their faces. They thought that this guy really couldn't see the situation clearly. At this moment, he should be kneeling down and begging for mercy. Instead, he called Shangguan Qixiang a scum and then called his father a brother. Everyone was speechless. "Are you in a hurry to die? I won't let you die so easily." Even the well-mannered Shangguan Feilin's face twisted when he heard Zichen's words. However, he resisted the urge to slap Zichen to death. "Die? I'm still alive and well. Brother Feilin, why would I want to die?" Zichen looked at Shangguan Feilin and asked curiously. Shangguan Feilin was naturally happy to hear the same title, Brother Feilin, from other people. However, when it came from Zichen, he felt a chill run down his spine. For a long time, he couldn't help but tremble with anger whenever he heard the title. Seeing that Shangguan Feilin was silent for a long time, Zichen looked at the other overlords and asked, "Brother overlords, could it be that you want to kill me as well? Are you sure you want to oppose me?" "Idiot brat, who do you think you are? We can kill you with a single finger. Killing you is as easy as swatting a fly. Do we need to think about it?" Raged one of the overlords. They were all at the core devil realm, and even the youngest of them had lived for hundreds of years. Although age was never a factor in the martial heaven continent, for them to be called brother by a brat was an immense insult. "Idiot brat, we're going to kill you today. Furthermore, we're going to tear you to pieces and take everything from you. Furthermore, we're going to capture your friends and kill them all." Another old Dan origin core cultivator with a grizzled beard was so angry that his body trembled, and his speech became incoherent. They were clearly infuriated and wanted to kill Zichen. However, with Shangguan Feilin here, they had killed his son. They had to give him some face. "Capture him first," said Shangguan Feilin indifferently. "Wait." Before the others could say no, Zichen suddenly shouted. Then, he put away his joking expression and said seriously, "All the forces in Chaos City, big and small, had better think it through. From today onwards, you will oppose me, Zichen. We will not rest until one of us is dead." "Idiot brat, there's no need for us to consider this. Killing you is just a matter of minutes. A mere barbarian can kill you as easily as killing an ant. Why do we need to consider this?" Everyone was finally enraged, so they all opened their mouths. In an instant, Zichen was drowned in a sea of reprimands. "All right, then I have one last question. Can you all let me live today?" asked Zichen. However, looking at the group of red-eyed experts who were about to open their mouths and curse, it was obvious that this was a stupid question. Chapter 583. Zichen pointed to the sky and said coldly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Such a serious expression was completely different from before. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked up. Above everyone's head, the sky was blue and cloudless. The sun was shining brightly. There was no one, no beast, and nothing unusual. They were fooled again. All the experts were furious. Sorry, it was a mistake. A mistake." Zichen quickly smiled apologetically and said, "Next time will be fine. Next time will be fine." Thus, he became serious again. His aura surged around him, and his face became gloomy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He shouted, "Everyone, look at the sky again." After being played like monkeys one after another, the experts were so angry that their noses were about to become crooked, and they wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, looking at Zichen's serious expression, they all had the impulse to disregard their status and curse. Obviously, at this moment, no fool would believe Zichen. No one raised their head to look at the sky. They were all surging with murderous intent. The group of elders was even glaring at him. Therefore, no one noticed that the clear blue sky had suddenly turned silver. Streaks of dazzling silver light filled the entire world. Look above. Why don't you believe me? Zichen pointed to the sky and said loudly, Thunder, fall? Who the F***CK would believe you? You idiot, do you think we're monkeys? I can't take it anymore. This is too infuriating. I have to beat him up first. The expert's patience finally reached its limit. After being fooled by Zichen again, they finally exploded and began to swear. Boom! The sky shook and silver light flashed. A silver light suddenly fell on Zichen. It was a thunderbolt. It was very powerful and directly exploded on Zichen's head. The power of the thunderbolt raged on Zichen's body. Then, in the sky, a boundless heavenly might appeared. This boundless heavenly might wreaked havoc, enveloping everyone in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change in the sky. Raising their heads, they saw a large patch of silver light appearing in the sky. At the same time, terrifying bolts of lightning descended from the sky. There were many primordial core cultivators present, and many of them had personally experienced the heavenly thunder tribulations. The moment they saw the silver light above their heads, they recognized what it was, and their expressions changed drastically. The heavenly thunder tribulation represented a cultivator's defiance of the heavens and earth. The heavens and earth did not approve of it, so it sent down a destructive thunder tribulation. This was the thunder tribulation. It was also a great tribulation on the path of cultivation. No one knew how many fully prepared cultivators at the peak of spiritual origin had died under the thunder tribulation. At this moment, the lightning tribulation appeared again. It instantly sensed the aura of the human cultivators below, so the range of the lightning tribulation expanded again, and the vast lightning might became even more terrifying. Damn it, he actually attracted the heavenly lightning tribulation. When the heavenly lightning tribulation appears, everyone will have to face it. Damned barbarians, how could they be so insidious? The group of cultivators was shocked and roared. Among them, there were many who flew up to join in the fun. With a look of despair, they turned around and fled. The lightning tribulation had already appeared. Even if they killed Zichen now, they would still have to face the tribulation. Therefore, escaping at this moment was the best choice. They wanted to get as far away from Zichen as possible and hide in a deserted place to face the tribulation. Zichen was right in front of them. The primordial core cultivators of the overlords made a prompt decision to kill Zichen. If they killed Zichen, although the lightning tribulation would still exist, it would not appear continuously. They could still avoid this tribulation. But before their attacks landed, they saw a defensive light shield appear on Zichen's body. It was a black light shield, but its defense was surprisingly strong. More than 10 primordial core cultivators' powerful attacks landed on it, but they did not shatter. Then, the heavenly lightning wings on Zichen's back opened, flashing with bright silver light. The strength of the peak of the mid-level Zephyr realm was fully displayed. He began to face the tribulation, but before that, he turned into a silver light first. Using the defense of the black light shield, he broke through the impenetrable formation and soared into the sky, above everyone's head. Boom! As Zichen released his aura, the lightning tribulation above his head became even more powerful. Bolts of silver lightning fell from the sky like chains. In the blink of an eye, the place became a sea of lightning. The world was silver-white. Rolling thunder reverberated in the sky. Endless lightning fell from above, releasing terrifying lightning tribulation. There were many cultivators here. According to the number of lightning tribulation each person had to face, there were hundreds of lightning tribulation, close to thousands of lightning tribulation. Amidst the vast and mighty thunder, shrill screams resounded in the heavens and earth. Lightning surged and blood rained down. Some cultivators couldn't even withstand the first bolt of heavenly lightning and died in the thunder tribulation. Boom! In the sky, the silver light was even more dazzling. Thousands of lightning bolts fell, causing the world to tremble. Below, the cultivators who had been surging with killing intent earlier were now filled with horror and despair. They frantically fled in all directions. However, in the process of fleeing, there were cultivators who died under the heavenly lightning from time to time. Their charred bodies fell from the sky. Humph! Zichun stood in the air and looked down with his cold eyes. The heavenly lightning wings on his back kept flapping. When he blocked the lightning tribulation, he would also look around. When he sensed that someone was about to escape from the lightning tribulation, he would turn into a silver light and chase after them. After staying in the ancient battlefield for more than a year, Zichen's strength had already reached the peak of the mid-level Zephyr realm. He was only one lightning tribulation away from the late-stage Zephyr realm. He had foreseen this scene before him, so the lightning tribulation this time was purposely prepared for everyone. As for the old tortoise and Longhu, Zichun did not want them to be exposed for now. Cries of agony, roars, and claps of thunder echoed in the lightning ocean. The cultivators fell to the lightning tribulation in despair. The place turned into a living hell in the blink of an eye. Barbarian, are you trying to kill everyone? You're so cruel. Goddamned barbarian. We swear that we'll never forgive you from now on. Vicious and merciless barbarian. You're so cruel. Be careful that you don't die a good death. As time passed, the lightning ocean had completely filled the place. From afar, it looked like a lightning domain with terrifying lightning. Curses and curses were echoing in the lightning domain too. Zichen's eyes flickered and his expression was cold. He glanced down at the place, trying his best not to let anyone live. Meanwhile, a blood-red broken spear appeared in his hand. He dove down and was ready to attack. Puff. Following a soft sound, the broken spear had already penetrated the back of a core realm cultivator from a formidable faction. The latter was blocking the lightning tribulation and did not expect someone to attack him from behind. Following a sharp pain in his chest, he saw a blood-red spear sticking out of his chest. Amidst the shock, the other party's eyes slowly lost focus. Blood splattered. Zichun pulled out the spear with force. Ignoring the core realm cultivator who had lost his vitality, he rushed toward the second core realm cultivator. Zichun's target was very clear. He wanted to kill the core realm cultivators of the 8 forces and the 5 overlords. These were the forces who had a direct grudge with him, so he had to kill them first. Especially the 8 forces, they had almost killed Zichen's friends in the ancient battlefield. This had already crossed Zichen's bottom line. Therefore, at this moment, they had become Zichen's first targets. As the heavenly thunder wings flapped, Zichun relied on his teleportation-like speed to move among the core realm cultivators. The cold broken spear kept stabbing. Puff. These core realm cultivators were using all their strength to block the lightning tribulation. Zichen's arrival with the broken spear was completely unexpected, so he could almost succeed every time. As for the core realm cultivators who could barely fight against Zichun, under the dual attacks of the lightning tribulation and Zichun, their bodies were either pierced by the broken spear or turned into charcoal by the lightning tribulation. When Zichun pulled the blood-red broken spear out of the core realm cultivator's chest again, more than half of the core realm cultivators from the 8 forces had died. Zichun was like a grim reaper wandering in a sea of lightning. Wherever he passed, the core realm cultivators were all killed. Everyone was completely scared out of their wits. At this moment, they could only run for their lives. As for the remaining core realm cultivators of the 8 forces, they did not even dare to say a word. They turned and ran. However, under Zichen's teleportation-like speed, no one could escape successfully. After a few more breaths, the remaining core realm cultivators of the 8 forces also fell one after another. In the end, all the core realm cultivators of the 8 forces who came this time were killed. After slaughtering the 8 forces, Zichen's gaze fell on the 5 overlords. They were together with the late-stage core realm cultivators of their families, resisting the lightning tribulation while fleeing in the direction of Chaos City. "Where do you think you're going?" Zichen shouted. He flashed forward, the broken spear in his hand emitting a monstrous killing intent. He rushed toward the Wu family cultivator who was closest to him. Not good, he's coming. Hurry up and kill him. Wu Bo, who was panicking, shouted in fear when he saw Zichun rushing toward them. Die, brat! A cold light flashed in the eyes of the late-stage core realm cultivator of the Wu family. After shattering the lightning tribulation, he formed a sword with 2 fingers and slashed at Zichun. Puff! A sharp and terrifying sword light instantly appeared in front of Zichun. Then, it directly cut Zichun in 2. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. It was normal for the opponent to be able to kill Zichun in 1 strike. Unfortunately, Zichun, who was cut in 2, did not shed a single drop of blood. When he was cut in 2, he had already turned into energy and dissipated. Not good, a clone. The expression of the late Dan Yuan expert changed drastically as he cursed in his heart. A smile had just appeared on Wu Bo's face when he felt a monstrous killing intent behind him in the next moment. However, before he could react in time, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his heart. Puff! Zichun's figure appeared behind Wu Bo. The broken spear in his hand pierced deeply into Wu Bo's back. At the same time, a destructive energy passed through the broken spear and entered Wu Bo's body. You're worse than scum. Living is a waste of resources. Before he died, Wu Bo heard Zichun's cold evaluation of him. Then, the surging energy destroyed his life force. Wu Bo died, and his body fell from the sky. As for Zichun, he had already dodged and appeared in front of another core realm cultivator. Clang! Clang! Chapter 584. In just a few breaths, Zichun had killed 2 people from the overlords. One was an early primal core cultivator, and the other was a flying freak who represented his family. In the surging sea of lightning, all the cultivators were shocked. Zichun had killed all the primal core cultivators from the 8 major powers, leaving none alive. His actions had already shocked them greatly. Obviously, he was going to fight to the death with the 8 major powers. But in the next moment, Zichun pointed his spear at the overlords and killed 2 people in an instant. This was a historical moment. It meant that Zichun had begun to challenge the overlords. This was the first time the overlords had been provoked since they took control of Chaos City. Strictly speaking, it was by a barbarian. You, the late primal core cultivator from the Wu clan, said coldly. The other primal core cultivators beside him were also furious. They were the overlords, the true rulers of the Bedlam land. Normally, the Bedlam land would tremble with the stomp of their feet. But today, as an overlord, someone dared to kill one of their people, and the other party was a barbarian. This was the most direct and naked provocation. It was also a declaration of war against the overlords. You are making an enemy out of the overlords, said the middle-stage primal core cultivator from the Wu clan with a gloomy expression after hearing Wu Bo's words. From the moment you were greedy, we were already enemies. In the endless sea of lightning, Zichun's cold voice sounded. Then, a blood-red broken spear broke through the lightning and pierced the chest of a primal core cultivator. There was a soft sound, and blood splattered. Another Wu clan cultivator had died. You are provoking the overlords. Damn barbarian. Your stupid decision will not only harm yourself, but also the entire Bedlam land. Looking at the dead primal core cultivator, the Wu clan cultivator said angrily, one day, we will lead an army and trample over the Bedlam land. Humph, is that a threat? Zichun snorted coldly in the sea of lightning. Then, his body flashed to the side like a ghost. At the place where he had been standing, an energy sword tore through the void. This attack was from a late primal core cultivator. You're threatening us, you foolish barbarians. That's the truth, the expert from the Wu clan said angrily. Your so-called truth, in my opinion, is just a meaningless threat. As for you all, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. With these cold words, Zichun, who had the heavenly thunder wings, once again flashed in front of a Dan primordial cultivator. The broken spear in his hand instantly pierced forward. Clang. Clanging sounds rang out. Zichun was met with a counterattack from a Jindan cultivator. However, his opponent only lasted for a few breaths of time before his body was drowned by the sea of lightning. Then, he let out a shrill scream. The Wu family had several primal core experts. However, after Zichen's continuous attacks, only two of them were left. One was a late-stage primal core expert, while the other was a mid-stage primal core expert. These were two powerful existences. Even with the help of the heavenly thunder tribulation, Zichen could not kill them in a short period of time. Moreover, Zichen himself was undergoing the tribulation. Therefore, Zichen took advantage of the fact that the thunder might wasn't too strong. The heavenly lightning wings on his back flapped as he transformed into a silver light and charged towards the other overlord forces. He had to finish off all the people he could kill within the limited time. Zichen's attacks were decisive and merciless. The broken spear in his hand pierced forward continuously. Large amounts of blood splattered. Chun Liang of the Chen family fell into a pool of blood. The other Chen family primal core experts also fell one after another. Just like the Wu family, Zichen, who had the heavenly thunder wings, displayed his true extreme speed. Whoever the broken spear pointed at would be killed. Even late-stage primal core experts could not protect them. The Chen family followed in the footsteps of the Wu family. The experts that came from the family this time were all killed by Zichen. Only two of them were left. Because he had to chase after the people from the overlord forces, Zichen could not take care of everyone. In the distance, many experts had already rushed out of the Sea of Thunder. Their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Seeing Zichen crazily chasing after the people from the overlord forces, they all thought that Zichen had gone crazy. Zichen was just a barbarian. He actually dared to provoke the 5 overlord forces. This was a death wish. Not to mention that he was only in the flight realm. Even if he gathered all the forces in the barbarian land, they would not be enough to be trampled by one overlord force. It was just a momentary pleasure. Not only did he hurt himself, but he also implicated the entire barbarian land. From now on, there will be no more barbarians. In the past 10,000 years, no one had survived after offending the overlord forces. In the eyes of all the cultivators, Zichen was already a dead man. Moreover, in order to protect the dignity of the overlord forces, not only did Zichen have to die, but even the barbarian land would be unlucky. It might even cease to exist under the wrath of the overlord forces. After they rushed out of the Sea of Thunder, they did not stay for long. Instead, they flew into the distance. This was because there were still silver heavenly thunders above their heads. The third overlord force that Zichen killed was the Shangguan clan. These nascent core experts were all under the leadership of Shangguan Feilin. They were not on the same side as Shangguan Feixiong. Therefore, Zichen did not have any scruples and started to kill crazily. One after another, nascent core experts fell under Zichen's feet. During this time, Zichen also tried to attack Shangguan Feilin. If he could kill the current leader of the Shangguan clan here, it would cause a sensation. Unfortunately, as the leader of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Feilin was not only powerful, but he also had many good things on him. When he tried to get close to him, he was almost cut in half by the powerful weapon in Shangguan Feilin's hand. Zichen knew that he had been too careless. He was too pleased with himself and retreated. However, after he killed all the early-stage nascent core experts of the Shangguan clan, he did not retreat immediately. Instead, he stayed close to them to undergo the Thunder Tribulation. Zichen's Thunder Tribulation was not very strong at the moment. However, the Thunder Tribulations of the Shangguan clan experts who were not far from him were very scary. As the heavenly thunders fell, several mid-stage nascent core experts could not help but vomit blood. Barbarian, the Shangguan clan will not let you go. The experts of the Shangguan clan were all flustered and exasperated. Zichen was too fast. Almost no one could catch up with him. During this time, the late-stage nascent core experts tried to attack him many times, but he easily dodged them. After that, Zichen approached them again, trying to make the Thunder Tribulation more violent. Puff. While blocking the heavenly thunders, Shangguan Feilin could not help but vomit blood. His face was pale. He could not wait to kill Zichen immediately. The Thunder Tribulation was too terrifying. It was so loud that it naturally spread to Chaos City, alarming the cultivators there. Soon, figures flew over from the horizon. When they saw the scene in front of them, their expressions changed drastically. That's someone from an overlord force. Oh my god. Someone is chasing after the experts of an overlord force. That's the head of the Shangguan clan. He is also vomiting blood. Beside him is Yukong. Seeing this scene, the cultivators were instantly dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. Many of them even rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. However, the reality told them that what they were seeing was real. An overlord force, the master of the land of chaos, was really being chased by someone. Moreover, it was Yukong. However, the strength of this Yukong was beyond imagination. Not only was he not afraid of the terrifying heavenly thunders, his combat strength was enough to kill an early-stage nascent core expert. Seeing him holding a spear and continuously chasing after and killing the nascent core experts of the overlords, they were shocked and speechless. It did not make sense for Yukong to be so powerful. They stayed outside the Thunder Tribulation and watched as Yukong killed the nascent core experts of the Shangguan clan. After that, he went on to kill the Wei and Zhou clans. Coupled with the heavenly thunders that fell from above, the early-stage nascent core experts of the two overlords were quickly killed. This was an extremely shocking and speechless scene. However, what made them even more speechless was that after Yukong killed all the early-stage nascent core experts of the two overlords, his gaze fell on the mid-stage nascent core experts. Then, relying on his immunity to the heavenly thunders, he began to circle around the mid-stage nascent core experts, making the Thunder Tribulation even more violent. This method was obviously very effective. As the Thunder Tribulation gradually became stronger, the mid-stage nascent core experts started to vomit blood. Then, their injuries gradually worsened. Can he really kill all the mid-stage nascent core experts? The figures in the distance were all shocked. However, reality proved that it was not impossible to kill all the mid-stage nascent core experts. In the Thunder Tribulation, there were already some mid-stage nascent core experts who could not withstand it. As their injuries worsened, their lives were also in danger. Boom! Just as the mid-stage nascent core experts were about to die, the sky suddenly began to tremble. The void instantly shattered, and then a terrifying aura surged out. From the broken void, 5 huge energy hands appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. When they appeared, they shattered the bolts of heavenly thunders, and then fell towards the nascent core experts of the overlords below. The huge energy hands fell, and then suddenly grabbed downwards. In an instant, they picked up the severely injured mid-stage nascent core experts and the late-stage nascent core experts who were resisting the heavenly thunders, and flew towards Chaos City. No, Grand Elder, kill this damned barbarian first. From one of the huge hands, the weak roar of a nascent core expert sounded. Boom, boom. Sensing the appearance of an even stronger energy, the Thunder Tribulation in the sky above began to move violently. An even stronger thunder might surged out, and then a large amount of terrifying heavenly thunders fell from the sky, falling towards the huge energy hands. Boom, boom. Amidst the sounds of explosions, bolts of heavenly thunders exploded, and the terrifying energy hands became dimmer under the roar of the heavenly thunders. After the first wave of heavenly thunders fell, the huge energy hands became even dimmer, but they blocked the first wave of attacks. After that, the huge energy hands entered Chaos City, and in the sky above, the second wave of heavenly thunders also fell towards Chaos City. The nascent core experts of the 5 overlords were rescued just like that. Zichen's eyes were full of unwillingness, but he did not chase after them madly. Instead, he decisively turned around, and with the Thunder Tribulation above his head, he flew in the opposite direction. Chapter 585. The people of the Overlord forces were rescued, and Zichun also escaped with the heavenly Thunder Tribulation, leaving behind a devastated land. The ground was soaked in blood, and charred corpses, elixir weapons, and corpses were everywhere. In the deep pits created by the energy explosions, thick smoke rose from time to time, and the smell of burnt flesh was pungent. In this battle, the barbarian Zichun obtained a complete victory. The 5 overlords were completely defeated, and the inner core experts of the 8 forces were all killed by Zichun alone. Amidst their shock, The spectating cultivators in the distance also quickly approached the battlefield. Zichun killed many inner core experts and then fled in a hurry. He did not take their elixir weapons and spiritual rings. Apart from that, the inner core of these experts were still in their bodies. Inner core, elixir weapons, spiritual rings, all of these added up to a huge amount of wealth. No cultivator would not be tempted. Therefore, after the lightning tribulation dissipated and the battle stopped, another chaotic battle broke out in this area. In Chaos City, the lightning tribulation that followed the energy hand only appeared twice before it was forcefully destroyed by the experts of the 5 overlords. Their core essence cultivators had been slaughtered right in front of their own territory. This was obviously a great humiliation for the overlord forces. Furthermore, the heavenly lightning tribulation had followed them into Chaos City. Many cultivators had seen the devastating silver, heavenly lightning bolt rush into the overlord forces' territory clearly. They believed that it would not be long before today's events spread out, and the 5 overlords would naturally become a laughing stock. Just as the lightning tribulation was destroyed by the experts, angry roars sounded from the mansions of the 4 overlords. Kill all the barbarians in Chaos City. Leave none alive. With these cold words, among the overlords, other than the Shangguan clan, the other 4 overlords sent out many primordial core experts to chase after Zichun. At the same time, there were also some experts who went straight to where the other barbarians were. In an instant, light flashed, and a powerful aura filled the sky. When they passed by the chaotic area, many experts also cut the Gordian knot and took away the things that belonged to their own families. Then, they followed the lightning tribulation and began to chase after Zichun. The heavenly thunder wings on Zichun's back flapped, bringing him far away in an instant. In just a few moments, he was already 100,000 miles away. Then, he found a mountain ridge, and Zichun began to transcend the tribulation. Thunder rumbled above his head. Streaks of terrifying heavenly lightning fell from the sky, rumbling and emitting a destructive aura. As time passed, the power of the heavenly lightning tribulation grew stronger and stronger. Zichun had to go all out. Every bolt of heavenly lightning that landed on his body caused him to involuntarily tremble. Then, the boundless might of heavenly lightning began to wreak havoc on Zichun's body. As the lightning raged, Zichun was also absorbing the lightning energy, constantly tempering his body. His entire body was emitting a silver light, like a human-shaped thunderbolt in the middle of a sea of lightning. After withstanding dozens of bolts of heavenly lightning, Zichun's strong physique, which had undergone a baptism, began to show signs of damage. Pooh! His face turned red, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Pale golden blood spilled out. His strong physique was severely damaged, and the speed at which he absorbed the power of heavenly lightning was greatly reduced. He roared to the sky, and the silver light around him turned golden. The blood in his body continued to circulate, emitting the sound of monstrous waves. The powerful perfect body continued to provide energy, and together with the ultimate energy, it allowed him to resist the bolts of heavenly lightning. Boom! The might of heavenly lightning raged. In the midst of the gradually increasing might of heavenly lightning, Zichun's perfect body was also damaged. Pale golden blood kept spilling out. Then, his bones were also shattered in the lightning, and the deep pain stimulated him. Zichun's expression was ferocious. He endured the pain in his body and launched a powerful battle technique. Golden light soared into the sky, constantly resisting the might of heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning became stronger and stronger, and finally formed a sea of lightning again, falling from the sky and surrounding Zichun. In an instant, Zichun was attacked by many heavenly lightning. His body was severely injured, and his vitality became chaotic. Under the endless heavenly lightning, he suffered unimaginable injuries. However, the heavenly lightning tribulation that belonged to him was only at the mid-stage. The most terrifying tribulation had yet to come. Boom! In the sky, heavenly lightning raged, forming a sea of lightning. Endless heavenly lightning energy surged, and the vast might of heavenly lightning raged. Zichun, who was severely injured, clenched his teeth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Light flashed in his palm, and an ancient medicine king appeared. The ancient medicine king shone brightly and emitted a rich spiritual force. Zichen immediately swallowed a leaf. The spiritual force in the ancient medicine king instantly turned into a rich life force that circulated in Zichen's body. It was as if he had swallowed a treasure elixir. The injuries all over his body healed under the naked eye. In an instant, Zichen regained his peak combat power. Again, Zichen roared to the sky. A strong aura surged around him, and his body emitted a bright golden light. He flew up into the sky and rushed into the sea of lightning. When the Danyuan of the overlords arrived, they were just in time to see a scene that shocked them. Is he still a human? It's just Zephyr Flight, but he can trigger the heavenly lightning tribulation. Moreover, it's such a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation. From afar, they saw Zichen fly up into the sky and resist the sea of lightning. As the golden energy flashed, he shattered the heavenly lightning bolts one after another. Their faces were filled with shock. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and a terrifying aura rippled continuously. Zichen destroyed many heavenly lightning bolts, but there were still more. In the end, the heavenly lightning tribulation was even stronger. Zichen was sent flying by the heavenly lightning tribulation, and his body emitted black smoke after being struck by the lightning. Just when the group of strong cultivators were wondering if he had been struck to death by the lightning, they saw a rich life force emitting from his body. In an instant, he regained his peak combat power and flew up into the sky. The Danyuan cultivators in the distance were speechless. It was obvious that the life force was caused by the consumption of a treasure elixir. If a mere Zephyr Flight required the consumption of a treasure elixir, then what about when he broke through to the Danyuan realm? In the sky, the power of the Sea of Lightning became even stronger. Previously, Zichen flew up into the sky and lasted for a few breaths. But this time, he only lasted for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths of time, his body turned black once more as he fell from the sky and heavily smashed into the mountain ridge. The mountain ridge, which was already ravaged beyond recognition by the heavenly lightning, was directly smashed into pieces by Zichen, causing an endless amount of rubble to roll down. Smoke and dust billowed. Zichen's body dissipated. At the end of the Sea of Lightning, only black smoke rose. But soon, Zichen's charred body emitted rich life force again. Then, when his combat power recovered, he flew up into the sky again. After that, it was a continuous cycle. After smashing down, he flew up into the sky again. This cycle repeated. The Danyuan cultivators of the overlords in the distance were all in a petrified state. How many times has it been? One of them was tongue-tied. 6 times. Then it's 6 treasure elixirs. Yes. In addition to the shock, there was also the sound of people sucking in cold air. This was too extravagant. Others only needed 1 treasure elixir to pass through the heavenly lightning tribulation. But this Yukong had swallowed 6, and the heavenly lightning tribulation was not over yet. Such a huge consumption also shocked the Danyuan cultivators. They sighed in their hearts. Moreover, they seriously doubted if this Yukong really came from a barbarian land that was lacking in resources. To take out 6 treasure elixirs in one go, even if all of them added together, they would not have so many. But to swallow 6 treasure elixirs and still not be able to pass through the heavenly lightning tribulation, the horror of this tribulation shocked them. As the thunder rumbled, the heavenly lightning tribulation was still spreading. The Danyuan cultivators' expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. Before, they could still see flashes of golden light. But in the end, the heavenly lightning tribulation became more and more terrifying, and they could not see anything. This barbarian can't be dead, right? At this moment, the Danyuan cultivators were not confident. With such a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation, not to mention Yukong, even if they barged in, they would definitely die. The heavenly lightning tribulation is not over yet. He should still be alive. Every heavenly lightning tribulation was fatal, and every time Zichen went through it, it was a narrow escape. The heavenly lightning tribulation this time was even more terrifying. Even if Zichen kept swallowing the ancient herb king, he still almost died. The terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation lasted for half an hour. Then, the heavenly lightning tribulation gradually dissipated. It's over. The heavenly lightning tribulation is over. It's finally over. What a terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation. I wonder if the barbarian is dead, or he survived the heavenly lightning tribulation by himself, the Danuon cultivators in the distance exclaimed. After reaching the Danuon realm, they had naturally experienced heavenly lightning tribulations. But those were only flashes of lightning, and there were only a few of them. Although they were powerful, they were far from being comparable to today's heavenly lightning tribulation. And this was not a heavenly lightning tribulation. It was more like a sea of lightning. Those who did not know would think that there were many cultivators going through the heavenly lightning tribulation together. The large mountain range from before had been completely destroyed. Huge craters were formed on the ground by the heavenly lightning tribulation. Smoke and dust were spurting out from time to time. Other than that, this place was dead silent. There was not even the slightest sign of life. Not to mention the aura of humans, there was not even the aura of plants. Could it be that he died under the heavenly lightning tribulation? They did not see Zichen's figure, nor did they feel any aura of life. Thinking back to the terrifying heavenly lightning tribulation, the Danuon cultivators could not help but suspect that the barbarian was dead. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. The Danuon cultivators flew forward. This is a heavenly lightning tribulation. What if there's not even a corpse left? Asked one of the Danuon cultivators. One of the Danuon cultivators was stunned. It was very possible that the barbarian had been blasted into nothingness. After thinking about it, he could only say, then let's look for the remains of the heavenly lightning tribulation. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent energy fluctuation came from one of the deep craters. Then, a golden figure flew out from within. The life force that they had not been able to sense earlier surged in the next instant. Resplendent golden light illuminated the world as rich life force filled the surroundings. In addition, there was also a pressure that caused people to tremble above the golden figure. It's you. You actually survived the heavenly lightning tribulation. Chapter 586. The group of primordial Dan cultivators had witnessed the terror of the heavenly thunder tribulation. The sea of lightning that appeared made their hearts tremble. Not to mention Yukong. Even primordial Dan cultivators like them could not guarantee that they could survive the heavenly thunder tribulation. However, Yukong had successfully survived the heavenly thunder tribulation and even absorbed the power of life from the heavenly thunder tribulation. When his strength broke through, he was once again at his peak. The group of primordial Dan cultivators were shocked. Zichen's body was shining with golden light. His eyes were as sharp as lightning and his lips curled into a sinister smile. He did not answer the primordial Dan cultivators. Instead, he dashed towards one of the primordial Dan cultivators. You're courting death. The primordial Dan cultivator roared. Light flashed in his hand as he raised his elixir weapon up high and smashed it towards Zichen. This smash was full of power. The void was distorted as the power of destruction flowed on the elixir weapon. Dan Yuan was very confident in this attack. Looking at Zichen, who was charging towards him without dodging, a confident smile appeared on his face. He was confident that he could kill Yi Futyin with this attack. However, before his confident smile could fully bloom on his face, it froze in the next moment. Before the elixir weapon, Yukong had only used one finger to point at the elixir weapon. With just one finger, he had blocked the elixir weapon's attack. The power of destruction continued to surge out of the elixir weapon. However, it could not break through this finger. This finger was like a sacred mountain that blocked the elixir weapon and blocked all the attack. How is this possible? Dan Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. His expression was one of unwillingness. Then, he increased the power in his hand, wanting to break this finger. However, as he increased the power in his hand, the elixir weapon in his hand started to crack. As the crack spread across the entire elixir weapon like a spider web, the elixir weapon suddenly exploded, sending countless pieces flying. Seeing that the elixir weapon in his hand was only left with a broken handle, The primordial Dan cultivator's eyes widened. His expression was one of disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Then, he saw his opponent's finger, like a ghost, pointing at him at an extremely fast speed. A ray of golden light flashed before Dan Yuan's eyes like lightning. A terrifying aura surged from Yifutian's finger. Pooh! The golden light flashed and disappeared, followed by a soft sound. A finger hole appeared between the primordial core master's eyebrows, and fresh blood flowed out. In an instant, a core essence cultivator was killed. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the other Dan Essence Realm cultivators reacted and launched powerful attacks, Zichun had already unfolded the heavenly thunder wings and rushed past the second Dan Essence Realm cultivator. Bang! Bang! The sound of two corpses falling to the ground rang out almost at the same time. Seeing the corpse on the ground, the expressions of the core essence cultivators changed, but they were not frightened. One of them even shouted, "He is just a bit faster. Everyone, raise your defenses and kill him with all your might." Just as this Dan Yuan expert's words faded, he saw a silver light flash before his eyes, after which his body suddenly rose in an uncoordinated manner. When he looked around, the gazes of the other Dan Yuan experts were filled with shock as they looked at him. After that, when this Dan primary cultivator heard the sound of the corpse falling to the ground, he felt his vision go black and he lost all his senses. His strength had broken through to the late stage of the Zephyr realm, and coupled with the heavenly thunder wings, the extreme speed displayed by Zichun left these Dan Yuan cultivators in the dust. As for Zichun's attack, he had to go through the trial of lightning every time he broke through. How could his attack be weak? Moreover, he had the perfect form, which was known as the strongest physique of humans. Although it was not the perfect form, it was not a problem for him to kill those in the early stage of Dan Yuan. This was a one-sided battle to begin with. The attacks of the Dan Yuan cultivators could not even land on Zichun. They would be killed before they could react. Moreover, after Zichun used the finger bone and the blood-colored broken spear, this battle became a one-sided massacre. Even though there were a few strong Dan Yuan cultivators on the side of the overlords, they could only withstand a few attacks from Zichun before they were killed in the end. Seeing their companions fall one by one without leaving any injuries on their opponents, the Dan Yuan cultivators finally felt fear and began to flee. However, under Zichun's heavenly thunder wings, no one could escape successfully. In less than 15 minutes, these Dan Yuan cultivators all fell into a pool of blood. Zichun really did not leave a single one alive. After that, Zichun very patiently collected the Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan weapons, spirit rings, and energy Dan Yuan. In the previous battle, in order to test the power of the finger bone, Zichun only broke one Dan Yuan cultivator. He collected the rest of the Dan Yuan cultivators' 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 Dan Yuan cultivators. After another 15 minutes, Zichun confirmed that he had collected all the Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan Yuan cultivators' Dan Yuan cultivators. He flapped his heavenly thunder wings and left. Next, he would go to the force that Wang Qiong had established. Then, he would bring this force to the outskirts of the Bedlam lands to establish his own force. Zichun was on his way. However, he did not expect that the Dan Yuan cultivators of the Overlord forces had already arrived in this area. More than 10 Dan Yuan cultivators appeared in the sky. They were all from the Overlord forces, and the leader was actually a mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator. The powerful Dan Yuan aura enveloped the entire mountain peak. A crazy killing intent raged. The cultivators hidden in the various mountain peaks all poked their heads out, their faces filled with fear. The force that Wang Qiong had established was composed of cultivators who flew in the sky. In this area, they could only protect themselves. At this moment, when they saw the Dan Yuan cultivators in the sky releasing their killing intent, their faces all turned pale. "Great Lord, may I know what business you have with you?" One of the Dan Yuan cultivators mustered up his courage and asked. Although his voice was trembling, compared to the other Dan Yuan cultivators who were already trembling, he was much bolder. The Dan Yuan cultivator of the Overlord forces coldly glanced at the group of Dan Yuan cultivators. His eyes were filled with disdain. Then, he said coldly, kill without mercy. This was a death sentence. When the group of Dan Yuan cultivators heard this, they could not help but tremble. The fear in their hearts rose to the extreme. Then, before the Dan Yuan cultivators arrived, they all rushed out of the cave at their fastest speed and fled towards the horizon. Pooh! Pooh! The Dan Yuan cultivators of the Overlord forces did not arrive. This was because they had no intention of coming down to kill. As Dan Yuan cultivators, killing ordinary Dan Yuan cultivators was naturally a piece of cake for them. They stood in the sky and continuously attacked. All the Dan Yuan cultivators who were hit also fell from the sky with cries of agony. In a short moment, more than 10 Dan Yuan cultivators were killed. When the other Dan Yuan cultivators saw this scene, they were so scared that they hid in the caves again, not daring to come out. Everyone who offends the Overlord forces must die. The mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator snorted coldly. His cold eyes fell on the caves below. Then, he stepped into the air and slammed his palm towards the mountain peak below. Boom! The energy between heaven and earth surged. The huge and towering mountain peak instantly exploded under this palm. Then, a group of Dan Yuan cultivators screamed in agony. Hearing the screams, the faces of the Dan Yuan cultivators in the air were filled with joyful smiles. Energy swept across the mountain peak. Those who were lucky enough not to die rushed out of the mountain peak, but before they could rejoice that they were still alive, they were struck by sharp blades that fell from the sky. Their bodies fell from the sky, and they died instantly. Kill without mercy. No one can live. This is the result of offending the Overlord forces. A cold voice reverberated in the sky. The Dan Yuan cultivator was teasing the enemy. Where is the leader of the barbarians here? Could it be that he ran back to the barbarians' land in fear? Humph! Even if he ran back to the barbarians' land, he will die. The Dan Yuan cultivator who spoke suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. His senses were very sharp. In an instant, he dodged. Then, he felt a monstrous killing intent sweeping towards him. Pooh! This Dan Yuan cultivator with sharp senses only saw a cold light flash before his eyes. Then, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness completely. A headless body fell from the sky. A black figure flashed across the sky. A Dan Yuan cultivator was killed in an instant. At this moment, something strange happened. Behind another Dan Yuan cultivator, the void broke open silently. A tall black figure walked out from it. The figure held a black staff engraved with runes. It instantly smashed towards the Dan Yuan cultivator. A terrifying aura kept flowing. Boom! In a loud sound, the Dan Yuan cultivator was smashed by the black staff, turning into a bloody mess. Then, the black figure holding the black staff rushed towards the stunned Dan Yuan cultivators again. Kaka, how dare you come here and cause trouble? Kill without mercy. As if to prove the words of the demon ape, the void kept breaking open, and figures appeared from it. These were all Dan Yuan cultivators. They looked very young, but their combat power was comparable to Dan Yuan cultivators. At the moment when the two sides collided, some Dan Yuan cultivators from the Overlord forces were injured and died. Between heaven and earth, the cries sounded again. This time, it was even more shrill and miserable than before. However, no one would pity them. At least, those who were injured would not. Their eyes were all filled with hatred. How dare you attack the Overlord forces? You are courting death. The mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator let out a roar. He was ready to attack personally and kill these reckless barbarians. But in front of him, the void broke open, and a young monk walked out from it. Your opponent is me, the young monk said indifferently. Then, he unleashed an attack forward. The young monk was just in the air. The mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator did not pay much attention to him. But after being sent flying in one exchange, his face turned serious. Boom! The young monk's aura was violent. The mid-stage Dan Yuan cultivator's strength was displayed instantly. Then, he held his Dan weapon and attacked fiercely. Streams of energy surged between heaven and earth. Terrifying auras circulated. In an instant, at least 10 attacks landed on the young monk. Chapter 587. In the distance, Zichun had just arrived and saw this scene. However, he did not go up to help immediately. Instead, he stood far away and watched the show. He was a little surprised that such an arrogant overlord could send out a mid-stage primal core cultivator. However, it was only a surprise. It was clearly impossible for them to rely on a mid-stage primal core cultivator to kill all the barbarians. Amidst the explosion of energy, the monk's figure appeared. His Buddhist technique, which was known as the strongest defense, had successfully blocked the attack. Under the disbelief of the mid-stage primal core cultivator, the monk took out his demon-subduing pestle. It turned into a bright golden light and attacked the mid-stage primal core cultivator. After 2 baptisms, the monk's physique and combat power had been greatly enhanced. Right now, he had no problem fighting a mid-stage primal core cultivator. The monk held the demon-subduing pestle and swung it around. Amidst the vibrations, a large amount of Buddhist light flashed. Pure Buddhist power kept surging from the demon-subduing pestle. The mid-stage primal core cultivator was forced to retreat. He looked at the demon-subduing pestle with a shocked expression. Obviously, this was an extraordinary item. The screams of his companions kept ringing in his ears. As he looked around, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There were more than 10 primal core cultivators on his side. However, since the start of the battle, almost half of them had died. There were less than 10 left. Moreover, they were constantly retreating while fighting against the flying barbarians. Not a single one of them was able to suppress a single one of them. Among the barbarians, 1 man and 1 demon were the strongest. Every time the 2 of them attacked, they would be able to kill a primordial Dan cultivator from their side. Among the primordial Dan cultivators who died, the 2 of them killed the most. Damn it! Since when did the barbarians become so strong? The mid-stage primal core cultivator was shocked and in disbelief. In just a short period of time, more than 10 primal core cultivators had been killed. Moreover, a monk was able to suppress him. Obviously, the mission to kill all the barbarians today had failed. The mid-stage primal core cultivator already had thoughts of retreating. However, under the constant suppression of the demon-subduing pestle by the monk, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's thoughts of running away were quickly extinguished. With the monk around, there was no way he could escape. In terms of speed, the monk was also superior. The reapers below rushed out one after another. After seeing the one-sided battle above, each of their faces revealed a look of horror. They knew most of the people who were fighting with Danyuan in the sky, but the devil ape and the monk were unfamiliar faces. This is too inconceivable. Yukong is actually suppressing Danyuan. Moreover, Wang Qiong and the others seem to have become even stronger. There's also Zhang Haoyin. He actually has the ability to kill nascent core experts. What exactly did they experience in the ancient battlefield? How did their battle prowess become so strong? Everyone in the air felt that the scene in front of them was inconceivable. The battle in the sky soon came to an end. The dozen or so early primal core experts of the Overlord forces were simply not enough for Zhang Haoyin and the Devil Ape to kill. In less than 15 minutes, they were all killed. After killing all the early-stage primal core cultivators, the group rushed toward the late-stage primal core cultivators and began to work together to kill them. During this period of time, Zhang Haoyin repeatedly used his sneak attacks. His ghostly figure caused the mid-primal core expert to be in a very sorry state. The powerful attacks of the Devil Ape also caused the mid-primal core expert to be constantly pushed back. At this moment, with Zhang Haoyin, Devil Ape and Tyrant working together, the middle-stage primal core cultivator was instantly suppressed. Arg! The mid-stage primal core cultivator roared in anger. However, under the suppression of the extraordinary weapons, he could not do anything to the Yukong. Moreover, there were already numerous wounds on his body. One of the wounds almost pierced through his heart. Wang Shan and the others retreated after one attack, not giving the opponent any time to counterattack. The monk and Devil Ape had the strongest defense. During this period of time, they forcefully resisted the attacks of the opponent. The demon-subduing pestle and the black stick landed frequently, causing the mid-stage primal core cultivator to be constantly pushed back, coughing up blood. Such a scene had already stunned the Yukong cultivators below. They would never have thought that a group of Yukong cultivators could actually suppress a mid-stage primal core cultivator. As for the mid-stage primal core cultivator, he was even more aggrieved. He was a powerful expert of an overlord force, and his status was extremely high. However, he was actually suppressed by a group of Yukong cultivators. Moreover, in the frequent attacks, he even felt the threat of death. Other than venting his anger, the unwilling roar from his mouth had no other effect. The experts he brought with him were all dead, and it was impossible for reinforcements to come. The mid-stage primal core cultivator could already feel that death was imminent. Clang! Light flashed and sparks flew. Under the joint attack of the monk and devil ape, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's Dan weapon was actually knocked out of his hand and sent flying. Since the mid-stage primal core cultivator was already suppressed, without his Dan weapon, he was not far from death. Therefore, the mid-stage primal core cultivator instantly made a decision. His angry expression suddenly had a hint of madness. Die. I want all of you to die. Amidst this crazy roar, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's body began to glow, and a destructive aura surged out from within. Not good. He's going to self-destruct his Dan. The mid-stage primal core cultivator's aura suddenly increased by several times. This was clearly a sign of self-destruction. Seeing this, the monk and the rest instantly changed their expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock. Then, they turned into a beam of light and began to retreat. Hurry up and leave. The monk shouted at the crowd. At the same time, the demon-subduing pestle emitted a bright golden light, shaking a large amount of Buddhist power and smashing towards the mid-stage primal core cultivator. Amidst a loud sound, the mid-stage primal core cultivator was knocked back several hundred meters. Then, the monk held the demon-subduing pestle and began to flee frantically. As for the mid-stage primal core cultivators below, seeing that the situation was not good, they were the first to flee in panic. Die. All of you. Die for me. The mid-stage primal core cultivator who had burned his Dan was emitting an even more powerful aura. His whole body was emitting a dazzling light. He chased after the monk and the rest, his eyes filled with madness. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion between heaven and earth. A terrifying energy raged in the sky. This sound was like a thunderclap, and its power was unparalleled. It directly tore the space apart, and above the sky, a huge black hole appeared. What exploded was an extremely terrifying energy, but compared to the mid-stage primal core cultivator's self-destruction, it was still much weaker. Moreover, this explosion shook the sky, but the range was very small. It only affected an area of several hundred meters. It was not like the primal core cultivator's self-destruction, which spread out more than 10 miles. Obviously, this was not the sound of a mid-stage primal core cultivator's self-destruction. Everyone turned their heads in confusion. Then, they saw Zichun standing in the air, putting away the purple gold gourd. The mid-stage primal core cultivator who was about to self-destruct fell from the sky. Zichun, it's you. Seeing Zichun, everyone was surprised and delighted. Then, they all flew back. Did you succeed? Did Shirling find anything? How was it? Did those forces make things difficult for you? Everyone stepped forward and asked with concern. Zichun chuckled and explained. The purple gold gourd collided with Shirling. In the end, the purple gold gourd won. Longhu, Senior, and the spirit-devouring rat are safe and sound. It was Senior who attacked just now. The primal core cultivators of the 8 forces were all killed by me. As for the overlord forces, I also killed all the early-stage primal core cultivators. Zichun told them what had happened before. After hearing that Zichun had killed a lot of people, everyone was extremely excited. Suddenly, the monk was the first to sense Zichun's abnormality. Middle stage, Zephyr Realm. You actually broke through. Zichun nodded and said, That's right. I just made a breakthrough after withstanding the heavenly thunder tribulation and killed a bunch of primal core cultivators who were chasing after me. Why? Looking at you. Are you going to compete with me to see who's stronger? The monk shook his head directly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. This is really unreasonable. Why did you suddenly break through? And you can also baptize again. Damn it, I just left you far behind. I also just felt the loneliness of being an expert, and you're about to catch up. The monk's words of being an expert naturally made everyone laugh. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from afar. I heard the energy explosion from afar. What's going on? Hey, Wang Qiong, it's you guys. You guys actually came back. Immediately after, a few figures flew over at an extremely fast speed. The one in the lead was the martial ancestor of the land of savages. Wu Mo beside him was the small-eyed Miao Kong. Besides them, the two brothers of the Qin clan, Qin Xing and Qin He, were also among them. Wu Mo, Miao Kong, Qin Xing, Qin He, long time no see. Zichun turned his head and looked at them, greeting them with a smile. Hearing someone call their name, Wu Mo and the others also turned their heads. Then, they saw Zichun standing in the sky. Years had passed, but Zichun had not changed much. Everyone recognized him at a glance. It's you, Zichun. Everyone's eyes instantly widened, filled with excitement. Then, they rushed forward and gave Zichun a bear hug. Zichun, it's really you. I didn't expect to see you in the land of chaos. Among the four, Miao Kong's expression was the most excited. Zichun was smiling. His emotions were also fluctuating violently. Among the group, he had known Miao Kong for the longest time. Moreover, the two of them were from the Nimbus martial ancestor. Then, the four of them also saw the monk and greeted him warmly and familiarly. Wu Mo looked at the corpses on the ground and asked doubtfully, "What's going on? What are these people doing?" "They're from an overlord force." Zichen's answer stunned them. Then, Zichen's words made them speechless. They heard Zichun say, "They're all here to die. You guys actually killed Yu Kong from an overlord force." Qin Xing and Qin He's eyes were filled with shock. Zichen shook his head and smiled. "It's not Yu Kong from an overlord force. It's Dan Essence." "What?" the few of them exclaimed. Then, they saw Wang Shan land on the ground and extract Dan Essence from the corpses. They are indeed Dan Essence experts. Heavens, you guys actually killed so many Dan Essence experts. It's nothing. You'll get used to it in the future. The cold Zhang Haoyan rarely spoke. Chapter 588. Killing dozens of primordial Dan experts from an overlord faction would definitely infuriate the overlord faction. What followed would naturally be the craziest and most direct revenge. One must know that the anger of an overlord faction was not something an ordinary person could bear. Wang Qiong nodded and looked at the shocked Yu Kong. "All right, I'll explain it to them right away. As for whether they stay or leave, it's all up to them." With that, Wang Qiong turned and left. As for Wu Mo and the others, they were completely confused. They didn't know what was going on, so they looked at Zichun in confusion and asked him what had happened. "Nothing big. It's just that we've gained a lot in the ancient battlefield this time. The Overlord faction was envious and was forced into a corner, so I slaughtered them." Zichun explained. Simple and straightforward words, but the four stared at him in disbelief. Wu Mo shook his head and sighed. "We all know that you, Zichun, can cause trouble wherever you go. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to provoke an overlord faction. That's too domineering." Zichun smiled. "Don't blame me this time. From the beginning to the end, I was the one who was passive. They were the ones who forced me into a corner. I was just defending myself." "Offending an overlord faction, that's too cool." Miao Kong suddenly laughed. "The people here look down on us, saying that we're barbarians with no resources and no strength. Haha, it's great now. We dared to offend an overlord faction and kill them, but do they dare? They're just a bunch of trash dogs." Seeing an overlord faction is like a grandson seeing his grandfather. None of them have the guts to offend an overlord faction. Wang Shan, who was picking up the pill weapons below, couldn't help but add, "That's right. They're just a small faction, yet they dared to slander us. We even dared to offend an overlord faction. If they know, they'll be scared to death." Qin Xing and Qin He laughed. "Which small faction dares to slander you? What guts? Let's go and destroy them." Monk looked at the two. Compared to an overlord faction, They're indeed a small faction. But compared to us, they're truly a big faction. Qin Xing quickly said, "It doesn't matter. Which force is it? How far is it from here? We're going to leave anyway, so we might as well get rid of this force while we're at it," Zichun said nonchalantly. "That's right. Tell us where this organization is, and we'll wipe them out right now. We've even killed the people from the overlords. There's no one in the fringe that we don't dare to kill. If any organization dares to provoke us, we'll wipe them out," Tyrant said excitedly. Seeing how resolute and confident the two of them were, Wu Amo pondered for a moment before saying, "It's a major power with the surname Liu, the Liu clan. We found N or Vane, and even though it was still some distance away from their elemental or Vane, the other party forcefully seized it and even killed our men. The forces of the Liu family." Zichun was slightly taken aback. He then looked at the monk. Tyrant's eyes began to shine. He looked at Wu Amo and said, "Wu Amo, are you sure it's a small power of the Liu family? Furthermore, they have an elemental or mine." "Yes, it's the Liu clan. However, it's a major power. Furthermore, it's a large-scale elemental or mine. It's said that one can excavate high-grade elemental stones from there." "Haha, Liu clan, we are indeed fated to meet?" Tyrant laughed heartily when he heard Wu Mo's affirmation. Zichun's lips curled into a faint smile as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Kill, leave no one alive." The demonic ape's expression was ferocious as killing intent surged from its body. The forces of the Liu clan were naturally the Liu clan, one of the 8 major powers. Both sides had a deep grudge against each other, to the extent that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Wu Amo and the others stared blankly at the three whose expressions had changed drastically. "Good, very good. A large-scale elemental or mine. We'll go and snatch it later," Zichun finally said coldly. Before Wu Amo could ask about the grudge between the two sides, he saw Wang Qiong flying towards them with more than a dozen zephyrs behind him. "They're here. Only these people are willing to leave with us. The others are afraid of offending the overlord forces," Wang Qiong said, feeling somewhat disappointed. This was a force of more than 100 people. Excluding the 20 or so people killed by the overlord forces, the remaining zephyrs numbered close to 100. However, less than a fifth of them had arrived. Zichun patted Wang Qiong's shoulder and said indifferently, "The Bedlam may not have many things, but it has a lot of people. What we want are brothers, not just people. These people are already quite a lot." Wang Qiong nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Zichun walked past Wang Qiong and took a few large steps forward. Standing in the air, he looked at the dozen or so zephyrs and said, "Wang Qiong might not have explained it clearly to you, or you might not have understood it clearly. I will repeat it here. We have offended the 5 overlord forces. Both sides will not rest until one of us is dead. If you continue to follow Wang Qiong, you must be prepared to fight against the overlord forces. We don't intend to run away forever. We want to establish a force to fight against the overlord forces." Zichun's words naturally surprised the group of zephyrs. Although they did not say anything, the disdain in their eyes was obvious. Zichun chose to ignore their disdain. He smiled and said, "I don't care if you believe it or not, but since you have chosen to follow Wang Qiong and us, you must be prepared to fight against the entire Bedlam." "Aren't there 5 overlord forces in the Bedlam?" asked one of the zephyrs. Zichun smiled and said, "The 5 overlord forces will naturally mobilize all their forces. When that time comes, we will become enemies with the entire Bedlam." As soon as Zichun said this, everyone's expression changed drastically, and their expressions kept changing. "We can't even guarantee our own lives, so we can't guarantee your survival. Therefore, you must choose carefully. Once you take this step, you may die." After saying that, Zichun turned and left. His words were straightforward and thorough. He also clearly stated the dangers. The others naturally understood Zichun's meaning. The Bedlam did not lack manpower, nor did it lack zephyrs. Not to mention zephyrs could be recruited. What they needed were brothers who could treat each other with absolute sincerity. The expressions of the dozen zephyrs kept changing. Clearly, they were all hesitating. Becoming enemies with the entire Bedlam was practically a death sentence. Giving up their lives for the sake of brotherhood was not worth it. Wang Qiong looked at the zephyrs. As their former leader, Wang Qiong naturally hoped that these people would stay. However, Zichen's words could be said to have clearly stated all the dangers, but he did not mention the trump cards he had. If one were to consider things rationally, the possibility of these people staying was not high. My life was saved by boss. Naturally, I will follow boss. Going against the overlord forces, becoming enemies with the entire bedlam, just thinking about it is exciting. At worst, I will die with boss. They didn't think for long before making their choice. The reason they had all been willing to follow Wang Qiong before was because he hadn't been so thorough with his words. Now, the group of 14 made their choice once more. Over half of them chose to leave, while the other 6 decided to follow Wang Qiong. All right, from now on, we'll be on the same path. Zichen nodded, a kind smile appearing on his face. At the same time, Wang Shan, who had received instructions, flew over. He took out the elixir weapons and distributed them to the 6 of them one by one. Then, he said seriously, "This is a long and difficult road. We can't guarantee that all of you will survive, but we can guarantee that you will have endless resources to make you stronger." After taking out the pill weapons, Wang Shan also took out Yuan Essence and distributed it to them. This is mid-grade Yuan Essence. A single drop can restore all the energy in your body. Save it to save your life. This, Wang Shan's extravagance instantly shocked the 6 of them. Looking at the pill weapons and liquefied essence in their hands, they felt as if they were in a dream. As for the 8 people who had chosen to leave not far away, they were clearly envious. As for the other Yukongs who had yet to leave, they were all stupefied. In the blink of an eye, they had obtained pill weapons. The 6 of them were in disbelief. In the Bedlam lands, even Primal Core experts couldn't guarantee that each of them would have a pill weapon. And this Yuan Essence was far more valuable than a pill weapon. It was equivalent to having several more lives. For a moment, the 6 of them were incomparably excited. "Boss, we didn't do anything." But in the midst of his excitement, one of the Yukongs spoke up. Wang Qiong looked at the 6 of them with gratification. "From now on, we're brothers. Just call me Wang Qiong. Take the pill weapons and Yuan Essence for now. Once we've settled down in the outer regions, I'll give each of you a defensive pill weapon." Defensive pill weapons? The 6 of them stared with wide eyes. Boom! A surge of energy suddenly appeared in the sky. An extremely powerful pressure swept across the land, as if a ferocious creature had been born. The faces of the Yukongs changed as they stared at the 2 beasts that had suddenly appeared in the sky. One of them was a glowing white rat. Its eyes were very intelligent, and its white fur was completely white. As it moved, a powerful aura emerged from its body. As for the other one, it was an indescribable demonic beast. Its ferocious and mighty head actually resembled the legendary divine dragon. The terrifying pressure in the sky came from it. Under this pressure, the group of people in the sky felt their souls tremble. Their legs also trembled, and all of them could not help but want to kneel down and worship it. Haha, is this the outside world? I, the spirit-devouring rat, have finally come out. Looking at the surroundings, the spirit-devouring rat cried out in excitement. Although Long Hu was curious, he didn't lose his composure. He stood in front of Zichun as soon as he appeared. "Let's go." Chapter 589. Long Hu stepped forward, causing the void to vibrate under its claws, forming ripples that spread out. Zichun sat on Long Hu's back, his black robe fluttering in the wind, looking extremely dashing. Such a scene made Tyrant's eyes light up. He tapped on the void and turned into a ray of light. "How does it feel to ride a supreme beast? Let me experience it too." Boom! All of a sudden, a powerful aura surged out of Long Hu's body and surged toward the monk who was approaching him. The monk was immediately knocked back. "Long Hu, what's the meaning of this?" Tyrant tumbled in the air, his body stumbling. After stabilizing himself, he couldn't help but ask. Long Hu didn't answer Tyrant. Instead, he seemed to be saying something to Zichen. Zichen laughed and said, "The dignity of a supreme beast is not to be violated. Moreover, you're just a bald donkey. Why aren't you chanting Buddhist scriptures like a monk? Why are you acting cool?" Is Lord Zeng acting cool? Lord Zeng doesn't care. Tyrant glared. Haha. Zichun was still laughing. He then extended his hand towards Wang Xian'er. The latter's white robe fluttered as she flashed and sat in front of Zichun. The two hugged each other like an immortal couple, making everyone envious. While chatting, the group of more than 10 people left the place and headed towards the Liu family's Vitality Stone mine. Before they left, they would rob one last time. After the group disappeared into the horizon, the group of Zukong woke up from their daze. Then, the sound of them inhaling cold breaths could be heard. They clearly saw how strong Tyrant was. He was an existence that could suppress a mid-stage inner core cultivator. However, the demonic beast named Longhu actually managed to push him back with a single step. Moreover, the mysterious young man on Longhu's back seemed to be the leader of the group. He actually captured Wang Xian'er's heart. This made the group of Zukong even more jealous. The elixir weapons and liquefied origin energy that Wang Shan took out previously were extremely valuable. If they didn't encounter a fortuitous encounter, they wouldn't be able to obtain these two items in their lifetime. Using Dan weapons and liquefied elemental essence right off the bat. What a big move. No wonder he dared to go against the Overlord forces. Someone in the air sighed. His eyes were filled with envy. He was regretting that he didn't make the right choice. No matter how big the scale is, it can't compare to the Overlord forces. Just a few Yukongs, and they dare to make an enemy out of the Overlord forces. This is simply courting death. There were also some Yukongs who snorted coldly and pretended not to care as they spoke in a sour tone. Second Master, what should we do now that the first master is gone? The remaining people looked at a middle-aged man in gray. This person's position in this faction was second only to Wang Qiong. The second head's gaze was fixed on Zichun and the rest as they left. His expression was extremely gloomy. When he saw that everyone's gazes had landed on him, he coldly said, Wang Qiong must have obtained great benefits in the ancient battlefield this time around. However, he selfishly took his gains and left alone, completely ignoring our feelings. That's right. We are originally a force, and we should advance and retreat together. We should share honor and disgrace together. However, Wang Qiong took all the gains from the ancient battlefield for himself. This is a complete breach of trust. Beside the second head, a person in the air spoke. The token that Wang Qiong used to enter the ancient battlefield was given to him by the Overlord forces. He should have given some of his gains to the Overlord forces. However, the Overlord forces are chasing after them now. It must be because Wang Qiong took all the gains and angered the Overlord forces. Another Yukong analyzed. Damn it, this Wang Qiong is so evil. He wants to take all the spoils for himself and offend the Overlord. Now, he wants to drag us into this. He wants us to die. Fortunately, we're smart and made the right choice in time. As for those 6 idiots, they've been completely bought over by those small benefits. They won't even know how they died in the future. Following the analysis of the Yukongs, they finally found a reason not to envy the previous 6 people. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Following that, the Yukongs analyzed the final outcome of the previous 6 people. However, no matter how they analyzed it, the final outcome of the 6 people was death. Pa, you think you can bribe us with a mere pill weapon and some mid-grade yuan liquid? You must be dreaming. Too despicable. This Wang Qiong is truly hateful. Fortunately, I didn't agree to his request. How can my life be worth such a small amount of things? Although we already know that Wang Qiong took our wealth, they're too strong. They can even kill Dan Yuan realm experts. Although we have more people, our battle strength is slightly weaker than them. If we attack them, the possibility of us being defeated is very high. Second head, what should we do now? Everyone's gaze finally landed on the second head. Humph! The second head coldly snorted and said coldly, we can't kill them, but the Overlord forces can. The Overlord forces? Are we supposed to report to them? But they wanted to kill us before. The second head glanced at the Yukongs and said coldly, the Overlord forces don't want to kill us. They want to kill Wang Qiong. I believe that if we take the initiative to report their whereabouts, they won't kill us. Instead, they'll give us some rewards for making the right choice. Second head, will this method work? They're the overlord forces. Will they care about us? The second head coldly smiled. Naturally, they won't care if one of us goes. But if dozens of us go together, they'll definitely pay attention to us. Who knows, they might even recruit us into the overlord forces. The Yukongs all had their own plans. And in the end, these plans were all for profit. Just as they were discussing how to maximize their benefits, Zichen's group had already arrived at the Liu family's Yuan stone mine. This was an extremely large primordial stone mine. It was even larger than the Wild Wolf Mine and Black Wind Mine that Zicheng had seen in the periphery combined. Moreover, there were even more experts guarding this place. Just the primordial core realm alone numbered 8. When they arrived, they didn't suppress their auras or hide their figures. They were instantly discovered by the experts guarding the mine. In an instant, everyone's gaze landed on them. Hey, isn't this the barbarian dogs? They were just beaten away. Why are they here again? One of the Yukongs guarding the mine recognized Wu Mo's group and shouted at them, "Barbarian dogs, they're here after being beaten away." Could it be that they found reinforcements? Just a dozen people, and they want to negotiate the ownership of the mine? Aren't they overestimating themselves? It's different this time. There's even a beauty. Hee. I've long heard that there's a little beauty in the barbarian forces. Seeing her today, she's indeed beautiful and charming. The Yukongs guarding the mine were laughing wantonly. Their greedy eyes wandered around Wang Xian'er's body. You even brought a mutated beast as a mount. Not bad. At least you guys are knowledgeable and have good eyesight. In that case, leave the mutated beast and the beauty behind. The rest of you can scram. Another Yukong shouted. Among the group of people, Wang Shan stepped out and stood in the air. He looked down at the group of people and shouted, "Motherf * King Chaos Dogs, open your dog eyes wide and look clearly. I, Wang Shan, am not here to negotiate for a trash or vein. I, Wang Shan, am here to take over the primordial stone or vein below. Quickly hand over all the primordial stones in the your vein, or I will kill without mercy." Wang Shan's shout was like rolling thunder that exploded in the sky. His voice spread throughout the entire mine. In the eyes of the Yukongs, the barbarians had always been cowardly. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. Wang Shan's shout stunned the Yukongs. Motherf * cur dogs, are all of you scared out of your wits? Why are you still standing here? Get in and get the Yuan stones, Wang Shan shouted again, waking everyone up. The group of flight Empyreans who had regained their senses instantly showed shame, anger, and fury on their faces. Every one of them surged with the aura of late-stage flight Empyrean around them as they leaped into the air and charged toward Royal Mountain. Damned barbarian dog, did you eat a leopard's guts? You dare to behave so atrociously in the Liu clan's territory? Die. A total of 5 Liu family members soared into the sky. Then, wielding their spirit weapons, they charged towards King Mountain. In an instant, the murderous intent was revealed. All kinds of sharp blades flashed and aimed at the vital parts of Wang Shan's body. Swoosh. Wang Shan's eyes flashed coldly. He dodged an attack and appeared in front of one of the Yukongs. His ghostly speed made the Yukong's expression change instantly. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die!" The spiritual weapon in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed towards Wang Shan's forehead. At the same time, Wang Shan also threw a punch at the other party. Boom. The spiritual weapon collided with the fist, causing an explosion. The Liu family Yukongs were shocked to find that the spiritual weapon in his hand had many cracks. The next moment, the spiritual weapon exploded. After destroying the spiritual weapon with one blow, the Yukong's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the remaining sword hilt in his hand. At the same time, Wang Shan threw a second blow at lightning speed. This blow was even more powerful and full of power. It directly hit the Yukong's chest. With a dull sound, the Yukongs coughed out blood and flew backwards. In the blood that the Yukongs coughed out, there were pieces of his internal organs. Other than that, the Yukong's powerful vitality was also forcefully destroyed. It was obvious that he would not survive. Another blow killed a late-stage Yukongs. After killing a late-stage Yukongs, Wang Shan's figure was erratic as he weaved in and out of various attacks. Then, he appeared in front of the second Yukongs. In the energy explosion, the second Yukongs died. In less than 10 breaths, the 5 Yukongs who rushed up were all killed by Wang Shan alone. The other Yukongs who were a step slower than Wang Shan were shocked when they saw how easily Wang Shan killed their enemies. After easily killing 5 people and shocking the rest of the Yukongs, Wang Shan was in a good mood. He took a step in the air and shouted at the group of Yukongs in front of him, "Mother * King Chaos Dogs, what are all of you standing there for? Hurry up and take out all the vitality stones from the mine. You barbarians dare to behave atrociously in the Liu family's mine. Today, I will make sure that you won't be able to leave." Chapter 590. The primordial core cultivator turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Wang Shan. He was aggressive, and an elixir weapon appeared in his hand. He was determined to kill his enemy cleanly and bring about a shocking effect. Wang Shan stood in the air and looked at the primordial core cultivator coldly without moving. Die! A powerful roar was heard. Primordial core cultivator's attack appeared in front of Wang Shan, but Wang Shan remained motionless with a smirk on his face. The primordial core cultivator was looked down upon in such a manner. Naturally, he was enraged and increased the strength of his elixir weapon. Initially, he only wanted to kill his opponent with one attack, but he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to kill his opponent with one attack. This way, it would bring more shock. Boom! Primordial core cultivator's elixir weapon slammed down, and what followed was a deafening explosion. Fresh blood and broken bones fell from the sky. As expected, he was killed with one attack. From afar, the expressions of the people in the air turned to shock and fear, but there was no excitement or admiration. In front of them, Wang Shan was still standing there without moving. Even the smirk on his face did not change. On the other hand, their primordial core cultivator was killed with one attack. The one who killed their primordial core cultivator was a tall black shadow. He had a pair of blood-red eyes and was holding a black rod that was engraved with runes. You are. The people in the air were so shocked that they started to speak incoherently. Have you eaten the guts of a leopard? This is the Liu family's mine. How dare you kill people here? Is that what you want to say? A mocking voice was heard from not far away. The strange beast mount stepped forward. Only then did the people see that other than the beauty, there was a handsome man on the back of the strange beast. The mocking voice came from him. Why do you ask even if you know? A Liu family cultivator's voice trembled. In comparison, he was more courageous. As for those who were less courageous, they were already trembling uncontrollably. Long Hu snorted. Suddenly, 2 streams of scorching energy gushed out from his nostrils. They were like waves of fire rolling in the sky and rushing forward. As soon as the waves of fire appeared, they felt like they were being roasted. The people in the air were shocked and retreated tens of meters in fear. What do you mean? If you want the mine, we can all sit down and discuss it. Why are you being so overbearing and killing people here? The Liu family member from before spoke again. This time, he controlled his emotions very well. We are overbearing. We are killing people indiscriminately. Then, what do you all say about the people who killed us earlier? At that moment, many people wanted to say those words. However, none of them spoke. They stood behind Zichun, and all of them chose to remain silent. Only the weak would reason, and the strong themselves were reason. Zichun sat on Longhu's back and looked down at the crowd in the sky, before he calmly said, "We're not interested in the Orvain. We're only interested in the primal stones that have been mined. Go, bring out all of them, and we'll spare your lives." The expressions of the group of people in the air changed again. One of them said loudly with a trembling voice, "This is robbery. Don't tell me you want to have a falling out with the Liu family. From now on, both sides will fight to the death. You only have one chance. Once you miss it, you won't have another chance. If you don't move the primal stones now, do you want me to do it myself?" Zichen's indifferent tone had a hint of coldness. The faces of the group of people in the air changed drastically. At that moment, they didn't know how to reply. They were all silent, but in their hearts, they were hoping that the Dan essence guarding the mine would appear quickly and kill these reckless people in the air. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see the Dan essence of their family appear. The group of people in the air felt that something was wrong. Because of the commotion, these guardians should have appeared long ago. The Dan essence guarding the mine didn't appear at all. Instead, a figure holding a stone sword walked out from the entrance of the mine. The other party was only in the air, but he swaggered out of the mine. "Kill all the guardians," Zhang Haoyan said coldly as soon as he came out. When the group of people in the air heard this, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Each and every one of them shouted that this was impossible. "You guys haven't made a choice yet. Obviously, you're not willing. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll go get the primal stones myself. As for you guys, go underground and continue to be guardians." Zichun, who was sitting on Longhu's back, spoke with a cold, murderous intent. No, we're willing. We're willing to go get the primal stones." There was dead silence in the mine. After not hearing any movement for a long time, the group of people in the air was finally scared. At that moment, they all spoke up, extremely terrified. Zichun just smiled and said, "It's too late. I only gave you one chance. Unfortunately, you didn't take it." As soon as he finished speaking, a crazy murderous intent emerged from behind Zichun. It was the expressionless group of people in front of them. Each of them seemed to have suddenly gone crazy, surging with monstrous murderous intent as they rushed towards them. Moreover, the strength of these people was really terrifying. Although they were all in the air realm, their combat strength was far beyond ordinary Dan essence. It was clearly a battle between people of the same level, but as the battle began, it immediately turned into a one-sided massacre. "This is too strong." Seeing that the half-meter-long mouse could easily slaughter the Lu family's air warriors, the 6 people who followed Zichun were already deeply shocked. The 6 of them hadn't made a move yet, but the Lu family's air warriors were already falling from the sky like raindrops, and the battle that just happened was about to come to an end. Is this really the force of the Lu family that usually oppresses us? Hearing the echoing cries for mercy, the 6 of them felt like they were dreaming. Everything in front of them was so unreal. The Lu family of a big force shouldn't be in such a sorry state. Everything should be the opposite. The battle ended quickly, and the ground was covered with corpses. Only then did the 6 people realize that they hadn't made a move yet. The 6 of them looked at each other and saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. They thought that since they were following him, they should do something. So, their eyes fell on the spirit rings of the dead Lu family. Each of them thought that since there were no more enemies to kill, they should clean up the battlefield. But before they landed on the ground to pick up the spirit rings, they heard Wang Qiong's voice. "Don't pick up those useless spirit rings. First, follow me to the mine and collect the primordial stones there." Are these useless spirit rings? These are the lifetime wealth of each Lu family. The 6 of them were speechless, but they still followed Wang Qiong's instructions and entered the mine. Previously, Zhang Haoyan had already snuck in and killed all the guards here. Except for Dan Yuan, even the Lu family was killed. As for the miners, Zhang Haoyan was too lazy to kill them. In the mine, corpses could be seen everywhere. Under Zhang Haoyan's lead, everyone went straight to the primordial stones. There, piles of primordial stones were placed there. The lowest grade primordial stones were low-grade primordial stones. There were more than a dozen piles, and each pile had more than 10 million primordial stones. In addition, there were also mid-grade primordial stones and high-grade primordial stones. Looking at the piles of primordial stones, the 6 Lu family members were completely dumbfounded. Their breathing also became rapid. This was the first time they had seen so many primordial stones. They were dazzled. Zichun only glanced at the primordial stones, then looked at the 6 excited people. The latter seemed to have realized that they had lost their composure and quickly calmed down. Zichun suddenly pointed at the 6 piles of low-grade primordial stones and said, "These 6 piles are yours. As for the rest, all of them will be confiscated. They will be used to establish a force in the future." "Thank you, leader." When the 6 heard this, they were instantly overjoyed. Then, they rushed towards the piles of primordial stones. Obviously, at this moment, they had already recognized Zichun as their new leader. Suddenly, they felt that something was wrong and stopped. Then, they looked at Zichun and said embarrassedly, "Leader, let's confiscate these too. Although there was reluctance in the 6 people's eyes, they were very decisive. After they finished speaking, they no longer looked at the primordial stones. A smile appeared on Zichen's face as he said, "You have just joined our team. Consider this a greeting gift for you. Don't refuse, take it all." After speaking, Zichun walked towards the other piles of primordial stones, then opened the purple gold gourd and began to collect them. "Take it. Zichen's greeting gift is not something that anyone can accept." Wang Qiong also smiled. The gratitude in the 6 people's eyes became even stronger. Then, they quickly rushed towards the piles of primordial stones and began to collect them. After looting a load, the group's harvest was naturally great. However, their harvest in the ancient battlefield was even greater. Just 1 load alone and so many primordial stones were nothing in their eyes. After collecting all the primordial stones, it was time for the group to leave. Suddenly, a tremor came from the ground. Then, a white figure drilled out from the ground. It was the spirit-devouring rat. The spirit-devouring rat said as soon as it appeared, "We have the primordial liquid. This load will not produce any more primordial stones." Before coming, it had sensed the extremely rich spiritual energy in this place, and also the presence of the primordial liquid. Therefore, the group entered to collect the primordial stones while it went underground to search for the primordial liquid. As expected of a thieving rat, "You've shown your usefulness so quickly. Well done." The monk's praise made the spirit-devouring rat roll its eyes in dissatisfaction. "Brother-in-law, other than the Liu family's load, there should be other loads. Since we have already offended the 5 overlords and almost all the forces in the Bedlam lands, we might as well loot them all before we leave." Wang Shan suddenly made a suggestion. This suggestion made everyone's eyes light up. There was almost no need for a vote. Everyone agreed that the suggestion was good. Then, their eyes fell on Zichun. After pondering for a moment, Zichun nodded. He thought that the suggestion was feasible. Therefore, he said, "Since we've already robbed, we might as well go all out." Therefore, after leaving this load, the group went straight to the second load. Half a day later, they found the second load. "Who dares to behave so atrociously in the Gong family's load? Are you courting death?" A cold and angry voice sounded. "The Gong family of the 8 overlords. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Kill." Under the cold voice, the group rushed towards the load. 2 hours later, the group calmly walked out of the load. They couldn't tell how much they had gained. However, from the excited expressions of the 6 Zephyrs who followed them, it seemed that they had gained a lot. Chapter 591. Ever since the destruction of the everlasting sect, the barbarian land had become a laughingstock. No one looked up to this place, and no one looked up to the barbarians. Anyone who walked out of the barbarian land would be labeled as weak and cowardly. But 10,000 years later, the entire Bedlam lands was shaken because of the barbarians. They had become the laughingstock of the southern region. They had really done something that shook the entire Bedlam lands. Zichun was only in the Zephyr realm, yet he was able to annihilate the 5 overlord forces' inner core experts. Not only that, he almost killed the Shangguan family's patriarch, Shangguan Feilin. Other than that, he also killed all the inner core experts from the 8 forces. When this news spread, it naturally caused an uproar. He's just a barbarian, but he's strong enough to challenge the overlords. The barbarians of this generation are truly extraordinary. They always bring shock to people. In Chaos City, the cultivators who heard the news all sighed. If it was said that Zichun had killed the Overlord Primal Core experts because he had taken advantage of the Heavenly Lightning Tribulation, then the defeat of the Overlord Primal Core experts was justifiable. But when the news that the 4 overlords had sent their Primal Core experts to kill the barbarians spread, the entire Chaos City fell into an uproar. One had to know that those dozens of Primal Core experts had all personally experienced the Heavenly Lightning Tribulation. They had truly escaped the first tribulation of their lives, and their battle prowess was far beyond ordinary early Primal Core experts. Moreover, there was even a mid-Primal Core expert. Although there was a difference of 1 level between them, the difference in battle prowess was more than 10 times. Under normal circumstances, a mid-Primal Core expert could easily kill an early primal core expert. But so many experts had actually been killed by the barbarians. Not a single one was left alive. When this news spread, the entire Chaos City was in an uproar. Many cultivators and powers paid close attention to the barbarians. A mere barbarian land with no resources to speak of. How strong can the barbarians from there be? This is all just a rumor. It can't be completely believed. Hearing this, many cultivators snorted disdainfully, not believing it at all. Is it just a rumor? You should know that there are many cultivators who saw the heavenly lightning tribulation. Many of them saw the barbarian Zichan going on a killing spree and the core essences of the overlords being killed. It has already been confirmed. A cultivator told the truth. He's just a clown who got lucky. He thinks that he can challenge the overlords just because he obtained the inheritance. Little does he know that the gap between the two sides is still as big as the heavens and earth. Such an arrogant ending, other than playing to the gallery, will only make him die faster. That might not be the case. Although they are barbarians, they are not fools. Every one of them is comparable to a monster. Their intelligence is naturally not low. Since they dared to challenge the overlord forces, they should have something to rely on. A mere barbarian has nothing to rely on. As the news of the barbarians provoking the overlords spread, such discussions could be heard all over Chaos City. Were these barbarians acting recklessly, or were they full of confidence? This became the focus of everyone's discussion, and because of their different viewpoints, they were divided into two factions. One faction believed that the barbarians would definitely die, while the other faction believed that the barbarians had something to rely on. However, in Chaos City, which was the territory of the overlords, these two factions didn't dare to act rashly. Just as everyone was speculating, one shocking news after another spread to Chaos City. 3 days ago, the Liu family's primordial stone mine had been robbed clean by the barbarians. All the experts guarding the mine had been killed, and all the primordial stones had been stolen. 2 days ago, one of the Gong family's most important resources, the primordial stone mine, had also been robbed by the barbarians. All the experts guarding the mine had been killed without exception. Apart from that, the Ning family's black iron mine had also been robbed. In the past few days, there had been news of 6 or 7 factions' primordial stone mines being robbed by the barbarians in the depths of the Chaos City. Moreover, apart from the factions that had direct enmity with the barbarians, the other factions that had no enmity with the barbarians had also been robbed. Heavens, are those barbarians crazy? Robbing so many factions, are they trying to make an enemy out of all the factions in the Bedlam lands? Along the way, they have robbed so many factions, big and small. Could it be that they have already decided to leave the Bedlam lands and return to the barbarian lands? When the news came out, it caused an uproar. The first ones to lose their cool were the 8 factions. From the beginning, they had irreconcilable enmity with the barbarians. Therefore, when they heard that their primordial stone mines had been robbed by the barbarians, they were even more furious. Their patriarchs had smashed countless things that day. In short, their anger had reached its peak. Therefore, they first sent out 8 primordial core experts to hunt down the barbarians. Naturally, the leaders were all mid-stage primordial core experts. Because of time constraints, Zichan hadn't robbed all the 8 factions. However, this didn't prevent them from sending primordial core experts to hunt down Zichan. When the 8 mid-stage primordial core experts led a large number of early-stage primordial core experts out, everyone was watching and waiting. In the Chaos City, the second heads group walked out of the 8 factions' encampments. Their faces were incomparably ugly. Bah, who do you think you are? We came with good intentions to deliver information to you. Not only did you not accept our kindness, you even drove us out. This bunch of dogs who bully others because of their master's power are destined to be slaves and lackeys for life. The group's faces were ugly, and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They had come with good intentions to deliver information. In their imagination, these factions should have treated them well, served with good tea and snacks, and then put on a grateful expression. However, the truth was that as soon as they delivered the information, they were immediately driven away. Not to mention good tea and snacks, they didn't even get to drink a mouthful of water. After coming out of the 8 factions' encampments, the group met each other. Their expressions were the same. Obviously, they had received the same treatment. They had stuck their warm faces to the cold buttocks of the other factions. Second head, what should we do now? The group was very dispirited. They all looked at the second head. They were originally going straight to the Overlord's faction, but they suddenly wanted to get more rewards, so they went to the 8 factions first. The second head's gloomy expression was originally extremely gloomy, but he slowly calmed down. He glanced at the 8 forces' encampments and said indifferently, "Through this incident, I finally know why these 8 forces will always be small forces." Why? Everyone looked at the second head. Because of foresight. The second head took a deep breath and said in a profound manner, "They don't have the slightest bit of foresight. They only see the barbarians in their eyes, but they can't see our group. They don't have any tolerance in their hearts, and they are narrow-minded. They only want to take revenge, but they drove us out. This kind of faction is only fit to be a small faction and will never become an Overlord's faction." The group of Zephyrs kept nodding as they listened. They had 70 to 80 Zephyrs on their side, and they were very powerful. The other party couldn't see them and didn't try to recruit them. Obviously, there was something wrong with them. The second head was in high spirits. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. He looked at the group of people in the sky and said, "They still have a long way to go. If they continue to act like this, not to mention becoming an overlord, they might not even be able to keep the name of this small power." The group of Zephyrs were already stunned, and their eyes were filled with worship. "You bunch of bastards, get the hell away from me. If you dare to hang around here again, be careful of losing your lives." Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. It was the guard of one of the factions who shouted at them. The group of people turned around and looked at the Zephyr guards. They were thinking about the second head's words and treated the other party as a small faction without foresight. "Get lost. I'm talking about you. Stop talking nonsense and get lost, or else you won't live to see tomorrow." The Zephyr guards pointed at the second head from afar and shouted, "AI, good, good." The second head nodded repeatedly, and with a smile on his face, he led the group of people who were shocked and left in a hurry. "Hey, a guard dog is still so arrogant. He is destined to not become a big faction. He doesn't even know how to pick a dog." When they were far away, the group of people also started to curse. "A little impatience spoils great plans. Since we know they are dogs, why bother with them?" The second head returned to his normal state. Then, "Second head, what should we do now?" "Of course, we will follow the plan and send the information to the Overlord faction." "But what if the Overlord faction acts like them again?" someone whispered, obviously having a shadow in his heart. "How is that possible?" The reason why the Overlord faction is the Overlord faction is because they are tolerant and have the heart to recognize talent. As long as we send out useful information, we will definitely be rewarded and put in an important position. The second head said confidently, "There are 5 Overlord factions. Who should we look for?" "The Shangguan clan." Before anyone could continue to ask, the second head explained, "The Shangguan clan's patriarch was almost killed by Zichun, so he must hate Zichun to death in his heart. It's just that he can't find any traces of Zichun, so he didn't make any moves. Now that we have given accurate information about the barbarians, it can be considered as a timely help and also a great contribution. In the future, everyone can wait for a meteoric rise." Everyone nodded as they listened. Their eyes lit up, and they repeatedly praised the second head for being wise. And so, the group went straight to the Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan occupied almost 1/5 of the entire Chaos City. Although they had already seen the tall courtyard walls of the Shangguan clan, it still took them an hour to reach the main gate. Not only was the Shangguan clan's main gate taller and more luxurious than the other Overlord factions, even the guards were much stronger than the other Overlord factions. On both sides of the Vermilion Gate, 8 cultivators stood one after another. Each of them had the strength of a core essence cultivator who had passed the heavenly thunder tribulation. They stood there like iron towers, motionless. The second head signaled for everyone to stop, then led a few people who looked smart and capable into the air and walked towards the gate. The core essence guards stopped them, their eyes cold. The second head's heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained the purpose of his visit. The core essence guards coldly glanced at them, then turned and entered the gate. A moment later, they came out with a big-bellied old man. "Steward, they are the ones who said they know the traces of the barbarians." The guard pointed at the second head and the others. "Is it you? Then come with me." The steward's slightly amiable voice sounded. Just as the second head entered the Shangguan clan's gate, Zichun and the others had already arrived at the Shangguan clan's market in the central region. Chapter 592. The arrival of Zichun's group attracted a lot of attention, especially the Longhu, which attracted the attention of many cultivators. Many people were tempted by such a flashy mount. Among them, there were quite a few cultivators who were quite wealthy. They were eager to give it a try, but when they saw the owner of the mount, all of their expressions changed. Although almost 2 years had passed, many people still recognized Zichun sitting on the back of the Longhu. Tycoon Fat Antelope. What a tycoon fat antelope. Heavens, so many primal core cultivators were chasing after him, but he's still alive. The crowd was in an uproar, followed by a series of exclamations. It was obvious that many people had seen Zichun before and knew who Zichun was. Tycoon Fat Antelope, the name alone was enough to tell that he was worth a lot of money. Besides, some people knew that Zichun had liquefied yuan and was once surrounded by primal core experts. Some of the cultivators who were interested in buying the Longhu immediately dispersed, abandoning the unrealistic thoughts in their hearts. Besides, the Longhu had withdrawn its aura and aura. It looked just like a majestic mount. It was not a wise choice to offend a tycoon fat antelope for such a mount. Zichun sat on the back of the Longhu and greeted some familiar people, such as the owner of the roasted wing stall. Judging from their surprised expressions, the news of him offending an overlord faction should not have spread yet. Then, the group headed straight to the treasure pavilion. The experts of the Shangguan clan who had received the news were already waiting at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. "Senior," Zichun jumped down from the Longhu's back and bowed respectfully, while the monk chanted the name of Buddha. "Zichun's name has spread throughout the Bedlam ground. You're very famous, and your strength is feared by countless people. I'm flattered to hear you call me senior," the expert of the Shangguan clan said with a smile. The badge Zichun used to enter the small world was given to him free of charge. Besides, it was obvious that he already knew about the shocking things Zichun had done in the depths of the small world. "Zichun will always remember senior's kindness in gifting me the token," said Zichun. "It's just a small favor. There's no need to take it to heart. Since you're here, follow me up." The Shangguan clan expert turned around and went upstairs. Zichun nodded and followed closely behind the Shangguan clan expert. As for the others, they were free to move about in the marketplace. Zichun followed the Shangguan family expert to the top floor. "Back then, when I gave you the token, I only wanted to give you an opportunity. Who would have thought that you would actually cause so much trouble? Not only did you offend the 8 powers, you even provoked the overlord powers." After taking a seat on the top floor, the expert from the Shangguan clan shook his head and said, "I won't attack unless I'm attacked," Zichun replied. You've made a bigger mistake this time than piercing a hole in the sky." The Shangguan clan expert sighed. "Then may I ask if I'll be protected by staying here?" Zichun looked at him. The Shangguan clan expert pondered for a moment before saying, "Fighting and killing is prohibited in the marketplace. This is an unwritten rule. Since it's a rule, all powers must abide by it. But you must know that the people who are bound by the rules will always be the ones who are bound by the rules. As for the people who set the rules, they naturally won't be bound." Zichun nodded, indicating that he understood. If the overlord powers wanted to make a move, it didn't matter where it was. "You came straight to me when you arrived at the marketplace. Do you have any doubts that you need me to answer?" The Shangguan clan expert looked at Zichun. "I do have some doubts." Zichun nodded. "Then tell me. I want to ask Senior if there are any overlord powers that surpass the inner core realm." After saying that, Zichun looked at the Shangguan clan expert. "Don't you know whether there are such existences?" The Shangguan clan expert asked. Hearing this, Zichun's expression changed instantly. He recalled the energy hand that saved the group of inner core realm experts and the energy hand that injured the sky-devouring wolf at the entrance of the ancient battlefield. Obviously, the owner of the energy hand was an existence that surpassed the inner core realm. For a moment, Zichen's expression kept changing. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? Are you regretting it? What were you doing when you were domineering back then? The Shangguan clan expert joked. Zichen shook his head and said, I'm not afraid, and I don't regret it. The overlord powers are aggressive and greedy. If I don't kill them, I'll be killed instead. So even if I have to fight to the death with them, I have no regrets. You came to me today because of this matter. The Shangguan clan expert obviously didn't want to be entangled in this matter. There's one more thing. After thinking for a moment, Zichen said seriously, if I dare to ask Senior, if I fight to the death with the overlord powers, will those experts that surpass the inner core realm attack me because of this matter? Haha. Hearing Zichen's question, the Shangguan clan expert suddenly laughed out loud. Zichen looked at the other party seriously, but the other party kept laughing. He seemed to find this question very funny and laughed until there were tears in his eyes. Only when he was tired of laughing did he stop. Is this question very funny? Zichen looked at the other party. Don't you think it's funny? Zichen shook his head and said seriously, it's not funny at all. Seeing Zichen's serious expression, the Shangguan clan expert stopped laughing and said, all right, since you don't think it's funny, I won't laugh. As for the question you just asked, I can't answer it. After all, I'm not at that level. Then why are you laughing at me? Zichen stared at him. Haha, young man, don't be anxious. Although I can't answer it, I can still answer a little. The kind of existence you mentioned, if they really wanted to attack you, you probably wouldn't have made it here alive, the Shangguan clan expert said. How is that possible? Zichen said loudly. At that time, because of the heavenly thunder tribulation, they had some scruples. That's why they saved those Jinyuan and didn't attack me. I wasn't there at that time, so I can't give you an accurate analysis. But I know that if an existence beyond Jinyuan wanted to kill you, it would only take one finger. You can't be thinking that they didn't even have time to use one finger, right? You mean they didn't want to kill me, but I killed their people. We are enemies, Zichen retorted. The expert from the Shangguan clan smiled. Have you ever seen an elephant personally stepping on an ant? If the elephant had to do everything, well, what would be the point of having jackals and wolves? Hearing this, Zichen's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, Senior, you mean that they will only send Jinyuan to deal with me? In theory, yes. You only need to block the attack of Jinyuan. Seeing Zichen's happy face, the Shangguan clan expert reminded him, but it's not just the early and middle stages of Jinyuan. There might be late and complete Jinyuan too. The joy on Zichen's face froze. He could fight against a mid-stage Jinyuan, but he couldn't guarantee that he could kill one. As for late and complete Jinyuan, he didn't even need to think about it. After getting the answer, Zichen left. Suddenly, an expert from the Shangguan clan said, currently, the Shangguan clan is discussing the matter of She being assassinated by the black-robed men in the ancient battlefield. Before the discussion comes to a conclusion, they will not act against you. Zichen turned his head and thanked him gratefully. Just as Zichen and his group entered the market, the second head also entered the Shangguan clan. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were brought to the side hall by the housekeeper. Where's the head of the family? Looking at the magnificent side hall, everyone's horizons were broadened. They looked around curiously, but the second head didn't forget the purpose of their visit and asked directly. I'm the housekeeper here. If there's any news about the barbarians, just tell me directly. The housekeeper smiled. A servant poured a cup of tea for the housekeeper, and the aroma of the tea filled the air. Looking at the housekeeper drinking tea alone, the second head and the others were startled. It seemed that this scene was different from what they had imagined. But it didn't matter. The second head secretly despised the housekeeper of the Overlord force for not knowing the rules. He didn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality. But he still described the characteristics and traces of the barbarians clearly. You're saying that they went to the outer regions to establish their forces. The housekeeper put down the teacup in his hand, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. That's right. These reckless barbarians even said that they would fight against the Overlord force to the end. They even used a few elixir weapons and liquefied yuan to trick a few idiots into working for them. They wanted to tempt us, but I naturally wouldn't agree. The barbarians fighting against the Overlord force is like an egg hitting a mountain. They can't even withstand a single blow. The second head said in one breath, and his mouth felt dry. Oh, so you're saying that you're in cahoots with the barbarians? The housekeeper picked up the teacup again and took a sip. We used to be in cahoots, but after knowing that they dared to disrespect the Overlord force, we completely turned against them. We turned over a new leaf and supported the Overlord force. The second head raised his voice a lot. Good, very good. You're really aware. The housekeeper nodded with satisfaction and then asked, How many people do you have? Sir, we have a total of 83 people. Apart from the 8 of us, the other 75 are waiting outside. If you have any orders, we'll do it immediately. A clever Yufei finally seized the opportunity to speak. He wanted to show off in front of the housekeeper. From their point of view, this was the prelude to being recruited for meritorious service. More than 80 people. Not bad. The housekeeper nodded with satisfaction. We have a lot of people, and we're strong. We're definitely a powerful force. Sir, you can use us without worry. The 8 people all smiled. Indeed, more than 80 people. It's enough. The housekeeper nodded, and then ignored the 8 people who were excited. He said to the door, Men, behead these 8 people and the 75 people outside. Hang their heads on the east gate for 3 days. Tell them that this is the result of the barbarians offending the Overlord force. What? The 8 people who were full of joy were instantly dumbfounded. They fell into a daze. Sir, are you mistaken? We provided clues and traces of the barbarians. You should reward us. The second head reacted the fastest. He knelt down and asked, Anyone related to the barbarians, leave none alive. The housekeeper's voice was calm, and he drank the tea in the cup. The second head's face turned ashen. At this moment, he finally recognized himself. A mere 80 Yufei was nothing in the housekeeper's eyes. Chapter 593. Zichun walked out of the Million Treasure Pavilion, feeling much better. Looking at the golden sunlight shining down from the sky, he could not help but reveal a smile. The overlords had ruled the Bedlam land for tens of thousands of years. They had numerous experts and a deep foundation. They were like lofty behemoths that all the other forces had to look up to. And such existences were not something that a lucky barbarian like him could resist with just a few other barbarians. Along the way, Zichun seemed relaxed, as if victory was within his grasp. But in fact, his heart was heavy. The 5 overlords were like a huge mountain, pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. And just now, when he received the almost certain news, the haze in his heart was swept away by a ray of light. Zichun liked the analogy of an elephant and an ant very much, because on his side, there was also an elephant that they needed to rely on. In the era where elephants did not appear, there were only ants and wolves fighting. And although the chances of ants fighting against wolves were slim, it was not impossible. After coming out of the Million Treasure Pavilion, Zichun quickly gathered everyone. After 15 minutes, everyone was present. Now, we need to reach the outer region as soon as possible and establish our own force as soon as possible, said Zichun. When do we depart? Now? Everyone asked. No, we need to split up now. Zichun looked at everyone and finally looked at Tyrant. He said, Tyrant, we will separate. I will go to the outer region to establish my force. Tyrant, Zhang Haoyan, and Demon Ape will stay here to recruit inner core experts. Recruit inner core experts? Now? Tyrant was startled. Yes, recruit inner core experts to join our force. As for the reward, it will be a Dan weapon and 100,000 upper grade yuan stones for a year. Zichun nodded. This was the inner core reward he had decided on after thinking for a long time. Are you crazy? We are just recruiting ordinary inner core experts. How can you give us such a high reward? Tyrant stared at Zichun. In the outer region, Dan weapons were worth a lot. They were much rarer than inner core experts. Plus, 100,000 upper-grade yuan stones a year was more than the leader of a force in the outer region. Furthermore, 100,000 high-grade primal stones were worth more than 1 billion low-grade primal stones. With such a huge amount, not to mention early-stage primal core cultivators, even mid-stage primal core cultivators were more than enough. We robbed them so thoroughly before. Soon, the experts of those forces will catch up with us. A war could break out at any time. This is a war that will cost our lives. 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones is not a high reward. Zichen continued, if we encounter a core essence cultivator who has undergone a heavenly lightning tribulation, we can increase the reward. Furthermore, we can promise them that when they reach a bottleneck, we will provide them with origin liquefied essence to help them break through. What? Tyrant's expression changed again. The others were no longer calm. Zichen's offer was too generous. We are enemies with the Overlord forces. If there is no better reward, who will work for you? The three of you will stay here. If you see that the situation is not good, take the other Dan essences and leave. We will meet in the outer regions. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen led the others and left in a hurry. Time was tight. The core essence cultivators of the enemy forces could appear at any time. There was not much time left for Zichen. As soon as Zichen left, the three of them started to deal with the matter of recruiting core essence cultivators. Zhang Haoyan was not good with words. Other than being cold, there was nothing else he could do. Clearly, he was suitable for standing on the board. As for the devil ape, it was better for him to hide and deal with unexpected situations. 15 minutes later, Tyrant made a 3-meter-tall board. On top of it, there were 4 scarlet words, core essence cultivators recruited. Under the words, there were 2 bigger words, reward. There were 2 quotation marks in front of the reward. A line of even bigger words was written on top. Core essence cultivators recruited. Reward, 1 elixir weapon, 100,000 upper-grade primal stones for 1 year. The moment such a strange board appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Furthermore, Tyrant had placed the board opposite the 10,000 treasure pavilion. It was impossible for it not to attract attention. What is this? Core essence cultivators recruited? The reward? 100,000 upper-grade primal stones a year, plus 1 elixir weapon? Is this for real? When the crowd saw those scarlet words, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked that this was a huge sum of money. How can the board Lord Zing put up be fake? Tyrant glared and looked at the crowd in the sky. He then said loudly, go and tell all the core essence cultivators you know that Lord Zing's force wants to expand. Therefore, we are recruiting core essence cultivators. As for the reward, just tell them the truth. This monk, the reward you wrote on the board is real. You are not lying. Someone still could not believe it. The reward was way too extravagant. Don't tell me that Lord Zung is lying to you guys? Tyrant's eyes widened. Then, a light flashed in his hand. Shining weapons appeared one after another, surging with the aura of elixir weapons. These are elixir weapons. Oh my god, there are so many of them. A total of 10 elixir weapons were placed in front of them. Their brilliance flashed continuously. Everyone's eyes were wide open. The shock in their hearts did not dissipate for a long time. What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and spread the news. Tyrant was a little dissatisfied when he saw that everyone was frozen in shock. This Lord Zung, I wonder if you guys want to fly? Yeah, Lord Zung. Although we fly, our combat strength is only slightly weaker than core essence cultivators. We can be of great use. The crowd looked at Tyrant anxiously. They even said that the reward could be lower. Even if they did not want vitality stones, they could just ask for elixir weapon. Wait until the recruitment, Lord Zung will tell you guys. Now, go and spread the news. Here, this is the reward. It was rare for Tyrant to be generous today. He instantly threw out dozens of upper-grade vitality stones, 1 for each person. The group of Yukong monks took the primordial stones and thanked him profusely. Then, they quickly left. Very soon, the news of a Yukong monk recruiting Dan essence cultivators spread throughout the area. Furthermore, the price was so high that it caused many leaders of the various powers to be envious. Zhang Haoyan stood beside the huge wooden board like a guard. He stood upright with a cold face. Tyrant was sitting there leisurely. If someone asked, he would explain calmly. 10 elixir weapons were placed in front of them. Such real objects were placed here, shining brightly. The shock it brought was incomparably huge. It was more effective than any explanation. Soon, some Dan cultivators rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the 10 Dan weapons in front of them, their pupils shrank. Light flashed in their eyes, and when their eyes landed on the huge stone tablet, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Tyrant, is what is written on it real? A core essence cultivator in blue clothes walked out from the crowd and asked Tyrant directly. Tyrant glanced at him and said lightly, I am not a monk. I am Lord Zong. What? Core essence cultivator looked at Tyrant with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Tyrant did not deliberately suppress his strength. He was only at the peak of Zephyr Realm. Calling someone at the peak of Zephyr Realm as Lord Zong was obviously an insult to Core Essence. Forget it if you don't understand. Next Core Essence, come here. Tyrant looked very casual, as if he did not care at all. Hee, I am just joking. Isn't it just calling me Lord Zong? Core Essence Cultivator's eyes flashed. He turned his face and asked with a smile, Lord Zong, may I ask if the scarlet words written on it are real? Of course. As long as you join our force, you can take away the elixir weapons now. Tyrant said, if the elixir weapons are taken away, what about the 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones? Core Essence Cultivator's eyes were filled with joy. The 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones will be settled at the end of the year. What? Only once a year? What if you go back on your words and don't give us the primordial stones? Tyrant smiled faintly and said, after a year, as long as you are still alive, we promise to pay you the 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones, not one less. What do you mean? Is it dangerous to join your force? Core Essence's face turned ugly. With such a high reward, of course we have to fight. If we die, we can't blame others. Tyrant still explained patiently, aren't you cheating us? You want us to work for you for a year for nothing. If we die before the year is up, you don't have to give us a single primordial stone. Core Essence was very dissatisfied. He did not suppress his voice and deliberately spread it out. Then, the other Core Essence cultivators in the crowd echoed his dissatisfaction. Tyrant raised his head and looked at them. He asked faintly, if this doesn't work, then what do you think we should do? Give us the 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones first. Only after we get the elixir weapons will we work for you wholeheartedly. Core Essence hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, that's right. This is the best way. Once we see the primordial stones, we will feel at ease. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, we are willing to do it. At this moment, another 2 Core Essence cultivators walked out from the crowd. What do you think of this method? Tyrant looked at them. Of course it's good. The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Good. Take the elixir weapons. As for the upper-grade primordial stones, I can give them to you now. Tyrant was very generous. The 3 of them quickly chose their elixir weapons, but their eyes kept glancing at the other elixir weapons. There was a strange light in their eyes. At this moment, Tyrant waved his big hand in the air 3 times. 3 piles of primordial stones appeared on the ground. These primordial stones were all upper-grade primordial stones. They emitted an extremely rich primordial chi. There were 3 piles of them, shining brightly and dazzling. Looking at these primordial stones, the 3 Core Essence cultivators were stunned. In the distance, the other cultivators in the sky fell into a daze. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Tyrant's generosity. The 3 Core Essence cultivators reacted quickly. In less than 3 breaths of time, they took away all the primordial stones. Then, the 3 of them looked at each other and saw the cold smile in each other's eyes. After that, the 3 of them turned around and left. You took my primordial stones and elixir weapons. You should listen to our orders and stay here. Are you going back on your words after taking the primordial stones? Tyrant stood up and said to the 3 of them. There was a hint of panic in his voice. We still have something to do at home. We need to arrange it. The 3 of them turned around and looked at Tyrant mockingly. Then you shouldn't have taken the elixir weapons and primordial stones. You should have arranged everything and taken them when you could leave. Tyrant spoke again. He was no longer confident, and his voice began to tremble. Idiot. You want to stay and take the other elixir weapons? Looking at Tyrant's cowardice, one of the core essence cultivators sneered and went straight to the other elixir weapons. Chapter 594. The monk was only in the Zephyr realm. Under normal circumstances, a single Inner Dan cultivator would be able to defeat him. Therefore, the 3 Inner Dan cultivators colluded to cheat the monk of his elixir weapons and vitality stones. Each of them had a weapon and 100,000 upper-grade vitality stones. This was a huge sum, enough for them to live a carefree life for a long time. The 3 of them planned to leave after cheating. However, the monk's cowardice made them change their minds. They turned around and looked at the other 7 elixir weapons. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The 3 of them were showing their true colors. What are you guys trying to do? The monk took a step back and looked at the 3 of them cautiously. Zhang Haoyan stood straight beside the wooden sign. He looked cold and had no intention of interfering. It was as if it was his duty to look at the wooden sign. Idiot. What do you think we are doing? The 3 of them sneered and turned around to grab the rest of the elixir weapons. You guys want to snatch my elixir weapons? The monk's face suddenly changed. This is not snatching, this is taking. One of the Inner Dan cultivators sneered. Just a moment ago, he was talking about Lord Zhang. But in the blink of an eye, he was terrified. The Zephyr's faces were filled with regret. If they knew that the other party was a rich and brainless coward, they would have attacked first. Moreover, fighting was prohibited in the market. Even if they snatched something, this coward would not dare to attack. Other than the Zephyrs, there were also some Inner Dan cultivators around. They were just watching coldly without any intention of fighting. However, the flickering light in their eyes told the crowd that they were not calm at all. How dare you snatch my things in the market? Are you guys not afraid of death? Seeing that 6 of the 7 elixir weapons were snatched away and the 3 of them were still fighting for the last one, the monk suddenly shouted, Death? Hee hee. Monk, you are the one who wants me dead. The Inner Dan cultivator who snatched the last elixir weapon turned around and sneered at the monk. At the same time, he stretched his head forward and said mockingly, Monk, don't you want me dead? Come, hit me here. Let's see if you have the guts. The Inner Dan cultivator was not afraid at all. This was the market. No one would dare to fight here. Even if the monk attacked first, he could kill him in the next moment. As for the other 2 core Essence Realm experts, they were also hugging their arms and watching the show. Today's harvest was really too great. They were somewhat beside themselves with joy. In the distance, a few cultivators in the crowd who knew the story of Shang and Zichun looked at the 3 primordial core cultivators with pity. This monk was not afraid when he and Zichun were hunted down by dozens of primordial core cultivators. How could he be scared by 3 mere primordial core cultivators? Obviously, the monk was pretending to be a coward to set an example for others. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Looking at Dan Yuan's head, Tyrant suddenly said coldly, Heh, come on. Dan Yuan stretched his head forward again and said jokingly. The void in front of Dan Yuan suddenly broke open silently. A pitch-black stick shadow appeared from the void. The stick shadow emitted a powerful aura. With great power, it struck Dan Yuan's head with lightning speed. Bang! Immediately after, the shadow of the staff fell, and a muffled explosion rang out. Blood splattered everywhere as the core origin cultivator was smashed into pieces. The core weapon and spirit ring in his hand, as well as the Dan Yuan energy in his body, fell into the minced flesh. It was a shocking scene. After the shadow of the staff, a tall demonic figure walked out of the void. He held a black stick in his hand. His eyes were red, and his body was surging with cold killing intent. Such a scene was naturally out of everyone's expectations. Everyone stared at the demonic beast that dared to attack in the market, and the 2 primordial core cultivators, who were hugging their arms and watching the show, were completely dumbfounded. The other party had smashed a primordial core cultivator with 1 hit of the stick. Moreover, the strength was very precise, only shattering the body and not the core origin cultivator. Just this control of strength alone was enough to make the two primordial core cultivators shocked. How dare you steal our things? You're courting death. The corner of the demonic ape's mouth twitched, revealing a sinister smile. Then, he raised the black stick in his hand and smashed it down again. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and the space around them began to shake violently. The black stick continued to descend, and Dan Yuan's face was filled with shock. He wanted to dodge in horror, but he suddenly discovered that his body was no longer under his control. The surging energy in his body also suddenly receded like a tide. Pong! With a face full of despair, the black stick smashed down, causing another huge tremor. The second primordial core cultivator was smashed. The perfect control of strength allowed the energy of the primordial core to be preserved. In the blink of an eye, two primordial core cultivators were killed. As for the third primordial core cultivator, his face was full of fear. He said in horror, You dare to attack in the market? Boom! The black stick in the demonic ape's hand smashed down for the third time, still carrying a strong force. With a loud explosion, the third primordial core cultivator was smashed. 3 strikes to kill 3 primordial core cultivators could be said to be clean, decisive, and ruthless. It shocked everyone present. Moreover, the strength that the demonic ape displayed was only in the air. What a bunch of idiots. How dare you steal things in the market? Seems like you don't want to live anymore. Just in the dead silence, the monk who was previously thought to be a coward spoke. He then took a few steps forward and picked up the spirit rings, elixir weapons, and primordial core from the dismembered corpses. With that, everyone came to their senses and looked around. They were looking for the controller of the market. With such a big commotion and the killing of people, they must have heard the commotion and would appear to punish the other party. However, after waiting for a long time, the controller did not appear. For a moment, many people's expressions changed. They were all guessing if the monk was related to the controller of the market. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the top floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. Fighting is prohibited in the market. You juniors have violated the rules. Banish. As soon as the words were spoken, a gust of wind appeared from the Wanbao Pavilion. It then swept up the monk, the demonic ape, Zhang Haoyan, and the wooden tablet and flew out of the market. In a moment, there was no one left. Even the dismembered corpses were gone. The ground was clean. The group of cultivators in the distance were completely dumbfounded. They killed people in the market, but they were only banished. Outside the market, in an open space, the monk and the others appeared again. This time, they were more direct. In front of them were 10 elixir weapons. Behind the weapons were 10 energy primordial cores, and on both sides were 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Such a swaggering, brazen, and overbearing manner made the group of cultivators who followed behind change their expressions. A strange light flashed in their eyes. Zichun led the group of cultivators back to the outer region. Due to the lack of time, they traveled day and night without stopping. Along the way, they encountered bandits who didn't know what was good for them, and they were quickly killed with lightning speed. The journey that was supposed to take more than a month only took them 10 days to reach the outer region. Compared to 2 years ago, other than the number of cultivators in the outer region, there were no other changes. When they reached the outer region, Zichun's target was very clear. He went straight to the mine guarded by the Wild Wolf gang. As for Wild Wolf and Black Wind, ever since they failed to kill Zichun, they returned from the depths of the region and continued to control their own forces. However, as they interacted with each other along the way, their relationship gradually improved. After that, they joined forces with Wild Wolf Stronghold and Black Wind Cave, forming a new force called Black Wolf Stronghold. With 2 primal core cultivators working together, the Black Wolf gang became the undisputed overlord of the outer region in just 2 years. Moreover, this force continued to expand. It looked like it was going to swallow up other forces and become the ruler of the outer region. The Wild Wolf gang was guarding a crystal mine. The mine produced materials for refining spiritual weapons, but occasionally, there would be some high-quality crystals that could be used to refine spiritual weapons. In the outer region where resources were scarce, the value of this crystal mine was even higher than that of a primal stone mine. Early in the morning, The Zephyrs of the Black Wolf Gang had gathered. There were more than 200 Zephyrs. Among them, there were 4 Primal Core cultivators. Apart from that, there were also 2 Primal Core cultivators. Clearly, they were preparing to attack and rob other forces. Wild Wolf, get out here. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from the horizon. Over 200 Zephyrs and the 2 Primal Core cultivators raised their heads and looked towards the horizon in confusion. In the outer region, apart from Black Wind, it seemed like only the opposing forces dared to call out the Wild Wolf Gang's name directly. All of a sudden, the Zephyrs became alert. Even the 2 Primal Core cultivators frowned and looked towards the horizon. A group of figures appeared in the horizon. The one in the lead was a young man riding a strange beast. Behind him was a group of people. However, after sensing the surging aura around these people, everyone's expression changed. Then, anger appeared in their eyes, because they realized that these people were just Zephyrs. There was not a single Primal Core cultivator among them. How dare you? One of the Zephyrs shouted angrily. Is our gang leader's name something you can call out? You dare to call our gang leader's name directly? Are you looking for death? The other Zephyrs also shouted angrily. Meanwhile, the 2 Primal Core cultivators looked at Zichen's group with a cold light in their eyes. Wild Wolf, your old friends are here, yet you don't want to see them. Are you going to be a rat for the rest of your life? Zichen sat on the back of the dragon tiger and rushed forward. He did not care about the Zephyrs at all. He directly rushed towards the building not far from the Zephyrs. How dare you disrespect our gang leader? Kill. Do it. Kill without mercy. Stop right there. Die. Zichen ignored them. This made the Zephyrs furious. Then, they all shouted and signaled the other Zephyrs to attack. Surging energy instantly began to surge. Streaks of spirit weapons flashed. In an instant, close to 100 Zephyrs attacked Zichen. The spirit weapons were like raindrops. They appeared in the sky and shot towards Zichen. Roar. Zichen did not move. Instead, the dragon tiger below him let out a shocking roar. A transparent energy ripple spread out in all directions with the dragon tiger as the center. Bang! Bang! Wherever the ripple passed, there was an explosion. The energy attacks were all shattered. At the same time, the spirit weapons that were rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed also became dim after the energy ripple. They fell down. The dragon tiger beast let out a loud roar and dispersed all the attacks. If it wasn't for Zichen intentionally telling him to stop, all these spirit weapons would have been shattered. Because of the dragon tiger's roar, the scene suddenly became dead silent. All the cultivators looked at the man and the beast in shock. This also included the 2 Primal Core cultivators who had just entered the Primal Core realm. Chapter 595. Zichen's voice was like rolling thunder exploding in the sky. Although it was not as shocking as the dragon's roar or tiger's roar, it was still extremely penetrating. The group of flying warriors was already in a daze, each and every one of them looking at Zichen in shock. The 2 inner core experts who had just entered the inner core realm were also incomparably shocked. Zichen, you are Zichen. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the group of flying warriors. Someone had recognized Zichen. What? He is Zichen? He is the one who killed inner core experts in the flying warrior realm and stole the essence liquid, Zichen. 2 years ago, the news of Zichen and Tyrant killing the third head and stealing the essence liquid had already been secretly spread. Moreover, almost everyone knew that the 2 big creditors had chased each other for thousands of miles, but to no avail and had returned in despair. Previously, they thought it was just a rumor. How could a mere flying warrior kill an inner core expert? But now, after hearing Longhu's roar, they believed it. Moreover, the other party dared to call Wild Wolf by his name, obviously not putting him in his eyes. Wild Wolf, if you don't come out, I will slaughter everyone here. Zichen did not have much time left and did not want to waste it here. Therefore, his shout this time was filled with killing intent. The group of flying warriors changed their expressions upon hearing this. Even the 2 inner core experts paled. Boom! Boom! From Wild Wolf's residence, 2 powerful auras gushed out in an instant. Then, as the void trembled, two figures rushed out from below at extreme speed, rushing towards Zichen. These two people were none other than the two leaders of the Black Wolf stronghold, Wild Wolf and Black Wind. Seeing the two of them together, Zichen was instantly overjoyed. Originally, after finding Wild Wolf, he was going to find Black Wind. Now that the two of them were together, it saved him a lot of time. However, the two did not seem to welcome his arrival. The moment they appeared in the sky, they launched an attack towards Zichen. The combined might of the two fort masters was naturally powerful, but this also allowed the people in the air to see that Zichen was not ordinary. Otherwise, the two fort masters who had not fought for a long time would not have chosen to work together. Zichen didn't move at all. He just sat on Longhu's back with a faint smile on his face as he looked down at the two of them. He didn't move at all, completely looking down on them. Just as the two of them were about to charge over, Longhu raised his two front claws high into the air. His entire body glowed, and a surge of energy surged on his claws. Then, he treated the sky as the ground as he stomped on it. Boom! As he took a step forward, the air trembled like the earth. Then, it tore apart continuously. A black crack, visible to the naked eye, spread out in all directions with Longhu's claws as the center. The cracks spread out like a spider web, and during this time, a terrifying energy landed on the bodies of the two fort masters who were rushing forward. The two of them had charged over at an extremely fast speed with powerful auras. However, with a single step from Longhu, they fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Two large human-shaped pits appeared on the ground amidst two loud bangs. TSK, it seems like it's been more than a year, but your strength doesn't seem to have improved at all. You're still so weak. Zichen shook his head and smacked his lips as he looked at the two human-shaped craters on the ground. There was a smile on his face. As for the surrounding people in the air, the people in the air who were abnormally excited by the appearance of the two fort masters instantly became lifeless after Longhu's attack. They were completely petrified. Two more bangs rang out from the ground, and the two miserable-looking fort masters rushed out. The two of them stood in the air, facing Zichen from afar. Flames of anger surged in their eyes as they stared at Zichen. Zichen, what is the meaning of this? Wild Wolf asked coldly. Heifeng also stared coldly at Zichen. Both of their faces were gloomy. Nothing. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you very much. I want to see if your strength has improved. TSK, but it seems that you have disappointed me. Zichen looked down at the two of them, his eyes full of ridicule. You came here today just to humiliate us? The two of them had ugly expressions. Of course not. Zichen shook his head slightly, then said, I'm here to take you in. Take us in? The two of them were stunned when they heard that. The other cultivators in the air also looked at Zichen in puzzlement. To be precise, I'm only here to take you Dan Essence cultivators in. I'll take you into work for me in the future. Zichen was very direct. Take us into work for you? On what basis? Heifeng said coldly. In your dreams. Wild Wolf was even more direct. LV Peng. Zichen just chuckled, then glanced at LV Peng beside him. LV Peng nodded and took a few steps to stand in front of Zichen. He looked at the two cultivators in front of him. Light flashed in his hand, and a ball of 7-colored liquid appeared in his palm. The liquid was resplendent, and the 7 colors swirled above LV Peng's palm. Is this enough? Zichen smiled. This is liquefied elemental essence. When the two cultivators saw the liquefied elemental essence in LV Peng's hand, their eyes instantly widened, and even their breaths became hurried. Liquefied elemental essence was something they yearned for even in their dreams. It was also the only shortcut for them to break through. With liquefied elemental essence, they could break through to the middle stage of the inner core realm and become a true expert in the Bedlam lands. Since missing out on liquefied elemental essence a year ago, the two of them had taken over several loads of elemental stones in the past year or so. During this time, they had mobilized a large number of true energy boundary miners to continuously dig underground. However, it turned out that not every load contained liquefied elemental essence. During this period of time, the two of them had almost gone crazy from wanting liquefied elemental essence, but they had never obtained a single drop. At this moment, when they saw the other side so easily take out so much liquefied elemental essence, their expressions became extremely complicated. Hurried breaths instantly rang out in the sky. When the other cultivators saw the liquefied elemental essence, their expressions also changed, greed appearing in their eyes. Wild Wolf and Heifeng looked at Zichun, then at the other cultivators. Their expressions constantly changed, as if they were making some kind of comparison in their hearts. Zichun only smiled and did not say anything. In the end, the two's breathing calmed down, and the greed on their faces disappeared. Their expressions also returned to normal, but then they became depressed again. Haha, you two are indeed disappointing. I originally thought that with so many people, you two would still have the guts to fight for it. Zichun smiled faintly. However, such calm and indifferent words made the two of them feel a chill in their hearts. They forcibly suppressed the greed in their hearts and did not lose their minds. From now on, you'll work for me, and I'll give you endless resources to enjoy, Zichun said indifferently. The two's depressed expressions turned into hesitation. After a moment of silence, Heifeng asked, "Endless resources? Does that include liquefied elemental essence?" "Not only liquefied elemental essence, but also treasured pills," Zichun emphasized. "Treasured pills? You mean the treasured pills that can bring the dead back to life as long as there's still a breath left? You'll give us treasured pills?" The two of them were extremely shocked. They had once entered the depths to hunt down Zichun and had seen the auction. Naturally, they knew the value of a treasured pill. At that time, Zichun and Tyrant had bid for one. For the two of them, it was a sky-high price. "Of course, I recruited you to fight, not to let you die. Naturally, I'll give you treasured pills to save your lives." Zichun looked at the two of them, his voice suddenly becoming indifferent. "I don't have much time. You'd better decide quickly." Given both liquefied elemental essence and treasured pills, they'd be idiots if they didn't agree. The two of them were overjoyed. But when they agreed, Heifeng suddenly asked, "What if we don't agree?" "Haha, if you don't agree, we'll kill you immediately." Zichun's cold and decisive words made the two of them shiver involuntarily. They didn't doubt the authenticity of Zichun's words at all. "Fine, we agree to work for you. From now on, our lives belong to you, Zichun. We'll be at your disposal," the two of them said solemnly. Zichun nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "If I give you enough liquefied elemental essence, how long will it take for you to break through?" "A few days." The two of them were startled. They looked at each other and shook their heads. "A few days is too short. Even if we have liquefied elemental essence, it won't be enough. It'll take at least half a month." "Half a month is too long. My time is limited." Zichun shook his head. Then, as if recalling something, a Jindan essence appeared in his hand with a flash of light. Zichun held it and asked, "What if I add this?" "This is a mid-Jindan essence." When they felt the heart-palpitating aura from the Jindan essence, the two of them instantly widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, so much so that they forgot to answer Zichun's question. "Will it be faster if I add this?" Zichun didn't appreciate their shock and asked again. "It will be faster, about 7 days." The two of them pondered for a moment before replying. "If I give you enough mid-grade liquefied elemental essence and add this mid-Jindan essence, will you be able to break through in 3 days?" The shock the two of them had experienced today seemed to have reached its limit. When they heard that there would be enough mid-grade liquefied elemental essence, they only swallowed a mouthful of saliva before nodding resolutely, "Yes, definitely." A drop of mid-grade liquefied elemental essence was enough to recover one's energy. With a mid-Jindan essence and enough mid-grade liquefied elemental essence, even a pig would be able to break through. "Good. You two will enter secluded cultivation in 3 days. Now, do something for me first," Zichun indifferently said. There was a hint of pressure in his voice. "What is it?" the two of them respectfully asked. Zichun waved his hand, and dozens of weapons appeared in front of him. The aura that made one's heart palpitate spread throughout the area. Everyone was shocked once again because these were all elixir weapons. While the appearance of dozens of elixir weapons shocked the crowd, Wild Wolf and Hei Feng were also stunned. They looked at Zichun in confusion. Take these elixir weapons and recruit all the Jindan experts in this area. Tell them that if they follow me, apart from one elixir weapon, they will be rewarded with 100,000 high-grade liquefied elemental stones per year. What? Although the two of them were already shocked beyond words, after hearing Zichun's words, they were still shocked. 100,000 high-grade liquefied elemental stones per person per year. This was really a big deal. It was much more than what he, the head of the family, earned. Chapter 596. The high-end treatment Zichun gave made the two petrified instantly. After a long time, the two woke up from their petrified state. Such treatment was enough to make them risk their lives. Heifeng asked again, "What if there are stubborn people who are not willing?" This was just a casual question from Heifeng. He believed that the treatment Zichun gave could move every elixir essence. Unexpectedly, when Zichun heard this, he actually said coldly, "Then kill them. I want you to gather all the alchemy essences in this area within 3 days. After 3 days, I hope that all the alchemy essences that I see will be useful to me." Zichun's words could be said to be extremely domineering. His words also revealed decisiveness and ruthlessness. To put it bluntly, Zichun only gave the core origins of this area 2 choices. One was to obey and enjoy high-end treatment, the other was to resist and die. Such a decisive and even extreme recruitment made the two frown slightly. Then, Heifeng asked respectfully, "Sir, why are you in such a hurry to recruit elixir essence? Is there something urgent?" "I offended a big force in the inner area. They have sent elixir essence and should be here soon. I don't have enough people, so I have to gather more elixir essence to restrain them. This is a battle of elixir essence. It's useless to fly, so I need more elixir essence to fight." Zichun did not hide and said honestly. Zichun's honesty made the two of them feel more at ease. There's no need to hide when you go to recruit elixir essence. Just tell the truth. Those who are willing to come can stay. Those who are unwilling can be sent on their way. The two nodded. They finally understood that such high-end treatment was not so easy to get. They had to work hard or die. "Go and do this now. Longhu will go with you. The faster the better. If anyone dares to resist, kill them directly. No need to be polite. You must bring back all the elixir essence in 3 days." The two nodded and did not waste any more time. They turned into auroras and left. Longhu quickly followed. However, not long after, Hei Feng actually turned back. He looked like he had something to say but hesitated. "Yes." Zichun looked at him. "My lord, if you really need a lot of Dan essence, there is a place you can try. There is a lot of Dan essence there, but just what? It's just that although their strength is at the inner core level, they have not experienced the heavenly thunder tribulation. They have the strength of inner core level, but they do not have the powerful battle strength of inner core level. Just like the two of them, they are just ordinary inner core level cultivators." Hei Feng looked at the inner core level cultivators beside him. These were the two primal core cultivators from before. Now, they were following Zichun and had successfully obtained the elixir weapon. In the path of cultivation, the inner core realm was the first tribulation. After reaching the full circle of the Zephyr realm, one would have to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation and reach the inner core realm. It was an indisputable fact that every cultivator had to undergo heavenly lightning tribulation in order to reach the inner core realm. But ever since he came to the Bedlam lands, Zichun found it strange that many inner core experts were able to reach the inner core realm without undergoing heavenly lightning tribulation. Although their battle prowess was not strong, the Jindan essence in their bodies was genuine Jindan essence. What is going on? How can they reach the inner core realm without undergoing heavenly lightning tribulation? Zichun asked puzzledly. Zichun only knew one thing to avoid heavenly lightning tribulation, and that was the tribulation avoidance pill. However, the cost of this pill was not cheap, and the price was even higher. Most Zephyrs could not afford it, and Zichun had never seen such a pill for sale in the Bedlam lands. That is the most unique place in the Bedlam lands. It is called the Core Formation Pavilion. All Zephyr Great Circle cultivators can avoid heavenly lightning tribulation and reach the inner core realm as long as they reach there. What? Zichun was stunned, and his expression changed. There is actually such a magical place in this world? Heifeng nodded and said, that place is very mysterious. It is said that it appeared in the Bedlam lands on its own after the lightning tribulation. But there are pros and cons. The inner core cultivators who come out of the core formation pavilion have weaker battle prowess than ordinary inner core cultivators, and their potential will also be suppressed. If they do not have a fortuitous encounter, it will be difficult for them to improve their cultivation. It doesn't matter if their battle prowess is weak, as long as there are a lot of them. Zichun waved his hand and said, "Tell me where that place is." "My lord, don't be hasty. Let me finish first. Although this core formation pavilion is magical, it has always been under the control of the overlords. Moreover, there are also experts from the overlords guarding that place." Overlords? What are they guarding there for? Could it be that they want to recruit inner core cultivators? But haven't they all gone through heavenly lightning tribulation? Zichun asked, puzzled. One must know that the requirements of the overlords were very strict. They would not accept ordinary inner core cultivators. No, they are not trying to recruit them. They are only guarding that place to collect yuan stones. At the same time, they are also guarding against others who want to occupy that place. Heifeng hastily said, "Collect yuan stones." "Yes, my lord. Every Zephyr who goes in has to pay 100,000 low-grade yuan stones." Behind Zichun, an inner core cultivator respectfully said, "But the main purpose of the overlords guarding that place is not to collect yuan stones, but to prevent other forces from occupying that place, so that they can gather an army of inner core cultivators." This explanation was immediately understood by Zichun. In this chaotic land, ordinary inner core cultivators were the most numerous. Although they were not strong individually, once they formed an army, they would be extremely terrifying. The chaotic land had been under the control of the overlords for many years, and there had not been any large-scale battles. Therefore, if the overlords were to call back these inner core cultivators, it would only increase their burden. As for the other forces in Chaos City, they did not have the capital to start a war, so they would not want these ordinary inner core cultivators. Therefore, these inner core cultivators were divided up and scattered to various regions, and then consumed by killing each other. How many overlords are guarding that place? After understanding all this, Zichun already had a plan in mind. These inner core cultivators might be burdensome to others, but to the rich Zichun, it was not a problem at all. "My lord, there is only one person, but he has the strength of a mid-stage inner core cultivator." The inner core cultivator behind Zichun spoke. Heifeng had already left to recruit other inner core cultivators. As for the remaining details, the two inner core cultivators explained them to Zichun. After a while, Zichun completely understood. Moreover, the core formation pavilion was not far from here. If Zichun traveled at his fastest speed, he could reach it in a day. Zichun glanced at the crowd, and finally his gaze landed on Wang Qiong. He said, "I will leave for a few days. You all can stay here, right? Don't worry. Even if we meet a mid-stage inner core cultivator, we can still fight." Wang Qiong nodded. "Good. You all go find a place to set up the formation in these few days. I will be back soon." As soon as Zichun finished speaking, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. As the wings flapped, he led an inner core cultivator to the core formation pavilion. Heifeng and Wild Wolf led Longhu to the first big force 50,000 miles away. It was a new force called the Wanshan sect. The sect leader, Wanshan, was an inner core cultivator who had withstood the heavenly thunder tribulation. He was very strong. Moreover, he had two inner core cultivators who had withstood the heavenly thunder tribulation. Together with the other inner core cultivators, their overall strength was almost comparable to the Black Wolf Bastion. Today, the Black Wolf Bastion had gathered people to attack a primordial stone mine of the Wanshan sect. The 50,000 miles journey was quickly covered by the fast speed. Looking at the buildings in the mountain and the flickering figures, Wild Wolf immediately shouted, "Wanshan, come out!" Yukong of the Wanshan sect in the mountain did not recognize Wild Wolf and Heifeng. However, when he felt the inner core aura surging from them, he was extremely shocked. "Wild Wolf, Black Wind, what are you two doing here?" You even brought an exotic beast with you. Are you here to deliver me a mount? A loud and clear voice rang out from the mountain. Then, 5 figures flew out from the mountain. All of them were surging with inner core aura. The leader was the sect leader of the Wan Shan sect, Wan Shan. He was a middle-aged man with a strong body and big eyes. Since they were enemies, the 5 of them looked at Wild Wolf and Hei Feng with unfriendly expressions. Are you two here to send me a mount? Wan Shan asked again with a loud voice. Roar. Wan Shan's disrespect made Longhu furious. He roared into the sky. Under the shocking roar of the dragon and tiger, Longhu's body glowed. He took a step in the air, and the void began to crack like the earth. The crack spread out like a spider web. The 5 of them were shocked by Longhu's power. They kept retreating until they were outside of the crack. Then, they looked at Longhu in shock. Puff. Longhu snorted. Suddenly, a blazing flame spewed out and spread in all directions. Seeing the entire void distorting crazily because of the flame, Wan Shan and the others were even more frightened. Wan Shan, your Wan Shan sect has more than 5 inner core experts, right? Call them all out. I have something to say today. Longhu's display of strength shocked the crowd, and the people below were stunned. Amid the dead silence, Hei Feng spoke at the right time. Hei Feng, what do you mean? Our Wan Shan sect is not afraid of your Black Wolf stronghold. You want to order us around? No way. Although there was still fear in Wan Shan's eyes, his voice was still loud. The Black Wolf stronghold no longer exists from today onwards. The 2 of us have joined other forces. Today, we are here to ask you to join us. As soon as Hei Feng finished speaking, the 5 inner core experts widened their eyes in disbelief. What did you say? Wan Shan asked with his eyes wide open. The Black Wolf stronghold had almost become the overlord of the outer region. It could be said that they were an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain. How could they join other forces? See? This is Longhu, the mount of our master. Although it is only in the flight realm, it will have no problem trampling you to death. Hei Feng pointed at the mighty Longhu. Looking at Longhu, Wan Shan's mouth could not help but twitch. The other party was indeed terrifyingly strong, so strong that it made him fearful. Moreover, Wan Shan actually felt a suppressive aura from the other party that came from the soul. Seeing that they were silent for a long time, Hei Feng spoke again. Before coming here, our master said that you only have 2 choices. One is to obey, and the other is to die. You are threatening us. Wan Shan's aura began to surge. The other 4 inner core experts were also very alert. Hei Feng shook his head and said, This is not a threat. This is the truth. P.S. It seems that today is Christmas, so it must be past midnight. Chapter 597. The truth made Wan Shan and the others' faces turn ugly. However, Hei Feng didn't seem to notice, or maybe he didn't care even if he did. He continued, We have more than 10 primordial core realm cultivators in the Black Wolf Bastion. We are only here to recruit you along with Longhu. Recruitment? You will die if you don't agree. Is this the attitude of recruitment? I don't agree, Wan Shan said loudly. At the same time, 6 primordial core realm cultivators rushed out from the mountain below. They flew over and stood behind Wan Shan. They looked at the 3 coldly with murderous intent surging around them. There were 11 primordial core realm cultivators in total. 6 of them had elixir weapons, while the other 5 were barehanded. Hei Feng and Yi Lang were still calm in the face of such obvious hostility. Hei Feng took out 5 elixir weapons from his spirit ring and threw them to the 5 primordial core realm cultivators who didn't have elixir weapons. The 5 of them caught the elixir weapons subconsciously. They were stunned. Hei Feng, what is the meaning of this? Wan Shan said loudly. Obviously, he was also confused by Hei Feng's actions. Nothing. I am just passing on the words of my master. He wants to tell you about the benefits of recruitment. Hei Feng paused and said, My master said that the benefits of recruiting primordial core realm cultivators are 1 elixir weapon and 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones a year. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard the number. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Hei Feng in disbelief. Wan Shan shouted, Hei Feng, do you think we are monkeys? 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones a year? I think it is 100,000 lower-grade primordial stones. Heifeng shook his head and said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about this. I am sure that it is 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones. It doesn't matter if it is a yearly payment or a monthly payment. However, you have to agree. My master needs primordial core realm cultivators to fight. He has made it clear before we came that anyone who refuses will be killed. All right, you know the benefits and consequences. As for life or death, you can choose." Heifeng and Yi Lang took a few steps back and left the battlefield to Longhu. The expressions of the 11 primordial core realm cultivators kept changing. They seemed to be hesitating. Longhu's cultivation was only in the air. They all had elixir weapons in their hands, but they were still terrified of him. Moreover, as their attention fell on Longhu, they realized that Longhu's head was extremely similar to the legendary divine dragon. This discovery caused their expressions to change again. "Do you believe that it can deal with all of us?" Wan Shan held the elixir weapon. His gaze swept past Longhu and landed on Heifeng. "We still need to go and recruit the Dan essences of other forces. We don't have much time. You'd better make your choice quickly." This time, it was Wild Wolf who spoke. He seemed a little impatient. "You." Wan Shan's expression turned even uglier. The 11 of them could not make a decision for a long time, and Longhu was also impatient. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed around his body, and a powerful aura surged out of his body. Then, his body turned into a beam of light, and with a step in the air, he rushed toward the 11 primal core cultivators. Boom! It was as if they had been hit by a super powerful cannonball. With a loud explosion, the 11 Dan Essence stage experts were sent flying. Screams rang out in the sky, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The 11 of them were sent flying, and their bodies smashed into the mountain below with a loud bang. Among them, one of the ordinary Dan Essence stage experts was even killed by Longhu's attack. The 10 Dan Essence stage experts stood up one after another. When they saw the dead Dan Essence stage expert, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. "Submit or die." Longhu's cold eyes swept across the group of Dan Essence stage experts below, and his body surged with unrestrained killing intent. "Submit, we choose to submit." Longhu's powerful strength deeply shocked them, and the 10 Dan Essence stage experts hurriedly agreed. Even Wild Wolf and Heifeng were shocked when they saw the 11 Dan Essence stage experts being sent flying, and one of them even died. The two of them looked at each other, and at the same time, they were glad that they had made the right choice. The 10 of them were successfully recruited, and then they obediently followed the 3 of them to find the next force. With the powerful Longhu around, the recruitment would obviously be very smooth. Flapping the heavenly thunder wings, Zichun rushed at full speed. It only took him a day to reach the core formation pavilion. "My lord, the core formation pavilion is in front." Dan Essence pointed at the peak in front of them and said respectfully. It was a towering mountain peak, but half of it had been forcefully chopped off by a sharp blade. The core formation pavilion was located on top of it. "My lord, flying is not allowed here. Everyone who comes here has to walk up the stairs. That Dan Essence stage expert is on the peak." Dan Essence also told him that there was a rule here, and other Dan Essence stage experts were not allowed to come close. "My lord, please go up. I will wait here." Dan Essence said respectfully, then turned and left. Zichun nodded and walked straight up the stone stairs. The stone stairs meandered to the peak, but it was very narrow and only allowed one person to walk. Zichun originally thought that there was something strange about the stone stairs, and that it could be used to test one's cultivation. However, when he stepped on it, it was just like walking on ordinary stone stairs, and there was nothing special about it. During this time, Zichun also saw many cultivators at the peak of the Zephyr realm climbing up the stone stairs, one step at a time, as they walked towards the peak. These were all Zephyrs who feared the heavenly lightning tribulation. They had chosen to form their core here. If they did not have a fortuitous encounter, they would be stuck at the early Dan Essence stage and would never be able to reach the middle Dan Essence stage. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over Zichun's head. It was a human figure, and the aura of Dan Essence stage surged around him. Haha, I have finally broken through to the Dan Essence stage and become a Dan Essence old monster. Chaos lands, I have come. The figure flew from the peak to the horizon and seemed very excited. His loud laughter resounded in the sky. Breaking through to the Dan Essence stage was equivalent to the master stage in the Barbarian land. It was indeed an extremely powerful existence, and to be able to break through to this stage was naturally something to be proud of. Unfortunately, without the heavenly lightning tribulation, this kind of strength and pride would be reduced after leaving this place. It was indeed Dan Essence stage, but it was the weakest and most ordinary Dan Essence stage. As soon as he arrived, he saw a Dan Essence stage expert fly out. Zichun was very surprised, but what surprised him even more was that it was actually possible to fly here. When Dan Essence stage experts said that one could only walk and not fly, it was obviously aimed at Zephyrs who came to form their core, and not Dan Essence stage experts. This was obviously a man-made rule, and not the rule of the core formation pavilion itself. Thus, without saying anything, Zichun leaped up and flew towards the peak. The moment Zichun leaped into the air, the Zephyrs who were climbing the stone steps saw him and exclaimed in surprise. However, after realizing that Zichun was only at the late Zephyr realm, a trace of pity appeared on their faces. Faintly, Zichun could hear murmurs of not knowing the rules, not knowing the meaning of death, and so on. Flying was naturally faster than climbing the stone steps. In just 2 breaths, Zichun reached the peak and stood in the air, looking down. The peak was smooth and flat, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. The area was several miles, like a wide square, and the huge core formation pavilion was located at the center of the square. The core formation pavilion was like a pavilion. It was made of stone, but the stone surface of the core formation pavilion was engraved with some complicated and mysterious patterns. It was these patterns that blocked the heavenly secrets, allowing Zephyr realm cultivators to fly by deceiving the heavens. The core formation pavilion was very big, enough to accommodate dozens of people. However, the strange thing was that there was only one Zephyr realm cultivator meditating in the pavilion. Other than that, there were close to 100 Zephyr realm cultivators in the huge square in a long line, seemingly waiting to enter the core formation pavilion. Zichun's figure leaping into the air was naturally noticed by everyone. Thus, everyone raised their heads, and after sensing Zichun's strength at the late Zephyr realm, they looked at Zichun with extreme pity and disdain. The mere late Zephyr realm cultivator dares to break the rules and fly up here. He's courting death. He's probably a hothead who doesn't know where this place is, and that's why he came up here. It's a pity that he doesn't know that running around in the chaotic lands is suicide. In the chaotic lands, the only outcome for those who break the rules is death. A group of Zephyr realm cultivators who were waiting to form their core formation pavilion gave Zichun a death sentence without hesitation. Flying in the core formation pavilion is forbidden. Those who break the rules will die. However, the overlord who was guarding the place was even more direct. He, who was near the core formation pavilion, raised his hand and blasted out a beam of energy, slashing at Zichun in the air. When the beam of energy flew into the air, it turned into a sharp blade, emitting a powerful aura, and slashed at Zichun's head. Boom! Zichun swung his fist at the sharp blade, and a large patch of golden light began to flash. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the sky, and streams of energy surged in the sky. Those Zephyr realm cultivators who were full of pity and disdain were already waiting to see Zichun die. However, when they saw Zichun destroy the attack of an inner core cultivator with a single punch, they widened their eyes in disbelief. The inner core cultivator of the Overlord force also raised his head in the next moment, looking at Zichun in the air in surprise. After destroying the opponent's attack with a single punch, Zichun did not have any injuries on his body. He was safe and sound. Which of the 5 overlords do you belong to? Zichun stood in the air, looking down at the inner core cultivator as he asked. This was a man in battle armor. At this moment, he was looking up at Zichun. When he heard Zichun's words, his pupils shrank. When they heard Zichun's question, the group of Zephyr realm cultivators who were waiting for the core formation pavilion were even more stunned. As if sensing an unusual aura from Zichen's body, the other party stood up in the next moment. His originally playful expression turned serious in the next moment. Which of the 5 families do you belong to? Zichen's body emitted a faint golden light as he descended from the sky and asked coldly. The Shangguan family. The inner core cultivator looked directly at Zichen. Then, do you belong to Shangguan Feixiong or Shangguan Feilin? Zichen asked again, walking towards the Shangguan family cultivator step by step. The faint golden light around him also became brighter. Hearing this, the inner core cultivator's expression changed. He asked coldly, Who are you? Why do you know about our Shangguan family? Chapter 598. Zichen's luck had always been good. However, today, he seemed to be lacking something. From his opponent's constantly changing expression, Zichen had already guessed that he was one of Shangguan Feilin's men. He and Shangguan Feilin were already mortal enemies. Therefore, without saying anything, he turned into a golden light and rushed toward the mid-stage primal core cultivator of the Shangguan family. Boom! In the midst of an energy explosion, the two had already clashed once. This time, the power of both sides was almost the same. After the clash, both of them retreated. Seeing Yukong rushing to kill a mid-stage primal core cultivator, the crowd of Yukong who were waiting in line were all dumbfounded. However, what was even more unbelievable was that Yukong was able to block the attack of the mid-stage primal core cultivator. Boom! Boom! After the first clash, Zichen rushed forward again. The primal core cultivator fought back. The two of them attacked as fast as lightning. Each of their attacks carried a powerful force, shaking out waves of energy. The energy ripples spread out in all directions, causing the group of Imperial Sky cultivators to retreat in fear of being affected. The mysterious runes on the core formation pavilion also began to glow, circulating with a mysterious energy aura to resist the energy ripples. The entire stone plaza was filled with the sound of energy clashing. The two of them had clashed for dozens of times. After the last clash, they both retreated. Zichen's eyes were like lightning. He looked at his opponent coldly. The mid-stage primal core cultivator who was staring at Zichen also looked very serious. Although the previous clash was just a test, and he did not use his full power, he could still feel the pure and terrifying energy in Yukong's body. He is even more powerful than Xianger. This was the comment the mid-stage primal core cultivator gave after fighting with Zichen for dozens of times. He still did not know that Shangguan Qixiang had already been killed by Zichen. Of course, he also did not know that Yukong had already offended the 5 dominating forces. Who are you? How dare you behave so arrogantly here? Don't you know where you are? Zichen's origin was unknown. The primal core cultivator could not figure out what was going on. Therefore, he asked, I'm the one who wants your life, Zichen said. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he dashed forward again. His body emitted a resplendent golden light as the aura of ultimate energy surged from his body. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. Tyrannical fist. With this punch, Zichen's aura immediately changed drastically. His body became tall and mighty and extremely domineering. The golden fist light that left his body also broke through space and rushed towards the Danyuan. Humph! A mere Zephyr dares to speak such arrogant words. The strong cultivator in the middle stage of the primal core realm snorted coldly. Yukong's arrogance and decisiveness caused a murderous intent to surge out from his body. The energy in his core realm also began to surge wildly. Then, he struck out towards the golden light fist. Boom! Another rumbling sound was heard between heaven and earth. The space was torn apart by the vibrations of the energy, and pitch-black cracks began to spread. In this confrontation, Zichen was completely defeated. The golden light fist was directly scattered. At the same time, Zichen was also repelled by a surge of energy. In addition, this surge of energy also surged into Zichen's body, vibrating in his organs, trying to destroy Zichen's organs. However, it was blocked by Zichen's perfect body. The golden blood in Zichen's body continued to flow. Surges of inexplicable power emerged from within and rushed towards this surge of energy. Under the powerful perfect body, this destructive energy was completely destroyed. The second style of the tyrannical fist. As soon as the energy in his body was destroyed, Zichun clenched his fist again and rushed forward. The golden light of his fist once again shone in the sky. The dazzling light was dazzling. "You're actually fine after taking a hit from me." Feeling that the power of this punch was actually stronger than the previous one, the nascent core elite's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered in an instant. The energy that he had sent into Yi Futian's body before was very powerful. Coupled with the enhancement of the unique technique of the Shangguan family, even an early-stage nascent core elite would die without a doubt, let alone a Yukong elite. However, such a powerful attack was actually easily blocked by Yi Futian. Yi Futian did not seem to be injured at all. Dan Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Zichen's fist came quickly. The golden light was dazzling. Just as he was about to block it like before, he saw Zichen's fist suddenly stagger in the air. Then, the fist that was supposed to be one ray of light suddenly turned into hundreds of rays. Each ray of light was dazzling with golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. Bang, bang, bang. Such a sudden change caused Dan Yuan's expression to change drastically. He was unable to effectively block it. Then, the golden light of the fist hit Dan Yuan's body like raindrops. Then, there was a loud explosion in the sky. Such an unguarded attack caused the mid-stage nascent core elite to be pushed back by the rays of light of the fist. Such a scene had completely stunned the crowd of Zephyr cultivators in the distance. In their world, an early-stage Jindan cultivator could casually slaughter a great perfection Zephyr cultivator, but the scene in front of them had far exceeded their scope of understanding. A late-stage Yukong elite, who was one level lower than them, not only blocked the attack of a mid-stage nascent core elite, but also sent him flying. Although this attack did not cause any substantial damage to his opponent, just being able to send him flying was already very impressive. "Kid, I want you dead." Being sent flying by a Yukong elite in front of everyone, the mid-stage nascent core elite felt humiliated and shouted angrily. The third move of the tyrannical fist. As soon as he gained the upper hand, without waiting for the nascent core elite to attack, Zichen shouted and used the third move of the tyrannical fist. This was also the last move of the incomplete manual of the tyrannical fist that Zichun had obtained. After so many years, he finally used it. When the tyrannical three styles appeared, the world was filled with endless golden light. It was dazzling. At this moment, everyone fell into a state of blindness because the whole world was filled with golden light. Other than the golden light, there was nothing else. And as Zichen's main target, the mid-stage nascent core elite felt a ruthless killing intent from this golden light. The golden light was filled with killing intent, but he could not see any substantial attack, nor could he see Zichen's figure. In addition, his spiritual sense could not detect any trace of his opponent. It was as if his opponent had disappeared into thin air, or he had turned into a ray of golden light. Suddenly, the mid-stage nascent core elite felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. His expression changed. Light flashed under his feet, and his body instantly dodged to the side. Boom! In the midst of an earth-shattering sound, the golden world collapsed with a boom. Then, the golden world disappeared, and everyone's sight was restored. They all looked at the scene. Looking at the scene, everyone's expression became extremely shocked, and frightened. Yukong was standing in the air, high-spirited. His black robe was fluttering without wind, and his black hair was dancing wildly. Yukong was standing in the air, and there were no injuries on his body. Looking at the mid-stage nascent core elite, his body had already smashed into the corpse, lying there motionless. There was also a patch of red blood beside him. How is this possible? This is impossible. Am I seeing things? A mid-stage nascent core elite actually killed a mid-stage nascent core elite. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard from afar. Seeing the motionless mid-primal core stage cultivator, their hearts were already deeply shaken. When they looked at Zichun again, their gazes were filled with fear and respect. Killing a mid-stage nascent core elite as a mid-stage nascent core elite was no less than a miracle. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the ground. The mid-stage nascent core elite who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly moved his fingers. Then, his arms slid down, and he slowly propped himself up and stood up. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and there was a ferocious smile on his face. A powerful aura began to surge around him. The group of nascent correlates were shocked because the nascent correlate stood up again. He was not dead, and judging from the aura on his body, he had only suffered some minor injuries. It was just that they were too excited and mistakenly thought that the nascent correlate had created a miracle. "You are good." The nascent correlate looked up at Zichun. His eyes turned cold, filled with endless murderous intent. "To be able to force me to this extent, you are very good." Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and the nascent core elite grinned. Every word was clear and powerful. Zichun looked down at him and replied coldly, "Actually, my original intention was to kill you." The two of them, one on top and one below, looked at each other with endless murderous intent. "Kill me? Humph, with your nascent correlate?" The coldness in the nascent correlate's eyes turned into sarcasm, and the aura around him became even more terrifying. With him as the center, the space around him began to tremble and twist like ripples on water. An even more terrifying energy was formed in the ripples. The energy in the nascent correlate's body seemed to have merged with the ripples in the air, causing his body to look very blurry, as if he was standing in a river full of ripples. His cold face suddenly turned calm, and his body disappeared in the next moment. Where he was standing, the space began to twist, forming a whirlpool. Ripples spread out in all directions with the whirlpool as the center. This was the Shangguan family's water ripples. It could be used for both offense and defense. Now that it was displayed by a mid-stage nascent correlate, it was much more powerful than Shangguan Qixiang and Shangguan Bingxi. The other party had completely comprehended the essence of the cultivation technique, turning it into a true water ripple. Furthermore, the aura contained in it made Zichun feel danger. This dangerous aura made Zichun's pupils constrict involuntarily. Endless golden light began to shine from his body. At this moment, Zichun was like a blinding golden sun. In his body, golden blood began to flow, providing the perfect body with the strongest strength. In less than a breath's time, Zichun had already raised his battle prowess to the peak. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.